Preface to Piping Hot, Bouille, by Émile Zola, translated by Henry Bisitelli. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Preface to Piping Hot, Bouille. One day, in the middle of a long literary conversation, Théodore Duret said to me, "I've known in my life two men of supreme intelligence. I knew of both before the world knew of either. Never did I doubt, nor was it possible to doubt, but that they would one day or other gain the highest distinction. Those men were Léon Gambetta and Émile Zola." Of Zola I am able to say, and I can thoroughly realize how interesting it must have been to have watched him at that time when he was poor and unknown, obtaining acceptance of his articles with difficulty, and surrounded by the feeble and trivial in spirit, who, out of inborn ignorance and acquired idiocy, look with ridicule on those who believe that there is still a new word to say, still a new cry to cry. I did not know Émile Zola in those days, but he must have been then as he is now, and I should find it difficult to understand how any man of average discrimination could speak with him for half an hour without recognizing that he was one of those mighty, monumental intelligences, the statues of a century that remain and are gazed upon through the long pages of the world's history. This, at least, is the impression Émile Zola has always produced upon me. I've seen him in company, and company of no mean order, and when pitted against his compeers, the contrast has only made him appear grander, greater, nobler. The witty, the clever Alphonse Daudet, ever as ready for a supper party as a literary discussion, with all his splendid gifts, can do no more when Zola speaks than shelter himself behind an epigram. Edmond de Goncourt, aristocratic, dignified, seated amid his Japanese watercolors, bronzes, and Louis XV furniture, bitterly admits, if not that there is a greater naturalistic God than he, at least that there is a colossus whose strength he is unable to oppose. This is the position Émile Zola takes amid his contemporaries. By some strange power of assimilation, he appropriates and makes his own of all things. Ideas that before were spattered, dislocated, are suddenly united, fitted into their places. In speaking, as in writing, he always appears greater than his subject, and, Titan-like, grasps it as a whole. In speaking, as in writing, the strength and beauty of his style is an unfailing use of the right word. Each phrase is a solid piece of masonry, and as he talks, an edifice of thought rises architecturally perfect and complete in design. And it is of this side of Émile Zola's genius that I wish particularly to speak, a side that has never been taken sufficiently into consideration, but which, nevertheless, is its ever-guiding and determinating quality. Émile Zola is to me a great epic poet, and he may be, I think, not inappropriately termed the Homer of modern life. For he, more than any other writer, it seems, possesses the power of seeing a subject as a whole, can divest it at will of all side issues, can seize with a firm logical comprehension on the main lines of its construction, and that without losing sight of the remotest causes or the furthest consequences of its existence. It is here that his strength lies, and his is the strength which has conquered the world. Of his realism a great deal, of course, has been said, but only because it is the most obvious, not the most dominant quality of his work. The mistletoe invariably hides the oak from the eyes of the vulgar. That Émile Zola has done well to characterize his creations with the vivid sentiment of modern life, rather than the pale dream which reveals to us the past, that he was able to bend, to model, to make serviceable to his purpose the ephemeral habits and customs of our day, few will now deny. But this was only the offshoot of his genius. That the color of the 19th century, with which he clothes the body of his heroes and heroines, is not always exact, that none other has attempted to spin these garments before, I do not dispute. They will grow threadbare and fall to dust, even as the hide of the megatherium, of which only the colossal bones now remain to us wherewith to construct the fabric of the primeval world. And in like manner, when the dream of a socialist is realized, when the burden and pleasure and work is proportioned out equally to all, and men live on a more strictly regulated plan than do either the ant or the bee, I believe that the gigantic skeleton of the Rougon-Macquart family will still continue to resist the ravages of time, and that Western scientists will refer to it when disputing about the idiosyncrasies of a past civilization. In the preceding paragraph, I have said neither more nor less than my meaning, for I am convinced that the living history of no age has been as well written as the last half of the 19th century is in the Rougon-Macquart series. I pass over the question whether, in describing René's dress, a mistake was made in the price of lace, also whether the author was wrong in permitting himself the anachronism of describing a fête in the opera house a couple of years before the building was completed. Errors of this kind do not appear to me to be worth considering. What I maintain is that what Émile Zola has done, and what he alone has done, and I do not make an exception even in the case of the mighty Balzac, is to have conceived and constructed the framework of a complex civilization like ours in all its worst ramifications. Never, it seems to me, was the existence of the epic faculty more amply demonstrated than by the genealogical tree of this now celebrated family. The grandeur, the amplitude of this scheme will be seen at once. Adelaide Fouquet, a mad woman confined in a lunatic asylum at Plassans, is the first ancestor. She is the transmitter of the original neurosis, which, regulated by his or her physical constitution, assumes various forms in each individual member of the family and is developed according to the surroundings in which he or she lives. By Rougon, this woman had 2 children. By Macquart, with whom she cohabited on the death of her husband, she had 3. Ursule Macquart married a man named Mouret, and their children are therefore cousins of the Rougon-Macquart. This family has some 40 or 50 members who are distributed through the different grades of our social system. Some have attained the highest positions, as Son Excellence Eugène Rougon. Others have sunk to the lowest depths, as Gervaise and l'Assommoir. But all are tainted with the hereditary malady. By it, Nana is invincibly driven to prostitution. By it, Etienne Lantier, in Germinal, will be driven to crime. By it, his brother, Claude, will be made a great painter. Protean-like is this disease. Sometimes it skips over a generation, sometimes lies almost latent, and the balance of the intelligence is but slightly disturbed, as in the case of Octave in Pope Bouille, and Lazare in La Joie de Vivre. But the mind of the latter is more distorted than is Octave's. Lazare lives in a perpetual fear of death, and is prevented from realizing any of his magnificent projects by his vacillating temperament. In him we have an example how a splendid intelligence may be drained away like water through an imperceptible crack in the vase, and how what might have been the fruit of a life withers like the flowers from which the nourishing liquid has been withdrawn. And so, in the Rougon-Macquart series, we have instances of all kinds of psychical development and decay, and with an overt and an intuitive reading of character truly wonderful. Émile Zola makes us feel that as the North and South Poles and torrid zones are hemmed about with a girdle of air, so an ever-varying but ever-recognizable kinship unites, sometimes indeed by an almost imperceptible thread, the ends the most opposed of this remarkable race, and is diffused through the different variation each individual member successively presents. Can we not trace a mysterious physical resemblance between Octave Mouret in Le Borneur des Dames and Maxime in La Curée? Is not the moral something by which Claude Lantier in Le Ventre de Paris escapes the fate of Lazare made apparent? Then again, does not the inherited neurosis that makes of Octave a millionaire, of Lazare a wretched hypochondriac, of Claude Lantier a genius, of Maxime a symbol of ephemeral vice, reappear in a new and more deadly form in Jean, a hysterical child, in that most beautiful of beautiful books, Une page d'amour. As beasts at a fair are urged on by the goads of their drivers, so certain fate pushes this wretched family forward into irrevocable death that is awaiting it. At each generation they grow more nervous, more worn out, more ready to succumb beneath the ravages of the horrible disease that in 100 different ways is sweeping them into the night of the grave. Even from this imperfect outline, what majesty, what grandeur there is in this dark design! Does not the great idea of fate receive a new and more terrible signification? Is not the horror and gloom of the tragedy increased by the fact that the thought was born in the study of a scientist, and not in the cloud palace of the dreamer? What poet ever conceived an idea more vast? And if further proof of the epic faculty with which I have credited Émile Zola be wanting, I have only to refer to Pascal Rougon. Noah survived the deluge. Pascal Rougon, by some miracle, escapes the inherited stain. He, and he alone, is completely free from it. He is a doctor, an advanced scientist, and he, in the 20th volume, will analyze the terrible neurosis that has devastated his family. In the upbuilding of this enormous edifice, Émile Zola shows the same constructive talent as he did in its conception. The energy he displays is marvelous. Every year a wing, courtyard, cupola, or tower is added, and each is as varied as the most imaginative could desire. Without looking further back than l'Assommoir, let us consider what has been done. In this work, we have a study of the life of the working people in Paris, written, for the sake of preserving the milieu, for the most part in their own language. It shows how the workers of our great social machine live, and must live, in ignorance and misery. It shows, as never was shown before, what the accident of birth means. It shows in a new way, and to my mind in as grand a way as did the laments of the chorus in the Greek play, the irrevocability of fate. L'Assommoir was followed by Une page d'amour, a beautiful Parisian idyll. Here we see the bourgeois at their best. We have 7 descriptions of Paris seen from a distance of which Turner might be proud. We have a picture of a children's costume ball, which Meissonier might fall down and worship. We have the portrait of a beautiful and virtuous woman with her love story told, as it were, over the dying head of Jean, her little girl. The child whose nervous sensibilities are so delicate that she trembles with jealousy when she suspects that behind her back her mother is looking at the doctor. After Une page d'amour comes Nana, and with her we are transported to a world of pleasure-seekers, vicious men and women who have no thought but the killing of time and the gratification of their lusts. Nana is the Messalines of modern days, and, obeying the epic tendency of his genius, Émile Zola has instituted a comparison between the death of the gilded fly, conceived in drunkenness and debauchery, and the harlot city of the Third Emperor, which, rotten with vice, falls before the victorious arms of the Germans. Nana and Une page d'amour are psychological and philological studies of 2 radically different types of women. In both works, and likewise in L'Assommoir, there is much descriptive writing, and doubtless Émile Zola had this fact present in his mind when he set himself to write Bouille, that terrible satire on the bourgeoisie. He must have said, as his plan formulated itself in his mind, "This is a novel dealing with the home life of the middle classes. If I wish to avoid repeating myself, this book must contain a vast number of characters, and the descriptions must be reduced to a bare sufficiency, no more than will allow my readers to form an exact impression of the surroundings through which the action passes." Bouille, or Piping Hot, as the present translation is called, is therefore an inquiry into the present lives of a number of individuals who, while they follow different occupations, belong to the same class and live under the same roof. The house in the Rue de Choiseul is one of the most immense maisons bourgeoises in which apparently an infinite number of people live. On the first floor we find Monsieur du Verrier, an avocat de la cour with his musical wife Clotilde and his father Monsieur Vabre, a retired notary and proprietor of the house, who is absorbed in the preparation of an important statistical work. On the fourth floor are Madame Josserand, her two daughters, whom she is always trying to marry, her crazy son Saturnin, and her husband who spends his nights addressing advertising circulars at 3 francs 1,000 in order to eke out an additional something to help his family to ape an appearance of easy circumstances. On the third floor is an architect, Monsieur Campardon, with his ailing yet blooming wife Rose, and her cousin, l'autre Madame Campardon. There is also one of Monsieur Vabre's sons, and a distinguished gentleman who comes one night a week to work. These are the principal locataires, but in various odd corners, des petits appartements qui donnent sur la cour, we find all sorts and conditions of people. First on the list is the government clerk Jules and his wife Marie. She's a weak-minded little thing who commits adultery without affection, without desire, and the frequency of her confinements excites the ire of her mother and father. Then come 2 young men, Octave and Troublot. The former plays a part similar to that of a tenor in an opera. He is the accepted lover of the ladies. The latter is equally beloved by the maids. From the frequency of his visits, he may almost be said to live in the house. He is constantly asked to dine by one or other of the inmates, and in the morning he's generally found hiding behind the door of one of the servants' rooms, waiting for an opportunity of descending the staircase unperceived by the terrible concierge, the moral guardian of the house. Other visitors who figure prominently in the story are Madame Josserand's brother, Uncle Bachelard, a dissipated widower, and his nephew, Guérin, the Abbé Mouret, ever ready to throw the mantle of religion over the backslidings of his flock, and Madame Hédouin, the frigid directress of a ladies' paradise, where Octave is originally engaged. The remaining locataires are Madame Jules, a lady who only reads poetry, and who was deserted by her husband after a single week of matrimonial bliss, a workwoman who has a garret under the slates, and, last but not least, an author who lives on the second floor. He's rarely ever seen, he makes no one's acquaintance, and thereby excites the enmity of everyone. All these, the author of course excepted, pass and repass before the reader, and each is at once individual and representative. Even the maidservants, who only answer yes and no to their masters and mistresses, are adroitly characterized. We see them in their kitchens engaged in their daily occupations. While peeling onions and gutting rabbits and fish, they call to and abuse each other from window to window. There is Julie, the belle of the attics, of whose perfume and pomatum Troublot makes liberal use when he honors her with a visit. There is fat Adèle, whose dirty habits and slovenly ways makes of her a butt whereat is levelled the ridicule and scorn of her fellow servants. There are the lovers, Hippolyte and Clémence, whose carnal intercourse affords to Madame Duveyrier much ground for uneasiness, and in the end necessitates the intervention of the abbé. Never were the manners and morals of servants so thoroughly sifted before. Never was the relationship which their lives bear to those of their masters and mistresses so cunningly contrasted. The courtyard of the house echoes with their quarrelling voices, and it is there, in a scene of which Swift might be proud, that is spoken the last and terrible word of scorn which Émile Zola flings against the bourgeoisie. From her kitchen window, a fellow servant of Julie's is congratulating her on being about to leave, and wishing that she may find a better place. To which Julie replies, "Tous les baraques se ressemblent. Au jour d'aujourd'hui, qui a fait l'une a fait l'autre. C'est cochon et compagnie." I do not know to what other work to go to find so much successful sketching of character. I had better, I think, explain the meaning I attach to this phrase, sketching of character, for it is too common an error to associate the idea of superficiality with the word sketch. The true artist never allows anything to leave his studio that he deems superficial or even unfinished. The word unfinished is not found in his vocabulary. To him, A sketch is as complete as a finished picture. In the former, he has painted broadly and freely, wishing to render the vividness, the vitality of a first impression. In the latter, he is anxious to render the subtlety of a more intellectual and consequently a less sensual emotion. The portrait of Madame Jocherin is a case in point. It is certainly less minute than that of Hélène Mouret, but is not for that less finished. In both, the artist has achieved, and perfectly, the task he set himself. Piping Hot cannot be better defined than as a portrait album in which many of our French neighbors may be readily recognized. This merit will not fail to strike any intelligent reader, but the marvelous way the almost insurmountable difficulties of binding together the stories of the lives of the different inhabitants of the house in the Rue de Choiseul are overcome, none but a fellow worker will be able to appreciate at their full value. Up and down the famous staircase we go, from one household to another, interested equally in each, disgusted equally with all. And this sentence leads us right up to the enemy's guns, brings us face to face with the two batteries from which the critics have directed their fire. The first is the truthfulness of the picture. The second is the coarseness with which it is painted. I will attempt to reply to both. Monsieur Albert Wolff, in the Figaro, declared that in a maison bourgeoise so far were locataires from being all on visiting terms, that it was of constant occurrence that the people on one floor not only did not know by sight, but were ignorant of the names of those living above and below them, that the spectacle of a maison bourgeoise, with the lodgers running up and down stairs in and out of each other's apartments at all hours of the night and day, was absolutely false, had never existed in Paris, and was an invention of the writer. Without a word of parley, I admit the truth of this indictment. I will admit that no house could be found in Paris where from basement to attic the inhabitants are on such terms of intimacy as they are in the house in the Rue de Choiseul. But, at the same time, I deny that the extreme isolation described by Monsieur Wolff could be found or is even possible in any house inhabited over a term of years by the same people. Émile Zola has then done no more than to exaggerate, to draw the strings that attach the different parts a little tighter than they would be in nature. Art, let there be no mistake on this point, be it romantic or naturalistic, is a perpetual concession. And the character of the artist is determined by the selection he makes amid the mass of conflicting issues that, all clamoring equally to be chosen, present themselves to his mind. In the case of Émile Zola, the epic faculty which has been already mentioned as the dominant trait of his genius naturally impelled him to make too perfect a whole of the heterogeneous mass of material that he had determined to construct from. The flaw is more obvious than in his other works, but in Piping Hot he has only done what he has done since he first put pen to paper, what he will continue to do till he ceases to write. We will admit that to make all the people living in the house in the Rue de Choiseul on visiting terms was a trick of composition. Et puis? This was the point from which the critics who pretended to be guided by artistic considerations attacked the book. The others entrenched themselves behind the good old earthworks of morality and primed their rusty pop guns. Now there was a time, and a very good time it must have been, when a book was judged on its literary merits. But of late years a new school of criticism has come into fashion. Its manners are very summary indeed. Would you or would you not give that book to your sister of 16 to read? If you hesitate, you're lost, for then the question is dismissed with a smile, and you are voted out of court. It would be vain to suggest that there are other people in the world besides your sister of 16 summers. I do not intend putting forward any well-known paradox, that art is morals and morals are art. But there are great and eternal moral laws which must be acted up to in art as in life, I am more than ready to admit. But these are very different from the wretched conventionalities which have been arbitrarily imposed upon us in England. To begin with, it must be clear to the meanest intelligence that it would never do to judge the dead by the same standard as the living. If that were done, all the dramatists of the 16th century would have to go, Those of the Restoration would follow. To burn Swift, somebody lower in the social scale than Mr. Binns would have to be found, although he might do to commit Sterne to the flames. Byron, Shelley, yes, even Landor would have to go the same way. What would happen then, it's hard to say, but it is not unfair to hint that if the burning were argued to its logical conclusion, some of the extra good people would find it difficult to show reason. If the intention of the author were not taken into account, why their most favorite reading should be saved from the general destruction. Many writers have lately been trying to put their readers in the possession of infallible recipes for the production of good fiction. They would, to my mind, have employed their time and talents to far more purpose had they come boldly to the point and stated that the overflow of bad fiction with which we are inundated is owing to the influence of a circulating library, which, on one side, sustains a quantity of worthless writers who on their own merits would not sell a dozen copies of their books, and on the other, deprives those who have something to say and are eager to say it of the liberty of doing so. It may be a sad fact, but it is nevertheless a fact that literature and young girls are irreconcilable elements, and the sooner we leave off trying to reconcile them, the better. At this vain endeavor, the circulating library has been at work for the last 20 years, and what has been the result? A literature of bandboxes. Were Pope, Addison, Johnson, Fielding, Smollett suddenly raised from their graves and started on reviewing 3 volumes, think you that they would not all cry together, "This is a literature of bandboxes"? We judge a pudding by the eating, and I judge Messrs. Moody and Smith by what they have produced, for they, not the ladies and gentlemen who place their names on the title pages, are the authors of our fiction. And what a terrible brood to admit the parentage of! Let those who doubt put aside preconceived opinions, and forgetting the bolstered-up reputation of the authors, read the volumes by the light of a little common sense. Cast a glance at those that lie in Miss Rhoda Broughton's lap. What a wheezing, drivelling lot of bairns they are! They've not a virtue amongst them, and their pinafore pages are sticky with childish sensualities. And here we touch the keynote of the whole system. For mark you, you can say what you like provided you speak according to rule. Everything is agreed according to precedent. I could give 100 instances, but one will suffice. On the publication of Adam Bede, a howl was raised, but the book was alive. It finished by being accepted, and the libraries were obliged to give way. The employment of seduction in the fabulation of a story was therefore established. This would have been a great point gained if Mr. Moody had not succeeded in forcing on all succeeding writers George Eliot's manner of conducting her story. In Adam Bede we have Hetty described as an extremely fascinating dairymaid, and Arthur as a noble-minded young man. After a good deal of flirtation, they are shown to us walking through a wood together, and 3 months after we hear that Hetty is enceinte. Now, ever since the success of this book was assured, we have had numberless volumes dealing with seductions, but invariably an interval of 3 months is allowed wherein the reader's fancy may disport until the truth be told. Not being a select librarian, I will not undertake to say that the cause of morality is advanced by leaving the occurrence of the offense unmarked by a no more precise date than that of 3 months. But being a writer who loves and believes in his art, I fearlessly declare that such quibblery is not worthy of the consideration of serious men, and it was to break through this puerile conventionality that I was daring enough in my mummer's wife to write that Dick dragged Kate into the room and that the door was slammed behind her. And it is on this passage that the select circulating libraries base a refusal to take the book. And it is such illiterate censorship that has thrown English fiction into the abyss of nonsense in which it lies. It is for this reason and no other that the writers of the present day have ceased even to try to produce good work, and have resigned themselves to the task of turning out their humdrum stories of sentimental misunderstanding. Yet, strange to say, in every other department of art, an unceasing intellectual activity prevails. Our poetry, Our histories, our biographies, our newspapers are strong and vigorous, pregnant with thought, trenchant in style. It is not until we turn to the novel that we find a wearisome absence of everything but drivel. Though much that I would like to have said is still unsaid, the exigencies of space compel me to bring this notice to a close. However, this one thing I hope to have made clear, that it is my firm opinion that if fiction is to exist at all, the right to speak as he pleases on politics, morals, and religion must be granted to the writer, and that he on his side must take cognizance of other readers than sentimental young girls, who require to be provided with harmless occupation until something fresh turns up in the matrimonial market. Therefore, the great literary battle of our day is not to be fought for either realism or romanticism, but for freedom of speech. And until that battle be gained, I, for one, will continue fearlessly to hold out a hand of welcome to all comers who dare to attack the sovereignty of the circulating library. The first of these is piping hot, and I think the pungent odor of life it exhales, as well as its scorching satire on the middle classes, will be relished by all who prefer the fortifying brutalities of truth to the soft platitudes of lies. As a satire, Piping Hot must be read, and as a satire it will rank with Juvenal, Voltaire, Pope, and Swift. George Moore. This ends the preface to Piping Hot, Bouille, by Émile Zola. Chapter 1, Part 1 of Piping Hot, Bouille, by Émile Zola, translated by Henry Bizitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 1, Part 1 of Piping Hot. In the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin, a block of vehicles arrested the cab which was bringing Octave Mouret and his 3 trunks from the Lyon railway station. The young man lowered one of the windows, in spite of the already intense cold of that dull November afternoon. He was surprised at the abrupt approach of twilight in this neighborhood of narrow streets, all swarming with a busy crowd. The oaths of the drivers as they lashed their snorting horses, the endless jostlings on the foot pavements, the serried line of shops swarming with attendants and customers, bewildered him, for though he had dreamed of a cleaner Paris than the one he beheld, he had never hoped to find it so eager for trade, and he felt that it was publicly open to the appetites of energetic young fellows. The driver leant towards him. "It's the Passage Choiseul you want, isn't it?" "No, the Rue de Choiseul. A new house, I think." And the cab only had to turn the corner. The house was the second one in the street, a big house 4 stories high, the stonework of which was scarcely discolored in the midst of the dirty stucco of the adjoining old frontages. Octave, who had alighted onto the pavement, measured it and studied it with a mechanical glance, from the silk warehouse on the ground floor to the projecting windows on the 4th floor opening onto a narrow terrace. On the 1st floor, carved female heads supported a highly elaborate cast-iron balcony. The windows were surrounded with complicated frames, roughly chiseled in the soft stone, and lower down, above the tall doorway, 2 cupids were unrolling a scroll bearing the number, which at night time was lighted up by a jet of gas from the inside. A stout, fair gentleman who was coming out of the vestibule stopped short on catching sight of Octave. "What? You here?" exclaimed he. "Why, I was not expecting you till tomorrow." "The truth is," replied the young man, "I left Hassan's a day earlier than I originally intended. Isn't the room ready?" "Oh, yes. I took it a fortnight ago, and I furnished it at once in the way you desired. Wait a bit. I will take you to it." He re-entered the house, though Octave begged he would not give himself the trouble. The driver had got the 3 trunks off the cab. Inside the doorkeeper's room, a dignified-looking man with a long face, clean-shaven like a diplomatist, was standing up gravely reading the Moniteur. He deigned, however, to interest himself about these trunks which were being deposited in his doorway, and, taking a few steps forward, he asked his tenant, the architect of the third floor, as he called him, "Is this the person, Monsieur Campardon?" "Yes, Monsieur Gould, this is Monsieur Octave Mouret, for whom I have taken the room on the 4th floor. He will sleep there and take his meals with us. Monsieur Mouret is a friend of my wife's relations, and I beg you will show him every attention." Octave was examining the entrance with its panels of imitation marble and its vaulted ceiling decorated with rosettes. The courtyard at the end was paved and cemented, and had a grand air of cold cleanliness. The only occupant was a coachman engaged in polishing a bit with a chamois leather at the entrance to the stables. There were no signs of the sun ever shining there. Meanwhile, Monsieur Gould was inspecting the trunks. He pushed them with his foot, and their weight filling him with respect, he talked of fetching a porter to carry them up the servants' staircase. "Madame Gould, I'm going out," cried he, just putting his head inside his room. It was like a drawing-room, with bright looking-glasses, a red-flowered Wilton carpet, and violet ebony furniture, and through a partly open door one caught a glimpse of the bedchamber, where the bedstead hung with garnet rep. Madame Gould, a very fat woman with yellow ribbons in her hair, was stretched out in an easy-chair with her hands clasped and doing nothing. "Well, let's go up," said the architect. And seeing how impressed the young man seemed to be by Monsieur Gould's black velvet cap and sky-blue slippers, he added, as he pushed open the mahogany door of the vestibule, "You know, he was formerly the Duc de Vaugelas's valet." "Ah," simply ejaculated Octave. "It's as I tell you, and he married the widow of a little bailiff of Morte-la-Ville. They even own a house there, but they are waiting until they have 3,000 francs a year before going there to live. Oh, they are most respectable doorkeepers." The decorations of the vestibule and the staircase were gaudily luxurious. At the foot of the stairs was the figure of a woman, a kind of gilded Neapolitan, supporting on her head an amphora from which issued 3 gas jets protected by ground glass globes. The panels of imitation white marble with pink borders succeeded each other at regular intervals up the wall of the staircase, whilst the cast-iron balustrade with its mahogany handrail was an imitation of old silver with clusters of golden leaves. A red carpet, secured with brass rods, covered the stairs. But what especially struck Octave on entering was a greenhouse temperature, a warm breath which seemed to be puffed from some mouth into his face. "Hello," said he, "the staircase is warmed." "Of course," replied Campardon. "All landlords who have the least self-respect go to that expense now. The house is a very fine one, very fine." He looked about him as though he were sounding the walls with his architect's eyes. "My dear fellow, you will see. It is a most comfortable place, and inhabited solely by highly respectable people." Then, slowly ascending, he mentioned the names of the different tenants. On each floor were 2 separate suites of apartments, one looking onto the street, the other onto the courtyard, and the polished mahogany doors of which faced each other. He began by saying a few words respecting Monsieur Auguste Vabre. He was the landlord's eldest son. Since the spring he had rented the silk warehouse on the ground floor, and he also occupied the whole of the entresol above. Then, on the first floor, the landlord's other son, Monsieur Théophile Vabre, and his wife, resided in the apartment overlooking the courtyard, and in the one overlooking the street lived the landlord himself, formerly a notary at Versailles, but who was now lodging with his son-in-law, Monsieur Duvernier, a judge at the Court of Appeal. "A fellow who is not yet 45, said Campardon, stopping short. "That's something remarkable, is it not?" He ascended 2 steps, and then suddenly turning round, he added, "Water and gas on every floor." Beneath the tall window on each landing, the panes of which, bordered with fretwork, lit up the staircase with a white light, was placed a narrow, velvet-covered bench. The architect observed that elderly persons could sit down and rest. Then, as he passed the second floor without naming the tenants, "And there?" asked Octave. pointing to the door of the principal suite. "Oh, there," said he, "persons whom one never sees, whom no one knows. The house could well do without them. Blemishes, you know, ought to be found everywhere." He gave a little snort of contempt. "The gentleman writes books, I believe." But on the third floor his smile of satisfaction reappeared. The apartments looking on to the courtyard were divided into 2 suites. They were occupied by Madame Jeseur, a little woman who was most unhappy, and a very distinguished gentleman who had taken a room to which he came once a week on business matters. Whilst giving these particulars, Campardon opened the door on the other side of a landing. "And this is where I live," resumed he. "Wait a moment, I must get your key. We will first go up to your room. You can see my wife afterwards." During the 2 minutes he was left alone, Octave felt penetrated by the grave silence of the staircase. He leant over the balustrade in the warm air which ascended from the vestibule. He raised his head, listening if any noise came from above. It was the death-like peacefulness of a middle-class drawing-room, carefully shut in and not admitting a breath from outside. Behind the beautiful shining mahogany doors there seemed to be unfathomable depths of respectability. "You will have some excellent neighbors," said Campardon, reappearing with the key. "On the street side there are the Josserins, quite a family, the father who is cashier at the St. Joseph Glass Works, and also 2 marriageable daughters. And next to you the Pichons. The husband is a clerk. They are not rolling in wealth, but they are educated people. Everything has to be let, has it not? Even in a house like this." From the 3rd landing, the red carpet ceased and was replaced by a simple grey holland. Octave's vanity was slightly ruffled. The staircase had, little by little, filled him with respect. He was deeply moved at inhabiting such a fine house as the architect termed it. As, following the ladder, he turned into the passage leading to his room, he caught sight through a partly open door of a young woman standing up before a cradle. She raised her head at the noise. She was fair, with clear and vacant eyes, and all he carried away was this very distinct look, for the young woman, suddenly blushing, pushed the door to in the shamefaced way of a person taken by surprise. Campardon turned round to repeat, "Water and gas on every floor, my dear fellow." Then he pointed out a door which opened on to the servants' staircase. Their rooms were up above, and stopping at the end of the passage, he added, "Here we are at last." The room, which was square, pretty large, and hung with a grey wallpaper with blue flowers, was furnished very simply. Close to the alcove was a little dressing-closet with just room enough to wash one's hands. Octave went straight to the window, which admitted a greenish light. Below was the courtyard, looking sad and clean, with its regular pavement and the shining brass tap of its cistern. And still not a human being, nor even a noise, nothing but the uniform windows, without a birdcage, without a flower-pot, displaying the monotony of their white curtains. To hide the big bare wall of the house on the left-hand side, which shut in the square of the courtyard, the windows had been repeated, imitation windows in paint, with shutters eternally closed, behind which the walled-in life of the neighboring apartments appeared to continue. "But I shall be very comfortable here," cried Octave, delighted. "I thought so," said Campardon. "Well, I did everything as though it had been for myself, and moreover I carried out the instructions contained in your letters. So the furniture pleases you? It is all that is necessary for a young man. Later on you can make any changes you like." And as Octave shook his hand, thanking him, and apologizing for having given him so much trouble, he resumed in a serious tone of voice, "Only, my boy, no rows here, and above all, no women. On my word of honor, if you were to bring a woman here, it would revolutionize the whole house." "Be easy," murmured the young man, feeling rather anxious. "No, let me tell you, for it is I who would be compromised. You have seen the house, all middle-class people and of extreme morality. Between ourselves they affect it rather too much. Never a word, never more noise than you have heard just now. Ah, well, Monsieur Gourde would at once fetch Monsieur Vabre, and we should both be in a nice pickle. My dear fellow, I ask it of you for my own peace of mind. Respect the house." Octave, overpowered by so much virtue and respectability, swore to do so. Then Campardon, casting a mistrustful glance around, and lowering his voice as though someone might have heard him, added with sparkling eyes, "Outside it concerns nobody. Paris is big enough, is it not? There's plenty of room. As for myself, I am at heart an artist, therefore I think nothing of it." The porter carried up the trunks. When everything was straight, the architect assisted paternally at Octave's toilet. Then, rising to his feet, he said, "Now we will go and see my wife." Down on the third floor, the maid, a slim, dark, and coquettish-looking girl, said that Madame was busy. Campardon, with a view of putting his young friend at ease, showed him over the rooms. First of all, there was the huge white and gold drawing-room, highly decorated with artificial mouldings, and situated between a green parlour, which the architect had turned into a workroom, and the bedroom into which they could not enter, but the narrow shape of which, and the mauve wall-paper, he described. As he next ushered him into the dining-room, all in imitation wood, with an extraordinary complication of baguettes and coffers, Octave, enchanted, exclaimed, "It is very handsome." On the ceiling, 2 big cracks cut right through the coffers, and in a corner the paint had peeled off and displayed the plaster. "Yes, it creates an effect," slowly observed the architect, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. "You see, these kind of houses are built to create effect. Only the walls will not bear much looking into. It is not 12 years old yet, and it's already cracking. One builds the frontage of handsome stone, with a lot of sculpture about it. One gives 3 coats of varnish to the walls of the staircase. One paints and gilds the rooms, and all that flatters people and inspires respect. Oh, it is still solid. It will certainly last as long as we shall." He led him again across the anteroom, which was lighted by a window of ground glass. To the left, looking on to the courtyard, there was a second bedchamber where his daughter Angèle slept, and which, all in white, looked on this November afternoon as sad as a tomb. Then at the end of the passage came the kitchen, into which he insisted on conducting Octave, saying that it was necessary to see everything. "Walk in," repeated he, pushing open the door. A terrible uproar issued from it. In spite of the cold, the window was wide open. With their elbows on the rail, the dark maid and a fat cook, a dissolute-looking old party, were leaning out into the narrow well of an inner courtyard, which lighted the kitchens of each floor, placed opposite to each other. They were both yelling with their backs bent, whilst from the depths of this hole arose the sounds of vulgar voices, mingled with oaths and bursts of laughter. It was like the overflow of some sewer. All the domestics of the house were there, easing their minds. Octave's thoughts reverted to the peaceful majesty of the grand staircase. Just then the 2 women, warned by some instinct, turned round. They remained thunderstruck on beholding their master with a gentleman. There was a gentle whistle. Windows were shut, and all was once more as silent as death. "What is the matter, Lisa?" asked Campardon. "Sir," replied the maid, greatly excited, "it's that filthy Adèle again. She's thrown a rabbit's guts out of the window. You should speak to Monsieur Jusserand, sir." Campardon became very grave, anxious not to make any promise. He returned to his workroom, saying to Octave, "You have seen all. On each floor the rooms are arranged the same. I pay a rent of 2,500 francs, and on a 3rd floor, too. Rents are rising every day. Monsieur Vabre must make about 22,000 francs a year from his house, and it will increase still more, for there is a question of opening a wide thoroughfare from the Place de la Bourse to the new Opera House. And he had the ground this is built upon almost for nothing 12 years ago, after that great fire caused by a druggist's servant." As they entered, Octave observed, hanging above a drawing-table, and in the full light from the window, a richly framed picture of a virgin, displaying in her opened breast an enormous flaming heart. He could not repress a movement of surprise. He looked at Campardon, whom he'd known to be a rather wild fellow at Plassans. "Ah, I forgot to tell you," resumed the latter, slightly coloring. "I have been appointed diocesan architect. Yes, at Évreux. Oh, a mere bagatelle as regards money, and all barely 2,000 francs a year. But there's scarcely anything to do, a journey now and again. For the rest, I have an inspector there. And you see it is a great deal, when one can print on one's cards, government architect. You can have no idea what an amount of work that procures me in the highest society." Whilst speaking, he looked at the Virgin with the flaming heart. "After all," continued he in a sudden fit of frankness, "I do not care a button for their paraphernalia." But on Octave bursting out laughing, the architect was seized with fear. Why confide in that young man? He gave a side glance, and putting on an air of compunction, he tried to smooth over what he had said. "I do not care, and yet I do care. Well, yes, I am becoming like that. You will see, my friend. When you've lived a little longer, you will do as everyone else." And he spoke of his 42 years, of the emptiness of life, posing for being very melancholy, which his robust health belied. In the artist's head which he had fashioned for himself, with flowing hair and beard trimmed in the Henri IV style, one found the flat skull and square jaw of a middle-class man of limited intelligence and voracious appetites. When younger, he had a fatiguing gaiety. Octave's eyes became fixed on a number of the Gazette de France, which was lying amongst some plans. Then Campardon, more and more ill at ease, rang for the maid to know if Madame was at length disengaged. Yes, the doctor was just leaving. Madame would be there directly. "Is Madame Campardon unwell?" asked the young man. "No, she is the same as usual," said the architect, in a bored tone of voice. "Ah, and what is the matter with her?" Again embarrassed, he did not give a straightforward answer. "You know, there's always something going wrong with women. She's been in this state for the last 13 years, ever since her confinement. Otherwise, she is as well as can be. You will even find her stouter." This ends Chapter 1, Part 1 of Piping Hot, Paul Bouille. Chapter 1, Part 2 of Piping Hot, Paul Bouille, by Émile Zola, translated by Henry Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 1, Part 2 of Piping Hot. Octave asked no further questions. Just then Lisa returned, bringing a card, and the architect, begging to be excused, hastened to the drawing-room, telling the young man as he disappeared to talk to his wife and have patience. Octave had caught sight, on the door being quickly opened and closed, of the black mass of a cassock in the center of a large white and gold apartment. At the same moment, Madame Campardon entered from the anteroom. He scarcely knew her again. In other days, when a youngster, he'd known her at Plassans, at her father's, Monsieur Domergue, government clerk of the works. She was thin and ugly, as puny-looking as a young girl suffering from the crisis of her puberty. And now he beheld her plump, with the clear and placid complexion of a nun, soft eyes, dimples, and a general appearance of an overfed she-cat. If she'd not been able to grow pretty, she'd ripened towards 30, gaining a sweet savor and a nice fresh odor of autumn fruit. He remarked, however, that she walked with difficulty, her whole body wrapped in a mignonette-colored silk dressing-gown, moving, which gave her a languid air. "But you are a man now," said she gaily, holding out her hands. "How you have grown since our last journey to the country!" And she gazed at him, tall, dark, handsome, with his well-kept moustache and beard. When he told her his age, 22, she scarcely believed it. He looked 25 at least. He whom the presence of a woman, even though she were the lowest of servants, filled with rapture, laughed melodiously, enveloping her with his eyes of the color of old gold and of the softness of velvet. "Ah, yes," repeated he gently, I have grown. Do you recollect when your cousin Gasparine used to buy me marbles?" Then he gave her news of her parents. Monsieur and Madame Domergue were living happily in the house to which they had retired. They merely complained of being very lonely, bearing Campardon a grudge for having taken their little Rose from them during a stay he had made at Plassans on business. Then the young man tried to bring the conversation round to cousin Gasparine, having a precocious youngster's old curiosity to satisfy in the matter of a hitherto unexplained adventure. The architect's mad passion for Gasparine, a tall, lovely girl, but poor, and his sudden marriage with skinny Rose, who had a dowry of 30,000 francs, and quite a tearful scene, and a quarrel, and the flight of the abandoned one to Paris, to an aunt who was a dressmaker. But Madame Campardon, whose placid complexion preserved a rosy paleness, did not appear to understand. He was unable to draw a single particular from her. "And your parents?" inquired she in her turn. "How are Monsieur and Madame Mouret?" "Very well, thank you," replied he. "My mother scarcely leaves her garden. You would find the house in the Rue de la Banne, just as you left it." Madame Campardon, who seemed unable to remain standing for long without feeling tired, had seated herself on a high drawing-chair, her legs stretched out in her dressing-gown, and he, taking a low chair beside her, raised his head when speaking with his air of habitual adoration. With his large shoulders, he was like a woman. He had a woman's feeling which at once admitted him to their hearts. So that, at the end of 10 minutes, they were both talking like two lady friends of long standing. "Now I am your boarder," said he, passing a handsome hand with neatly trimmed nails over his beard. "We shall get on well together, you will see. How charming it was of you to remember the Plassans youngster, and to busy yourself about everything at the first word." But she protested. "No, do not thank me. I am a great deal too lazy. I never move. It was Achille who arranged everything. And besides, was it not sufficient that my mother mentioned to us your desire to board in some family, for us to think at once of opening our doors to you? You will not be with strangers, and will be company for us." Then he told her of his own affairs. After having obtained a bachelor's diploma to please his family, he had just passed 3 years at Marseille in a big calico print warehouse, which had a factory in the neighborhood of Plassans. He had a passion for trade, the trade in women's luxuries, into which enters a seduction, a slow possession by gilded words and adulatory glances. And he related, laughing victoriously, how he had made the 5,000 francs, without which he would never have ventured on coming to Paris, for he had the prudence of a Jew beneath the exterior of an amiable, giddy-headed fellow. "Just fancy, they had a pompadour calico, an old design, something marvelous. No one would bite at it. It had been stowed away in the cellars for 2 years past. Then, as I was about to travel through the departments of the Var and the Basse-Alpes, it occurred to me to purchase the whole of the stock and to sell it on my own account. Oh, such a success, an amazing success! The women quarreled for the remnants, and today there is not one there who is not wearing some of my calico. I must say that I talked them over so nicely. They were all with me. I might have done as I pleased with them." And he laughed, whilst Madame Campardon, charmed and troubled by thought of that pompadour calico, questioned him. "Little bouquets on an unbleached ground, was it not?" She'd been trying to obtain the same thing everywhere for a summer dressing-gown. "I have travelled for 2 years, which is enough," resumed he. "Besides, there is Paris to conquer. I must immediately look out for something." "What!" exclaimed she, "has not Achille told you? But he has a berth for you, and close by, too." He uttered his thanks, as surprised as though he were in fairyland, asking by way of a joke whether he would not find a wife and 100,000 francs a year in his room that evening, when a young girl of 14, tall and ugly, with fair, insipid-looking hair, pushed open the door and gave a slight cry of fright. "Come in, and don't be afraid," said Madame Camperdown. "It is Monsieur Octave Mouret, whom you have heard us speak of." Then, turning towards the latter, she added, "My daughter, Angèle, we did not bring her with us at our last journey. She was so delicate, but she's getting stouter now." Angèle, with the awkwardness of girls in the ungrateful age, went and placed herself behind her mother and cast glances at the smiling young man. Almost immediately Camperdown reappeared, looking excited, and he could not contain himself, but told his wife in a few words of his good fortune. The Abbé Maudoui, vicar of Saint Roch, had called about some work, merely some repairs, but which might lead to many other things. Then, annoyed at having spoken before Octave, and still quivering, he wrapped one hand in the other, saying, "Well, what are we going to do?" "Why, you were going out," said Octave. "Do not let me disturb you." "A kill," murmured Madame Camperdown. "That berth at the Hédouin." "Why, of course! I was forgetting," exclaimed the architect. "My dear fellow, a place of first clerk at a large linen draper's. I know someone there who has said a word for you. You are expected. It is not yet 4 o'clock. Shall I introduce you now?" Octave hesitated, anxious about the bow of his necktie, flurried by his mania for being neatly dressed. However, he decided to go, when Madame Camperdown assured him that he looked very well. With a languid movement she offered her forehead to her husband, who kissed her with a great show of tenderness, repeating, "Good-bye, my darling. Good-bye, my pet." "Do not forget that we dine at 7, said she, accompanying them across the drawing-room, where they'd left their hats. Angèle followed them without the slightest grace. But her music-master was waiting for her, and she at once commenced to strum on the instrument with her bony fingers. Octave, who was lingering in the ante-room, repeating his thanks, was unable to make himself heard, and as he went downstairs the sound of the piano seemed to follow him. In the midst of the warm silence other pianos, from Madame Jouzeur's, the Vabres, and Duverrier's, were answering, playing on each floor other airs, which issued distant and religiously from the calm solemnity of the doors. On reaching the street, Camperdown turned into the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin. He remained silent, with the absorbed air of a man seeking for an opportunity to broach a subject. "Do you remember Mademoiselle Gasparine?" asked he at length. "She is first lady assistant at the Hédouin. You will see her." Octave thought this a good time for satisfying his curiosity. "Ah," said he, "does she live with you?" "No, no," exclaimed the architect hastily, as though feeling hurt at the bare idea. Then, as the young man appeared surprised at his vehemence, he gently continued, speaking in an embarrassed way. "No, she and my wife no longer see each other. You know, in families. Well, I met her, and I could not refuse to shake hands, could I? More especially as she is not very well off, poor girl, so that now they have news of each other through me. In these old quarrels one must leave the task of healing the wounds to time." Octave was about to question him plainly on the subject of his marriage, when the architect suddenly put an end to the conversation by saying, "Here we are." It was a large linen draper's, opening onto the narrow triangle of the Place Gaillon, at the corner of the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin and the Rue de la Michaudière. Across two windows immediately above the shop was a signboard, with the words, "The Ladies' Paradise, founded in 1822, in faded gilt letters, whilst on the shop windows was inscribed in red the name of the firm, Deleuze, Hédouin et Compagnie. "It has not the modern style, but it is honest and solid," rapidly exclaimed Camperdown. "Monsieur Hédouin, formerly a clerk, married the daughter of the elder Deleuze, who died a couple of years ago, so that the business is now managed by the young couple. The old Deleuze and another partner, I think, both keep out of it. You will see Madame Hédouin. Oh, a woman with brains! Let us go in." It so happened that Monsieur Hédouin was at Lille buying some linen. Therefore Madame Hédouin received them. She was standing up, a penholder behind her ear, giving orders to two shopmen who were putting away some pieces of stuff on the shelves, and she appeared to him so tall, so admirably lovely, with her regular features and her tidy hair, so gravely smiling in her black dress, with a turned-down collar and a man's tie, that Octave, not usually timid, could only stammer out a few observations. Everything was settled without any waste of words. "Well," said she, in her quiet way, and with her tradeswoman's accustomed gracefulness, "you may as well look over the place, as you are not engaged." She called one of her clerks and put Octave under his guidance. Then, after having politely replied to a question of Campardon's that Mademoiselle Gasparine was out on an errand, she turned her back and resumed her work, continuing to give her orders in her gentle and concise voice. "Not there, Alexandre. Put the silks up at the top. Be careful, those are not the same make." Campardon, after hesitating, at length said to Octave that he would call again for him to take him back to dinner. Then, during 2 hours, the young man went over the warehouse. He found it badly lighted, small, encumbered with stock, which, overflowing from the basement, became heaped up in the corners, leaving only narrow passages between high walls of bales. On several different occasions he ran against Madame Hédouin, busy and scuttling along the narrowest passages without ever catching her dress in anything. She seemed the very life and soul of the establishment, all the assistants belonging to which obeyed the slightest sign of her white hands. Octave felt hurt that she did not take more notice of him. Towards 6:45, as he was coming up a last time from the basement, he was told that Campardon was on the first floor with Mademoiselle Gasparine. Up there was the hosiery department, which that young lady looked after. But at the top of the winding staircase, the young man stopped abruptly behind a pyramid of pieces of calico systematically arranged, on hearing the architect talking most familiarly to Gasparine. "I swear to you it is not so," cried he, forgetting himself so far as to raise his voice. A slight pause ensued. "How is she now?" at length inquired the young woman. "Well, always the same. It comes and goes. She feels it is all over now. She will never get right again." Gasparine resumed in compassionate tones. "My poor friend, it is you who are to be pitied. However, as you've been able to manage in another way, tell her how sorry I am to hear that she's still unwell." Campardon, without letting her finish, seized hold of her by the shoulders and kissed her roughly on the lips, in the gas-heated air already becoming heavy beneath the low ceiling. She returned his kiss, murmuring, "Tomorrow morning, if you can, at 6 o'clock, I will remain in bed. Knock 3 times." Octave, bewildered and beginning to understand, coughed and showed himself. Another surprise awaited him. Cousin Gasparine had become dried up, thin and angular, with her jaw projecting and her hair coarse, and all she had preserved of her former self were her large, superb eyes, in a face that had now become cadaverous. With her jealous forehead, her ardent and obstinate mouth, she troubled him as much as Rose had charmed him by her tardy expansion of an indolent blonde. Gasparine was polite without effusiveness. She remembered Plassans. She talked to the young man of the old times. When they went off, Campardon and he, she shook their hands. Downstairs, Madame Hédouin simply said to Octave, "Tomorrow, then, sir." Out in the street, the young man, deafened by the cabs, jostled by the passers-by, could not help remarking that this lady was very beautiful, but that she did not seem particularly amiable. On the black and muddy pavement, the bright windows of freshly painted shops flaring with gas, cast broad rays of vivid light, whilst the old shops, with their sombre displays, lit up in the interior only by smoking lamps, which burnt like distant stars, saddened the streets with masses of shadow. In the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin, just before turning into the Rue du Choiseul, the architect bowed on passing before one of these establishments. A young woman, slim and elegant, dressed in a silk mantlet, was standing in the doorway, drawing a little boy of 3 towards her so that he might not get run over. She was talking to an old bareheaded lady, the shopkeeper no doubt, whom she addressed in a familiar manner. Octave could not distinguish her features in that dim light, beneath the dancing reflections of the neighboring gas jets. She seemed to him to be pretty. He only saw 2 bright eyes, which were fixed a moment upon him like 2 flames. Behind her yawned the shop, damp like a cellar, and emitting an odor of saltpetre. "This is Madame Vabre, the wife of Monsieur Théophile Vabre, the landlord's younger son. You know, the people who live on the 1st floor," resumed Campardon, when he'd gone a few steps. "Oh, a most charming lady. She was born in that shop, one of the best-paying haberdashers of the neighborhood, which her parents, Monsieur and Madame Louette, still manage for the sake of having something to occupy them. They've made some money there, I will warrant." But Octave did not understand trade of that sort, in those holes of old Paris, where at one time a piece of stuff was sufficient sign. He swore that nothing in the world would ever make him consent to live in such a den. One surely caught some rare aches and pains there. Whilst talking, they'd reached the top of the stairs. They were being waited for. Madame Campardon had put on a grey silk dress, had arranged her hair coquettishly, and looked very neat and prim. Campardon kissed her on the neck with the emotion of a good husband. "Good evening, my darling. Good evening, my pet." And they passed into the dining room. The dinner was delightful. Madame Campardon had first talked of the Deleuze and the Hédouin, families respected throughout the neighborhood, and whose members were well known. A cousin who was a stationer in the Rue Gaillon, an uncle who had an umbrella shop in the Passage Choiseul, and nephews and nieces in businesses all round about. Then the conversation turned, and they talked of Angèle, who was sitting stiffly on her chair and eating with inert gestures. Her mother was bringing her up at home. It was preferable, and not wishing to say more, she blinked her eyes, to convey that young girls learnt very naughty things at boarding schools. The child had slyly balanced her plate on her knife. Lisa, who was clearing the cloth, missed breaking it and exclaimed, "It was your fault, mademoiselle." A mad laugh, violently restrained, passed over Angèle's face. Madame Campardon contented herself with shaking her head, and when Lisa had left the room to fetch the dessert, she sang her praises. Very intelligent, very active, a regular Paris girl, always knowing which way to turn. They might very well do without Victoire, the cook, who was no longer very clean on account of her great age, but she'd seen her master born at his father's. She was a family ruin which they respected. Then, as the maid returned with some baked apples, "Conduct irreproachable," continued Madame Campardon in Octave's ear. "I have discovered nothing against her as yet. 1 holiday a month to go and embrace her old aunt, who lives some distance off." Octave observed Lisa. Seeing her nervous, flat-chested, blear-eyed, the thought came to him that she must go in for a precious fling when at her old aunt's. However, he greatly approved when the mother said, as she continued to give him her views on education, "A young girl is such a heavy responsibility, it is necessary to keep her clear even of the breaths of the street." And during this, Angèle, each time Lisa leant over near her chair to remove a plate, pinched her in a friendly way, whilst they both maintained their composite, without ever moving an eyelid. "One should be virtuous for one's own sake," said the architect learnedly, as though by way of conclusion to thoughts he had not expressed. "I do not care a button for public opinion. I am an artist." After dinner they remained in the drawing-room until midnight. It was a little jollification to celebrate Octave's arrival. Madame Campardon appeared to be very tired. Little by little she abandoned herself, leaning back on the sofa. "Are you suffering, my darling?" asked her husband. "No," replied she in a low voice. "It's always the same thing." She looked at him and then gently asked, "Did you see her at the Hédouin?" "Yes, she asked after you." Tears came to Rose's eyes. "She is in good health, she is." "Come, come," said the architect, showering little kisses on her hair, forgetting they were not alone. "You will make yourself worse again. You know very well that I love you all the same, my poor pet." Octave, who had discreetly retired to the window under the pretense of looking into the street, returned to study Madame Camperdown's countenance, his curiosity again awakened, and wondering if she knew. But she had resumed her amiable and doleful expression, and was curled up in the depths of the sofa, like a woman who has to find her pleasure in herself, and who is forcibly resigned to receiving the caresses that fall to her share. At length Octave wished them good night. With his candlestick in his hand, he was still on the landing when he heard the sound of silk dresses rustling over the stairs. He politely stood on one side. It was evidently the ladies of the 4th floor, Madame Josserand and her 2 daughters, returning from some party. As they passed, the mother, a superb and corpulent woman, stared in his face, whilst the elder of the young ladies kept at a distance with a sour air, and the younger giddily looked at him and laughed, in the full light of the candle. She was charming, this one, with her irregular but agreeable features, her clear complexion, and her auburn hair gilded with light reflections, and she had a bold grace, the free gait of a young bride returning from a ball in a complicated costume of ribbons and lace, like unmarried girls do not wear. The trains disappeared along the balustrade. A door closed. Octave lingered a moment, greatly amused by the gaiety of her eyes. He slowly ascended in his turn. A single gas jet was burning. The staircase was slumbering in a heavy warmth. It seemed to him more wrapped up in itself than ever, with its chased doors, its doors of rich mahogany, closing the entrances to virtuous alcoves. Not a sigh passed along. It was the silence of well-mannered people who hold their breath. Presently a slight noise was heard. Octave leant over and beheld Monsieur Gourde, in his cap and slippers, turning out the last gas-jet. Then all subsided. The house became enveloped by the solemnity of darkness, as though annihilated in the distinction and decency of its slumbers. Octave, nevertheless, had great difficulty in getting to sleep. He kept feverishly turning over, his brain occupied with the new faces he had seen. Why the devil were the Camperdons so amiable? Were they dreaming of marrying their daughter to him later on? Perhaps, too, the husband took him to board with them so that he might amuse and enliven the wife. And that poor lady, what peculiar complaint could she be suffering from? Then his ideas got more mixed. He saw shadows pass. Little Madame Pichon, his neighbor with her clear, empty glances. Beautiful Madame Hédouin, correct and grave in her black dress. And Madame Vabre's ardent eyes, and Mademoiselle Josserand's gay laugh. How they swarmed in a few hours in the streets of Paris. It had always been his dream, ladies who would take him by the hand and help him in his affairs. But these kept returning and mingling with fatiguing obstinacy. He knew not which to choose. He tried to keep his voice soft, his gestures cajoling. And suddenly, worn out, exasperated, he yielded to his brutal inner nature, to the ferocious disdain in which he held woman beneath his air of amorous adoration. "Are they going to let me sleep at all?" said he out loud, turning violently onto his back. "The first who likes, it is the same to me, and altogether if it pleases them. To sleep now, it will be daylight tomorrow." This ends Chapter 1, Part 2 of Piping Hot. Chapter 2, Part 1 of Piping Hot, Pope Bouille, by Émile Zola, translated by Henry Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 2, Part 1 of Piping Hot. When Madame Josserand, preceded by her young ladies, left the evening party given by Madame d'Ambreville, who resided on a fourth floor in the Rue de Rivoli, at the corner of the Rue de l'Oratoire, she roughly slammed the street door, in the sudden outburst of a passion she'd been keeping under for the past 2 hours. Bertha, her younger daughter, had again just gone and missed a husband. "Well, what are you doing there?" said she angrily to the young girls, who were standing under the arcade and watching the cabs pass by. "Walk on. Don't have any idea we're going to ride. To waste another 2 francs, eh?" And as Hortense, the elder, murmured, "It'll be pleasant with this mud. My shoes will never recover it." "Walk on," resumed the mother, all beside herself. "When you have no more shoes, you can stop in bed, that's all. A deal of good it is, taking you out." Bertha and Hortense bowed their heads and turned into the Rue de l'Oratoire. They held their long skirts up as high as they could over their crinolines, squeezing their shoulders together and shivering under their thin opera cloaks. Madame Josserand followed behind, wrapped in an old fur cloak made of calabar skins, looking as shabby as cats. All 3, without bonnets, had their hair enveloped in lace wraps, headdresses which caused the last passers-by to look back, surprised at seeing them glide along the houses, one by one, with bent backs and their eyes fixed on the puddles. And the mother's exasperation increased still more at the recollection of many similar returns home, for 3 winters past, hampered by their gay dresses, amidst the black mud of the streets and the jeers of belated blackguards. No, decidedly, she had had enough of dragging her young ladies about to the 4 corners of Paris without daring to venture on the luxury of a cab, for fear of having to omit a dish from the morrow's dinner. "And she makes marriages," said she out loud, returning to Madame d'Ambreville, and talking alone to ease herself, without even addressing her daughters, who had turned down the Rue Saint-Honoré. "They are pretty, her marriages. A lot of impertinent minxes who come from no one knows where. Ah, if one was not obliged. It's like her last success, the bride whom she brought out, to show us that it did not always fail. A fine specimen. A wretched child who had to be sent back to her convent for 6 months after a little mistake, to be re-whitewashed." The young girls were crossing the Place du Palais Royal when a shower came on. It was a regular rout. They stopped, slipping, splashing, looking again at the vehicles passing empty along. "Walk on," cried the mother pitilessly. "We are too near now. It's not worth 2 francs. And your brother, Léon, who refused to leave with us for fear of having to pay for the cab. So much the better for him if he gets what he wants at that lady's, but we can say that it is not at all decent. A woman who is over 50 and who only receives young men. An old nothing much whom a high personage married to that fool d'Ambreville, appointing him head clerk." Hortense and Bertha trotted along in the rain, one before the other, without seeming to hear. When their mother thus eased herself, letting everything out and forgetting the wholesome strictness with which she kept them, it was agreed that they should be deaf. Bertha, however, revolted on entering the gloomy and deserted Rue de l'Echelle. "Oh dear," said she, "the heel of my shoe is coming off. I cannot go a step further." Madame Josserand's wrath became terrible. "Just walk on. Do I complain? Is it my place to be out in the street at such a time and in such weather? It would be different if you had a father like others. But no, the fine gentleman stays at home, taking his ease. It's always my turn to drag you about. He would never accept the burden. Well, I declare to you that I've had enough of it. Your father may take you out in future if he likes. May the devil have me if I ever again accompany you to houses where I am plagued like that. a man who deceived me as to his capacities, and who has never yet procured me the least pleasure. Ah, good heavens, there is one I would not marry now if it were to come over again." The young ladies no longer protested. They were already acquainted with this inexhaustible chapter of their mother's blighted hopes. With their lace wraps drawn over their faces, their shoes sopping wet, they rapidly followed the Rue Sainte-Anne. But in the Rue de Choiseul, at the very door of their house, a last humiliation awaited Madame Josserand. For Duverrier's carriage splashed her as it passed in. On the stairs, the mother and the young ladies, worn out and enraged, recovered their gracefulness when they had to pass before Octave. Only, as soon as even their door was closed behind them, they rushed through the dark apartment, knocking up against the furniture, and tumbled into the dining room, where Monsieur Josserand was writing by the feeble light of a little lamp. "Failed!" cried Madame Josserand, letting herself fall onto a chair. And with a rough gesture, she tore the lace wrap from her head, threw her fur cloak onto the back of her chair, and appeared in a flaring dress trimmed with black satin and cut very low in the neck, looking enormous, her shoulders still beautiful and resembling a mare's shining flanks. Her square face, with its drooping cheeks and too big nose, expressed the tragic fury of a queen restraining herself from descending to the use of coarse, vulgar expressions. "Ah," said Monsieur Josserand simply, bewildered by this violent entrance. He kept blinking his eyes and was seized with uneasiness. His wife positively crushed him when she displayed that giant throat, the full weight of which he seemed to feel on the nape of his neck. Dressed in an old threadbare frock coat which he was finishing to wear out at home, his face looking as though tempered and expunged by 35 years spent at an office desk, he watched her for a moment with his big, lifeless blue eyes. Then, after thrusting his grey locks behind his ears, feeling very embarrassed and unable to find a word to say, he attempted to resume his work. "But you do not seem to understand," resumed Madame Josserand in a shrill voice. "I tell you that there's another marriage knocked on the head, and it is the fourth." Yes, I know, the fourth," murmured he. "It is annoying, very annoying." And to escape from his wife's terrifying nudity, he turned towards his daughters with a good-natured smile. They also were removing their lace wraps and their opera cloaks. The elder one was in blue and the younger in pink. Their dresses, too, free and cut and over-trimmed, were like a provocation. Hortense, with her sallow complexion, and her face spoilt by a nose like her mother's, which gave her an air of disdainful obstinacy, had just turned 23 and looked 28, whilst Berthe, 2 years younger, retained all a child's gracefulness, having, however, the same features, but more delicate and dazzlingly white, and only menaced with the coarse family mask after she entered the 50s. "It will do no good if you go on looking at us forever," cried Madame Josserand. "And for God's sake, put your writing away. It worries my nerves." "But, my dear," said he peacefully, "I am addressing rappers." "Ah, yes, your rappers at 3 francs 1,000. Is it with those 3 francs that you hope to marry your daughters?" Beneath the feeble light of a little lamp, the table was indeed covered with large sheets of coarse paper, printed wrappers, the blanks of which Monsieur Josserand filled in for a large publisher who had several periodicals. As his salary as cashier did not suffice, he passed whole nights at this unprofitable labor, working in secret and seized with shame at the idea that any one might discover their penury. 3 francs are 3 francs, replied he in his slow, tired voice. Those 3 francs will enable you to add ribbons to your dresses, and to offer some pastry to your guests on your Tuesdays at home. He regretted his words as soon as he had uttered them, for he felt that they struck Madame Josserand full in the heart, in the most sensitive part of her wounded pride. A rush of blood purpled her shoulders. She seemed on the point of breaking out into revengeful utterances. Then, by an effort of dignity, she merely stammered, "Ah, good heavens! Ah, good heavens!" and she looked at her daughters. She magisterially crushed her husband beneath a shrug of her terrible shoulders, as much as to say, "Eh? You hear him? What an idiot!" The daughters nodded their heads. Then, seeing himself beaten, and laying down his pen with regret, the father opened the Temps newspaper, which he brought home every evening from his office. "Is Saturnin asleep?" sharply inquired Madame Josserand, speaking of her younger son. "Yes, long ago," replied he. "I also sent Adèle to bed. And Léon, did you see him at the d'Amberville?" "Of course, he sleeps there," she let out in a cry of rancor, which she was unable to restrain. The father, surprised, naively added, "Ah, you think so?" Hortense and Berthe had become deaf again. They faintly smiled, however, affecting to be busy with their shoes, which were in a pitiful state. To create a diversion, Madame Josserand tried to pick another quarrel with Monsieur Josserand. She begged him to take his newspaper away every morning, not to leave it lying about in the room all day, as he'd done with the previous number, for instance, a number containing the report of an abominable trial, which his daughters might have read. She well recognized there his want of morality. "Well, we are going to bed," asked Hortense. "I'm hungry." "Oh, and I too," said Berthe. "I'm famishing." "What? You're hungry?" cried Madame Josserand, beside herself. "Did you not eat any cake there, then? What a couple of geese! You should have eaten some. I did." The young ladies resisted. They were hungry. They were feeling quite ill. So the mother accompanied them to the kitchen to see if they could discover anything. The father at once returned stealthily to his wrappers. He well knew that, without them, every little luxury in the home would have disappeared, and that was why, in spite of the scorn and unjust quarrels, he obstinately remained till daybreak engaged in this secret work, happy like the worthy man he was whenever he fancied that an extra piece of lace would hook a rich husband. As they were already stinting the food, without managing to save sufficient for the dresses and the Tuesday receptions, he resigned himself to his martyr-like labor, dressed in rags, whilst the mother and daughters wandered from drawing-room to drawing-room with flowers in their hair. "What a stench there is here!" cried Madame Josserand on entering the kitchen. "To think that I can never get that slut Adèle to leave the window slightly open. She pretends that the room is so very cold in the morning." She went and opened the window, and from a narrow courtyard separating the kitchens there arose an icy dampness, the unsavory odor of a musty cellar. The candle which Berthe had lighted caused colossal shadows of naked shoulders to dance upon the wall. "And what a state the place is in!" continued Madame Josserand, sniffing about and poking her nose into all the dirty corners. "She's not scrubbed her table for a fortnight. Here are plates which have been waiting to be washed since the day before yesterday. On my word, it is disgusting. And her sink, just look. Smell it now. Smell her sink." Her rage was lashing itself. She tumbled the crockery about with her arms white with rice powder and bedecked with gold bangles. She trailed her flaring dress amidst the grease stains, catching it in cooking utensils thrown under the tables, risking her hardly earned luxury amongst the vegetable parings. At last, the discovery of a notched knife made her anger break all bounds. "I will turn her into the street tomorrow morning." "You will be no better off," quietly remarked Hortense. "We are never able to keep anyone. This is the first who has stayed 3 months. The moment they begin to get a little decent and know how to make melted butter, off they go." Madame Josserand bit her lips. As a matter of fact, Adèle alone, stupid and lousy, and only lately arrived from her native Brittany, could put up with the ridiculously vain penury of these middle-class people, who took advantage of her ignorance and her slovenliness to half-starve her. 20 times already, on account of a comb found on the bread, or of some abominable stew which gave them all the colic, they had talked of sending her about her business. Then they had resigned themselves to putting up with her, in the presence of the difficulty of replacing her, for the pilferers themselves declined to be engaged to enter that hole where even the lumps of sugar were counted. "I can't discover anything," murmured Bertha, who was rummaging a cupboard. The shelves had the melancholy emptiness and the false luxury of families where inferior meat is purchased, so as to be able to put flowers on the table. All that was lying about were some white and gold porcelain plates, perfectly empty, a crumb brush, the silver-plated handle of which was all tarnished, and some cruets without a drain of oil or vinegar in them. There was not a forgotten crust, not a morsel of dessert, not a fruit, nor a sweet, nor a remnant of cheese. One could feel that Adèle's hunger, never satisfied, lapped up the rare driblets of sauce which her betters left at the bottoms of the dishes, to the extent of rubbing the gilt off. "But she's gone and eaten all the rabbit!" cried Madame Josserand. "True," said Hortense. "There was the tail-piece. Ah, no, here it is. It would have surprised me if she dared. I shall stick to it, you know. It's cold, but it's better than nothing." Bertha, on her side, was rummaging about, but without results. At length her hand encountered a bottle, in which her mother had diluted the contents of an old pot of jam, so as to manufacture some red currant syrup for her evening parties. She poured herself out half a glass, saying, "Ah, an idea! I will soak some bread in this, as it's all there is." But Madame Josserand, all anxiety, looked at her sternly. "Pray don't restrain yourself. Fill your glass whilst you are about it. It'll be quite sufficient if I offer water to the ladies and gentlemen tomorrow. Will it not?" Fortunately, the discovery of another of Adèle's evil doings interrupted her reprimand. She was still turning about, searching for crimes, when she caught sight of a volume on the table, and then occurred a supreme explosion. "Oh, the beast! She has again brought my Lamartine into the kitchen!" It was a copy of Josceline. She took it up and rubbed it hard, as though dusting it, and she kept repeating that she had 20 times forbidden her to leave it lying about in that way to write her accounts upon. Bertha and Hortense, meanwhile, had shared the little piece of bread which remained. Then, carrying their suppers away with them, they said that they would undress first. The mother gave the icy cold stove a last glance, and returned to the dining room, tightly holding her Lamartine beneath the massive flesh of her arm. Monsieur Josserand continued writing. He trusted that his wife would be satisfied with crushing him with a glance of contempt as she crossed the room to go to bed. But she again dropped onto a chair, facing him, and looked at him fixedly without speaking. He felt this look, and was seized with such uneasiness that his pen kept sputtering on the flimsy wrapper paper. "So it was you who prevented Adèle making a cream for tomorrow evening?" said she at length. He raised his head in amazement. "I, my dear?" "Oh, you will again deny it, as you always do. Then why has she not made the cream I ordered? You know very well that before our party tomorrow, Uncle Bachelard is coming to dinner. It is his saint's day, which is very awkward, happening as it does on my reception day. If there is no cream, we must have an ice, and that will be another 5 francs squandered." He did not attempt to exculpate himself. Not daring to resume his work, he began to play with his pen-holder. There was a brief pause. "Tomorrow morning," resumed Madame Josserand, "you will oblige me by calling on the Campardons and reminding them very politely, if you can, that we are expecting to see them in the evening. The young man arrived this afternoon. Ask them to bring him with them. Do you understand? I wish him to come." "What young man?" "A young man. It would take too long to explain everything to you. I have obtained all necessary information about him. I am obliged to try everything, as you leave your daughters entirely to me, like a bundle of rubbish, without occupying yourself about marrying them any more than about marrying the Grand Turk." The thought revived her anger. You see, I contain myself, but it is more. Oh, it is more than I can stand. Say nothing, sir, say nothing, or really my anger will get the better of me. He said nothing, but she vented her wrath upon him all the same. It has become unbearable. I warn you that one of these mornings I shall go off and leave you here with your two idiotic daughters. Was I born to live such a skinflint life as this? Always cutting farthings into four, never even having a decent pair of boots, and not being able to receive my friends decently. And all that through your fault. Ah, do not shake your head. Do not exasperate me more than I am already. Yes, your fault. You deceived me, sir. Basely deceived me. One should not marry a woman when one has decided to let her want for everything. You played the boaster. You pretended you had a fine future before you. You were the friend of your employer's sons, of those brothers Bernheim, who since have merely made a fool of you. What? You dare to pretend that they have not made a fool of you? But you ought to be their partner by now. It is you who made their business what it is, one of the first glassed houses in Paris, and you have remained their cashier, a subordinate, a hireling. Really, you have no spirit. Hold your tongue. I get 8,000 francs a year, murmured the cashier. It is a very good berth. A good berth? After more than 30 years' labor, resumed Madame Josserand, they grind you down, and you are delighted. Do you know what I would have done had I been in your place? Well, I would have put the business into my pocket 20 times over. It was so easy. I saw it when I married you, and since then I have never ceased advising you to do so. But it required some initiative and intelligence. It was a question of not going to sleep on your leather-covered stool like a blockhead. Come, interrupted Monsieur Josserand. Are you going to reproach me now with being honest? She jumped up and advanced towards him, flourishing her Lamartine. Honest? In what way do you mean? Begin by being honest towards me. Others do not count till afterwards, I hope. And I repeat, sir, it is not honest to take a young girl in, pretending to be ambitious to become rich some day, and then to end by losing what little wits you had and looking after somebody else's cash-box. On my word, I was nicely swindled. Ah, if it were to happen over again, and if I had only known your family. This ends Chapter 2, Part 1 of Piping Hot. Chapter 2, Part 2 of Piping Hot, Bouille, by Émile Zola, translated by Henry Bizzelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 2, Part 2 of Piping Hot. She was walking violently about. He could not restrain a slight sign of impatience, in spite of his great desire for peace. "You would do better to go to bed, Eleonore," said he. "It is past 1 o'clock, and I assure you this work is pressing. My family has done you no harm, so do not speak of it." "Ah, and why, pray? Your family is no more sacred than another, I suppose. Every one at Clermont knows that your father, after selling his business of solicitor, let himself be ruined by a servant. You might have seen your daughters married long ago, had he not taken up with a strumpet when over 70. There is another who swindled me." Monsieur Josserand turned pale. He replied in a trembling voice, which rose higher as he went on. "Listen, do not let us throw our relations at each other's heads. Your father never paid me your dowry, the 30,000 francs he promised." "Eh, what? 30,000 francs?" "Exactly. Don't pretend to be surprised. And if my father met with misfortunes, yours behaved in a most disgraceful way towards us. I was never able to find out clearly what he left. There were all sorts of underhand dealings, so that the school in the Rue des Fossés Saint-Victor should remain with your sister's husband, that shabby usher who no longer recognizes us now. We were robbed as though in a wood." Madame Josserand, now ghastly white, was choking with rage before her husband's inconceivable revolt. "Do not say a word against Papa. For 40 years he was a credit to instruction. Go and talk of the Bachelor Academy in the neighborhood of the Panthéon. And as for my sister and my brother-in-law, they are what they are. They have robbed me, I know, but it is not for you to say so. I will not permit it, understand that. Do I speak to you of your sister who eloped with an officer? Oh, you have indeed some nice relations." "An officer who married her, madame. There's Uncle Bachelard too, your brother, a man totally destitute of all morality." "But you are becoming cracked, sir. He is rich, he earns what he pleases as a commission merchant, and he has promised to provide Bertha's dowry. Do you then respect nothing?" "Ah, yes, provide Bertha's dowry. Will you bet that he will give a sou, and that we shall not have had to put up with his nasty habits for nothing? He makes me feel ashamed of him every time he comes here. A liar, a rake, a person who takes advantage of the situation, who for 15 years past, seeing us all on our knees before his fortune, has been taking me every Saturday to spend 2 hours in his office to go over his books. It saves him 5 francs. We have never yet been favored with a single present from him." Madame Josserand, catching her breath, was wrapped for a moment in thought. Then she uttered this last cry. "And you have a nephew in the police, sir!" A fresh pause ensued. The light from the little lamp was becoming dimmer. Wrappers were flying about beneath Monsieur Josserand's feverish gestures, and he looked his wife full in the face, his wife in her low-necked dress, determined to say everything and quivering with courage. "With 8,000 francs a year one can do many things," resumed he. "You are always complaining, but you should not have arranged your housekeeping on a footing superior to our means. It is your mania for receiving and for paying visits, of having yours at homes, of giving tea and pastry." She did not let him finish. "Now we've come to it. Shut me up in a box at once. Reproach me for not walking out as naked as my hand. And your daughters, sir, who will marry them if we never see anyone? We don't see many people as it is. It does well to sacrifice oneself, to be judged afterwards with such meanness of heart." "We have all of us, madame, sacrificed ourselves. Léon had to make way for his sisters, and he left the house to earn his own living without any assistance from us. As for Saturnin, poor child, he does not even know how to read. And I deny myself everything. I pass my nights—" "Why did you have daughters then, sir? You are surely not going to reproach them with their education, I hope. Any other man in your place would be proud of Hortense's diploma and of Bertha's talents. The dear child again delighted everyone this evening with her waltz, The Banks of the Oise, and her last painting will certainly enchant our guests tomorrow. But you, sir, you are not even a father. You would have sent your children to take cows to grass instead of sending them to school." "Well, I took out an assurance for Bertha's benefit. Was it not you, madame, who, when the 4th payment became due, made use of the money to cover the drawing-room furniture? And since then you have even negotiated the premiums that had been paid." "Of course, as you leave us to die of hunger." "Ah, you may indeed bite your fingers if your daughters become old maids." "Bite my fingers? But Jove's thunder, it is you who frighten the likely men away with your dresses and your ridiculous parties." Never before had Monsieur Josserand gone so far. Madame Josserand, suffocating, stammered forth the words, I ridiculous?" When the door opened, Hortense and Bertha were returning in their petticoats and little calico jackets, their hair let down and their feet in old slippers. "Ah, well, it's too cold in our room," said Bertha, shivering. "The food freezes in our mouth. Here, at least, there has been a fire this evening." and both, dragging their chairs along the floor, seated themselves close to the stove, which still retained a little warmth. Hortense held her rabbit bone in the tips of her fingers and was skillfully picking it. Berthe dipped pieces of bread in her glass of syrup. The parents, however, were so excited that they did not even appear to notice their arrival. They continued. "Ridiculous? Ridiculous, sir! I shall not be ridiculous again. Let my head be cut off if I wear out another pair of gloves in trying to get them husbands. It's your turn now, and try not to be more ridiculous than I have been." "I dare say, madame, now that you have exhibited them and compromised them everywhere. Whether you marry them or whether you don't, I don't care a button. And I care less, Monsieur Josserand. I care so little that I will bundle them out into the street if you aggravate me much more. And if you have a mind to, you can follow them. The door is open. Ah, heavens, what a good riddance!" The young ladies quietly listened, used to these lively recriminations. They were still eating, their little jackets dropping from their shoulders, and their bare skin gently rubbing against the lukewarm earthenware of the stove. And they looked charming in this undress, with their youth and their hearty appetites, and their eyes heavy with sleep. "You are very foolish to quarrel," at length observed Hortense, with her mouth full. "Mamma only spoils her temper, and Papa will be ill again tomorrow at his office. It seems to me that we are old enough to be able to find husbands for ourselves." This created a diversion. The father, thoroughly exhausted, made a feint of returning to his wrappers, and he sat with his nose over the paper, unable to write, his hands trembling violently. The mother, who'd been moving about the room like an escaped lioness, went and planted herself in front of Hortense. "If you are speaking for yourself," cried she, "you are a great ninny. Your Verdier will never marry you." "That is my business," boldly replied the young girl. After having contemptuously refused 5 or 6 suitors, a little clerk, the son of a tailor, and other young fellows whose prospects she did not consider good enough, she had ended by setting her cap at a barrister whom she had met at Madame Breville's, and who was already turned 40. She considered him very clever, and destined to make a name in the world. But the misfortune was that for 15 years past Verdier had been living with a mistress, who in the neighborhood even passed for his wife. She knew of this, though, and by no means let it trouble her. "My child," said the father, raising his head once more, "I begged you not to think of this marriage. You know the situation." She stopped sucking her bone, and said with an air of impatience, "What of it? Verdier has promised me he will leave her. She is a fool." "You are wrong, Hortense, to speak in that way. And if he should also leave you one day, to return to her whom you would have caused him to abandon?" "That is my business," sharply retorted the young woman. Berthe listened, fully acquainted with this matter, the contingencies of which she discussed daily with her sister. She was, besides, like her father, all in favor of the poor woman, whom it was proposed to turn out into the street, after having performed a wife's duties for 15 years. But Madame Josserand intervened. "Leave off, do! Those wretched women always end by returning to the gutter. Only it is Verdier who will never bring himself to leave her. He's fooling you, my dear. In your place, I would not wait a second for him. I would try and find someone else." Hortense's voice became sourer still, whilst 2 livid spots appeared on her cheeks. "Mamma, you know how I am. I want him, and I will have him. I will never marry anyone else, even though he kept me waiting 100 years. The mother shrugged her shoulders. "And you call others fools!" But the young girl rose up, quivering with rage. "Here, don't go pitching into me," cried she. "I have finished my rabbit. I prefer to go to bed. As you are unable to find us husbands, you must let us find them in our own way." And she withdrew, violently slamming the door behind her. Madame Josserand turned majestically towards her husband and uttered this profound remark. That, sir, is the result of your bringing up." Monsieur Jocerin did not protest. He was occupied in dotting his thumbnail with ink, whilst waiting till they allowed him to resume his writing. Berthe, who'd eaten her bread, dipped a finger in the glass to finish up her syrup. She felt comfortable, with her back nice and warm, and did not hurry herself, being undesirous of encountering her sister's quarrelsome temper in their bedroom. "Ah, and that is the reward," continued Madame Jocerin, resuming her walk to and fro across the dining-room. "For 20 years one wears oneself out for these young ladies. One goes in want of everything in order to make them accomplished women, and they will not even let one have the satisfaction of seeing them married according to one's own fancy. It would be different if they had ever been refused a single thing. But I have never kept a sou for myself, and have even gone without clothes to dress them as though we had an income of 50,000 francs. No, really, it is too absurd. When those hussies have had a careful education, have got just as much religion as is necessary, and the airs of rich girls, they leave you in the lurch. They talk of marrying barristers, adventurers, who lead lives of debauchery." She stopped before Berthe, and menacing her with her finger, said, "As for you, if you follow your sister's example, you will have me to deal with." Then she recommenced stamping round the room, speaking to herself, jumping from one idea to another, contradicting herself with the brazenness of a woman who will always be in the right. "I did what I ought to do, and were it to be done over again, I should do the same. In life, it is only the most shamefaced who lose. Money is money. When one has none, one may as well retire. Whenever I had 20 sous, I always said I had 40, for that is real wisdom. It is better to be envied than pitied. It is no use having a good education if one has not good clothes to wear, for then people despise you. It is not just, but it is so. I would sooner wear dirty petticoats than a cotton dress. Feed on potatoes, but have a chicken when you have anyone to dinner, and only fools would say the contrary." She looked fixedly at her husband, to whom the last reflections were addressed. The latter, worn out and declining another battle, had the cowardice to declare, "It's true, money is everything in our days." "You hear," resumed Madame Jocerin, returning towards her daughter. "Go straight ahead and try to give us satisfaction. How is it you let this marriage fall through?" Berthe understood that her turn had come. "I don't know, mamma," murmured she. "A second head clerk in a government office," continued the mother, "not yet 30, with a splendid future before him. Every month he would be bringing you his money. It is something substantial, that. There's nothing like it. You've been up to some tomfoolery again, just the same as with the others." "I have not, mamma, I assure you. He must have obtained some information, have heard that I had no money." But Madame Jocerin cried out at this. "And the dowry that your uncle is going to give you. Everyone knows about that dowry." "No, there's something else. He withdrew too abruptly. When dancing, you passed into the parlor." Berthe became confused. "Yes, mamma, and as we were alone, he even tried to do some naughty things. He kissed me, seizing hold of me, like that. Then I was frightened. I pushed him up against the furniture." Her mother, again overcome with rage, interrupted her. "Pushed him up against the furniture! Ah, the wretched girl pushed him up against the furniture." "But, mamma, he held me." "What of it? He held you. That was nothing. A fat lot of good it is sending such fools to school. Whatever did they teach you, eh?" A rush of color rose to the young girl's cheeks and shoulders. Tears filled her eyes, whilst she looked as confused as a violated virgin. "It was not my fault. He looked so wicked. I did not know what to do." "Did not know what to do? She did not know what to do! Have I not told you 100 times that your fears are ridiculous? It is your lot to live in society. When a man is rough, it is because he loves you, and there's always a way of keeping him in his place in a nice manner. For a kiss behind a door. In truth now, ought you to mention such a thing to us, your parents? And you push people against the furniture, and you drive away your suitors. She assumed a doctoral air as she continued. It is ended. I despair of doing anything with you. You are too stupid, my girl. One would have to coach you in everything, and that would be awkward. As you have no fortune, understand at least that you must hook the men by some other means. One should be amiable, have loving eyes, abandon one's hand occasionally, allow a little playfulness without seeming to do so. In short, one should angle for a husband. You make a great mistake if you think it improves your eyes to cry like a fool. Bertha was sobbing. You aggravate me. Leave off crying. Monsieur Jocerin, just tell your daughter not to spoil her face by crying in that way. It will be too much if she becomes ugly. My child, said the father, be reasonable. Listen to your mother's good advice. You must not spoil your good looks, my darling. And what irritates me is that she's not so bad when she likes, resumed Madame Jocerin. Come, wipe your eyes. Look at me as if I was a gentleman courting you. You smile, you drop your fan, so that the gentleman, in picking it up, slightly touches your fingers. That is not the way. You are holding your head up too stiffly. You look like a sick hen. Lean back more. Show your neck. It is too young to be hidden. Then, like this, Mamma? Yes, that's better. And never be stiff. Be supple. Men do not care for planks. And above all, if they go too far, do not play the simpleton. A man who goes too far is done for, my dear. The drawing-room clock struck 2, and in the excitement of that prolonged vigil, in her desire now become furious for an immediate marriage, the mother forgot herself in thinking out loud, making her daughter turn about like a papier-mâché doll. The latter, without spirit or will, abandoned herself, but she felt very heavy at heart. Fear and shame brought a lump to her throat. Suddenly, in the midst of a silvery laugh which her mother was forcing her to attempt, she burst into sobs, her face all upset. No, no, it pains me, stammered she. For a second, Madame Jocerin remained incensed and amazed. Ever since she left Madame Breville's, her hand had been itching. There were slaps in the air. Then she landed Bertha a clout with all her might. Take that! You are too aggravating. What a fool! On my word, the men are right. In the shock, her Lamartine, which she had kept under her arm, fell to the floor. She picked it up, wiped it, and without adding another word, she retired into the bedroom, royally drawing her ball dress around her. It was bound to end thus, murmured Monsieur Jocerin, not daring to detain his daughter, who went off also, holding her cheek and crying louder than ever. But as Bertha felt her way across the anteroom, she found her brother Saturnin up, barefooted, and listening. Saturnin was a big, ill-formed fellow of 25, with wild-looking eyes, who had remained childish after an attack of brain fever. Without being mad, he terrified the household by attacks of blind violence whenever he was thwarted. Bertha alone was able to subdue him with a look. He had nursed her when she was quite a child, through a long illness, obedient as a dog to her little invalid girl's caprices. And ever since he had saved her, he was seized with an adoration for her, into which entered every kind of love. "Has she been beating you again?" asked he in a low and ardent voice. Bertha, uneasy at finding him there, tried to send him away. "Go to bed. It's nothing to do with you." "Yes, it is. I will not have her beat you. She woke me up. She was shouting so. She'd better not try it on again, or I will strike her." Then she seized him by the wrists and spoke to him as to a disobedient animal. He submitted at once and stuttered, crying like a little boy. "It hurts you very much, does it not? Where is the sore place, that I may kiss it?" and having found her cheek in the dark, he kissed it, wetting it with his tears as he repeated, "It is well now. It is well now." Meanwhile, Monsieur Josserand, left alone, had laid down his pen. His heart was so full of grief. At the end of a few minutes, he got up gently to go and listen at the doors. Madame Josserand was snoring. No sounds of crying issued from his daughter's room. All was dark and peaceful. Then he returned, feeling slightly relieved. He saw to the lamp which was smoking, and mechanically resumed his writing. 2 big tears, unfelt by him, dropped onto the wrappers in the solemn silence of the slumbering house. This ends Chapter 2, Part 2 of Piping Hot. Chapter 3, Part 1 of Piping Hot, Bouille, by Émile Zola, translated by Henry Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 3, Part 1 of Piping Hot. So soon as the fish was served, skate of doubtful freshness with black butter, which that bungler Adèle had drowned in a flood of vinegar, Hortense and Berthe, seated on the right and left of Uncle Bachelard, incited him to drink, filling his glass one after the other, and repeating, "It's your saint's day. Drink now, drink. Here's your health, uncle." They had plotted together to make him give them 20 francs. Every year their provident mother placed them thus on either side of her brother, abandoning him to them. But it was a difficult task, and required all the greediness of 2 girls prompted by dreams of Louis XV shoes and 5-button gloves. To get him to give the 20 francs, it was necessary to make the uncle completely drunk. He was ferociously miserly whenever he found himself amongst his relations. Though out of doors he squandered in crapulous boozes the 80,000 francs he made each year out of his commission business. Fortunately, that evening he was already half fuddled when he arrived, having passed the afternoon with the wife of a dyer of the Faubourg Montmartre, who kept a stock of Marseille vermouth expressly for him. "Your health, my little ducks," replied he each time with his thick, husky voice, as he emptied his glass. Covered with jewelry, a rose in his buttonhole, enormous in build, he filled the middle of the table with his broad shoulders of a boozing and brawling tradesman who has wallowed in every vice. His false teeth lit up with too harsh a whiteness his ravaged face, the big red nose of which blazed beneath the snowy crest of his short-cropped hair. And now and again his eyelids dropped of themselves over his pale and misty eyes. Guéulin, the son of one of his wife's sisters, affirmed that his uncle had not been sober during the 10 years he had been a widower. "Narcisse, a little skate. I can recommend it," said Madame Josserand, smiling at her brother's tipsy condition, though at heart it made her feel rather disgusted. She was sitting opposite to him, having little Guéulin on her left, and another young man on her right, Hector Troublot, to whom she was desirous of showing some politeness. She usually took advantage of family gatherings like the present to get rid of certain invitations she had to return, and it was thus that a lady living in the house, Madame Jusseur, was also present, seated next to Monsieur Josserand. As the uncle behaved very badly at table, and it was the expectation of his fortune alone which enabled them to put up with him without absolute disgust, she only had intimate acquaintances to meet him, or else persons whom she thought it was no longer worth while trying to dazzle. For instance, she had at one time thought of finding a son-in-law in young Troublot, who was employed at a stockbroker's, whilst waiting till his father, a wealthy man, purchased him a share in the business. But Troublot having professed a determined objection to matrimony, she no longer stood upon ceremony with him, even placing him next to Saturnin, who had never known how to eat decently. Berthe, who always had a seat beside her brother, was commissioned to subdue him with a look whenever he put his fingers too much into the gravy. After the fish came a meat pie, and the young lady thought the moment arrived to commence their attack. "Take another glass, uncle," said Hortense. "It is your saint's day. Don't you give anything when it's your saint's day?" "Dear me, why, of course," added Berthe naively. "People always give something on their saint's day. You must give us 20 francs. On hearing them speak of money, Bachelard at once exaggerated his tipsy condition. It was his usual dodge. His eyelids dropped, and he became quite idiotic. What?" stuttered he. 20 francs. You know very well what 20 francs are. It is no use your pretending you don't," resumed Berthe. "Give us 20 francs, and we will love you. Oh, we will love you so much." They threw their arms round his neck, called him the most endearing names, and kissed his inflamed face without the least repugnance for the horrid odor of debauchery which he exhaled. Monsieur Chossarin, whom these continual fumes of absinthe, tobacco, and musk upset, had a feeling of disgust on seeing his daughter's virgin charms rubbing up against those infamies gathered in the vilest places. "Leave him alone," cried he. "Why?" asked Madame Chossarin, giving her husband a terrible look. "They are amusing themselves. If Narcisse wishes to give them 20 francs, he's quite at liberty to do so." "Monsieur Bachelard is so good to them," complacently murmured little Madame Jusseur. But the uncle struggled, becoming more idiotic than ever, and repeating with his mouth full of saliva, "It's funny. I don't know. Word of honor, I don't know." Then Hortense and Berthe, exchanging a glance, released him. No doubt he had not had enough to drink, and they again resorted to filling his glass, laughing like courtesans who intend robbing a man. Their bare arms, of an adorable youthful plumpness, kept passing every minute under the uncle's big flaming nose. Meanwhile, Troublot, like a quiet fellow who takes his pleasures alone, was watching Adèle as she turned heavily round the table. Being very short-sighted, he thought her pretty, with her pronounced Breton features and her hair the color of dirty hemp. When she brought in the roast, a piece of veal, she leant right over his shoulder to reach the center of the table, and he, pretending to pick up his napkin, gave her a good pinch on the calf of her leg. The servant, not understanding, looked at him as though he had asked her for some bread. "What is it?" said Madame Chossarin. "Did she knock against you, sir? Oh, that girl! She is so awkward. But you know, she's quite new to the work. She will be better when she's had a little training." "No doubt. There is no harm done," replied Troublot, stroking his bushy black beard with the serenity of a young Indian god. The conversation was becoming more animated in the dining-room, at first icy cold, and now gradually warming with the fumes of the dishes. Madame Jusseur was once more confiding to Monsieur Chossarin the dreariness of her 30 years of solitary existence. She raised her eyes to heaven and contented herself with this discreet allusion to the drama of her life. Her husband had left her after 10 days of married bliss, and no one knew why. She said nothing more. Now she lived by herself in a lodging that was as soft as down and always closed, and which was frequented by priests. "It is so sad, at my age," murmured she languishingly, cutting up her veal with delicate gestures. "A very unfortunate little woman," whispered Madame Chossarin in Troublot's ear, with an air of profound sympathy. But Troublot glanced indifferently at this clear-eyed debutée, so full of reserve and hidden meanings. She was not his style. Then there was a regular panic. Saturnin, whom Berthe was not watching so closely, being too busy with her uncle, had amused himself by cutting up his meat into various designs on his plate. This poor creature exasperated his mother, who was both afraid and ashamed of him. She did not know how to get rid of him, not daring through pride to make a workman of him, after having sacrificed him to his sisters by having removed him from the school where his slumbering intelligence was too long awakening. And during the years he had been hanging about the house, useless and stinted, she was in a constant state of fright whenever she had to let him appear before company. Her pride suffered cruelly. "Saturnin!" cried she. But Saturnin began to chuckle, delighted with the mess he had made in his plate. He did not respect his mother, but called her roundly a great liar and a horrid nuisance, with the perspicacity of madmen who think out loud. Things certainly seemed to be going wrong. He would have thrown his plate at her head if Berthe, reminded of her duties, had not looked him straight in the face. He tried to resist. Then the fire in his eyes died out. He remained gloomy and depressed on his chair as though in a dream until the end of the meal. "I hope, Guerlain, that you've brought your flute?" asked Madame Josserand, trying to dispel her guest's uneasiness. Guerlain was an amateur flute player, but solely in the houses where he was treated without ceremony. "My flute? Of course I have," replied he. He was absent-minded. His carroty hair and whiskers were more bristly than usual, as he watched with deep interest the young lady's maneuvers around their uncle. Employed at an assurance office, he would go straight to Bachelard on leaving off work and stick to him, visiting the same cafes and the same disreputable places. Behind the big, ill-shaped body of the one, the little pale face of the other was sure always to be seen. "Cheerily there, stick to him," said he, suddenly, like a true sportsman. The uncle was indeed losing ground. When, after the vegetables, French beans swimming in water, Adele placed the vanilla and currant ice on the table, it caused unexpected delight amongst the guests, and the young ladies took advantage of the situation to make the uncle drink half of the bottle of champagne, which Madame Saucherin had bought for 3 francs of a neighboring grocer. He was becoming quite affectionate, and forgetting his pretended idiocy. 20 francs? Why, 20 francs. Ah, you want 20 francs. But I have not got them really now. Ask Guerlain. Is it not true, Guerlain, that I forgot my purse, and that you had to pay at the café? If I had them, my little ducks, I would give them to you. You are so nice." Guerlain was laughing in his cool way, making a noise like a pulley that required greasing, and he murmured, "The old swindler." Then, suddenly, unable to restrain himself, he cried, "Search him!" So Hortense and Berthe again threw themselves on the uncle, this time without the least restraint. The desire for the 20 francs, which their good education had hitherto kept within bounds, bereft them of their senses in the end, and they forgot everything else. The one with both hands examined his waistcoat pockets, whilst the other buried her fingers inside the pockets of his frock-coat. The uncle, however, pressed back on his chair, still struggled, but he gradually burst out into a laugh broken by drunken hiccups. "On my word of honor, I haven't a sou. Leave off, do, you're tickling me." "In the trousers!" energetically exclaimed Guerlain, excited by the spectacle. And Berthe resolutely searched one of the trouser pockets. Their hands trembled. They were both becoming exceedingly rough and could have smacked the uncle. But Berthe uttered a cry of victory. From the depths of the pocket she brought forth a handful of money, which she spread out in a plate. And there, amongst a heap of coppers and pieces of silver, was a 20-franc piece. "I have it," said she, her face all red, her hair undone, as she tossed the coin in the air and caught it again. There was a general clapping of hands. Everyone thought it very funny. It created quite a hubbub, and was the success of the dinner. Madame Josserand looked at her daughters with a mother's tender smile. The uncle, who was gathering up his money, sententiously observed that, when one wanted 20 francs, one should earn them. And the young ladies, worn out and satisfied, were panting on his right and left, their lips still trembling in the enervation of their desire. A bell was heard to ring. They'd been eating slowly, and the other guests were already arriving. Monsieur Zosarin, who had decided to laugh like his wife, enjoyed singing some of Béranger's songs at table. But as this outraged his better half's poetic tastes, she compelled him to keep quiet. She got the dessert over as quickly as possible, more especially as, since the forced present of the 20 francs, the uncle had been trying to pick a quarrel, complaining that his nephew, Léon, had not deigned to put himself out to come and wish him many happy returns of the day. Léon was only coming to the evening party. At length, as they were rising from table, Adèle said that the architect from the floor below and a young man were in the drawing-room. "Ah, yes, that young man," murmured Madame Jusseur, accepting Monsieur Josserin's arm. "So you have invited him? I saw him today talking to the doorkeeper. He's very good-looking." Madame Josserin was taking Troubleau's arm, when Saturnin, who'd been left by himself at the table, and who had not been roused from slumbering with his eyes open by all the uproar about the 20 francs, kicked back his chair in a sudden outburst of fury, shouting, "I won't have it, damnation! I won't have it!" It was the very thing his mother always dreaded. She signaled to Monsieur Josserin to take Madame Jusseur away. Then she freed herself from Troubleau, who understood and disappeared. But he probably made a mistake, for he went off in the direction of the kitchen, close upon Adèle's heels. Bachelard and Guerlain, without troubling themselves about the maniac, as they called him, chuckled in a corner, whilst playfully slapping one another. "He was so peculiar. I felt there would be something this evening," murmured Madame Josserin uneasily. "Berthe, come quick!" But Berthe was showing the 20-franc piece to Hortense. Saturnin had caught up a knife. He repeated, "Damnation! I won't have it! I'll rip their stomachs open!" "Berthe!" called her mother in despair. And when the young girl hastened to the spot, she only just had time to seize him by the hand and prevent him from entering the drawing-room. She shook him angrily, whilst he tried to explain with his madman's logic. "Let me be. I must settle them. I tell you it's best. I've had enough of their dirty ways. They'll sell the whole lot of us." "Oh, this is too much," cried Berthe. "What is the matter with you? What are you talking about?" He looked at her in a bewildered way, trembling with a gloomy rage, and stuttered, "They're going to marry you again. Never, you hear? I won't have you hurt." The young girl could not help laughing. Where had he got the idea from that they were going to marry her? But he nodded his head. He knew it. He felt it. And as his mother intervened to try and calm him, he grasped his knife so tightly that she drew back. However, she trembled for fear he should be overheard, and hastily told Berthe to take him away and lock him in his room, whilst he, becoming crazier than ever, raised his voice. "I won't have you married. I won't have you hurt. If they marry you, I'll rip their stomachs open." Then Berthe put her hands on his shoulders and looked him straight in the face. "Listen," said she, "keep quiet, or I will not love you any more." He staggered. Despair softened the expression of his face. His eyes filled with tears. "You won't love me any more. You won't love me any more. Don't say that. Oh, I implore you, say that you will love me still. Say that you will love me always, and that you will never love anyone else." She had seized him by the wrist, and she led him away as gentle as a child. In the drawing-room, Madame Josserin, exaggerating her intimacy, called Campardon her dear neighbor. Why had Madame Campardon not done her the great pleasure of coming also? And on the architect replying that his wife still continued poorly, she exclaimed that they would have been delighted to have received her in her dressing-gown and her slippers. But her smile never left Octave, who was conversing with Monsieur Josserin. All her amiability was directed towards him, over Campardon's shoulder. When her husband introduced the young man to her, her cordiality was so great that the latter felt quite uncomfortable. Other guests were arriving. Stout mothers with skinny daughters, fathers and uncles scarcely roused from their office drowsiness, pushing before them flocks of marriageable young ladies. 2 lamps with pink paper shades lit up the drawing-room with a pale light, which only faintly displayed the old, worn, yellow, velvet-covered furniture, the scratched piano, and the 3 smoky Swiss views, which looked like black stains on the cold, bare, white and gold panels. And in this miserly light the guests, poor and, so to say, worn-out figures, without resignation, and whose attire was the cause of much pinching and saving, seemed to become obliterated. Madame Josserand wore her fiery costume of the day before, only with a view of throwing dust in people's eyes. She had passed the day in sewing sleeves onto the body, and in making herself a lace tippet to cover her shoulders, whilst her 2 daughters, seated beside her in their dirty cotton jackets, vigorously plied their needles, rearranging with new trimmings their only presentable dresses, which they'd been thus altering bit by bit ever since the previous winter. After each ring at the bell, the sound of whispering issued from the antechamber. They conversed in low tones in the gloomy drawing-room, where the forced laugh of some young lady jarred at times, like a false note. Behind little Madame Jusseur, Bachelard and Guerlain were nudging each other and making smutty remarks, and Madame Josserand watched them with an alarmed look, for she dreaded her brother's vulgar behavior. But Madame Jusseur might hear anything. Her lips quivered, and she smiled with angelic sweetness as she listened to the naughty stories. Uncle Bachelard had the reputation of being a dangerous man. His nephew, on the contrary, was chaste. No matter how splendid the opportunities were, Guerlain declined to have anything to do with women upon principle, not that he disdained them, but because he dreaded the morrows of bliss, always very unpleasant, he said. Berthe at length appeared and went hurriedly up to her mother. "Ah, well, I've had a deal of trouble," whispered she in her ear. "He would not go to bed, so I double-locked the door. But I am afraid he will break everything in the room." Madame Josserand violently tugged at her dress. Octave, who was close to them, had turned his head. "My daughter Berthe, Monsieur Mouret," said she in her most gracious manner, as she introduced them. "Monsieur Octave Mouret, my darling." And she looked at her daughter. The latter was well acquainted with this look, which was like an order to clear for action, and which recalled to her the lessons of the night before. She at once obeyed, with the complacence and the indifference of a girl who no longer stops to examine the person she is to marry. She prettily recited her little part, with the easy grace of a Parisian already weary of the world and acquainted with every subject, and she talked enthusiastically of the South, where she'd never been. Octave, used to the stiffness of provincial virgins, was delighted with this little woman's cackle and her sociable manner. This ends Chapter 3, Part 1 of Piping Hot. Chapter 3, Part 2 of Piping Hot, Pope Bouille, by Émile Zola, translated by Henry Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 3, Part 2 of Piping Hot. Presently, Troublot, who had not been seen since dinner was over, entered stealthily from the dining-room, and Berthe, catching sight of him, asked thoughtlessly where he had been. He remained silent, at which she felt very confused. Then, to put an end to the awkward pause which ensued, she introduced the 2 young men to each other. Her mother had not taken her eyes off her. She had assumed the attitude of a commander-in-chief and directed the campaign from the easy-chair in which she had settled herself. When she judged that the first engagement had given all the result that could have been expected from it, she recalled her daughter with a sign, and said to her in a low voice, "Wait till the vapors are here before commencing your music, and play loud." Octave, left alone with Troublot, began to engage him in conversation. "A charming person." Yes, not bad. The young lady in blue is her elder sister, is she not? She is not so good-looking. Of course not. She's thinner. Troublot, who looked without seeing with his near-sighted eyes, had the broad shoulders of a solid male, obstinate in his tastes. He'd come back from the kitchen perfectly satisfied, crunching little black things, which Octave recognized with surprise to be coffee berries. "I say," asked he abruptly, "the women are plump in the South, are they not?" Octave smiled, and at once became on an excellent footing with Troublot. They had many ideas in common which brought them closer together. They exchanged confidences on an out-of-the-way sofa. The one talked of his employer at the Ladies' Paradise, Madame Edouin, a confoundedly fine woman, but too cold. The other said that he'd been put on to the correspondence from 9 to 5 at his stockbroker's, Monsieur Desmarquet, where there was a stunning maidservant. Just then the drawing-room door opened, and 3 persons entered. "They are the Vabres," murmured Troublot, bending over towards his new friend. "Auguste, the tall one, he who has a face like a sick sheep, is the landlord's eldest son, 33 years old, ever suffering from headaches which make his eyes start from his head, and which, some years ago, prevented him from continuing to learn Latin. A sullen fellow who's gone in for trade. The other, Théophile, that abortion with carroty hair and thin beard, that little old-looking man of 28, ever shaking with fits of coughing and of rage, tried a dozen different trades, and then married the young woman who leads the way, Madame Valérie." "I have already seen her," interrupted Octave. "She is the daughter of a haberdasher of the neighborhood, is she not? But how those veils deceive one! I thought her pretty. She's only peculiar with her shriveled face and her leaden complexion." "She is another who's not my ideal," sententiously resumed Troublot. "She has superb eyes, and that is enough for some men, but she's a thin piece of goods." Madame Josserand had risen to shake Valerie's hand. "How is it," cried she, "that Monsieur Vabre is not with you, and that neither Monsieur nor Madame Duveyrier has done us the honor of coming? They promised us, though. It is very wrong of them." The young woman made excuses for her father-in-law, whose age kept him at home, and who, moreover, preferred to work of an evening. As for her brother and sister-in-law, they had asked her to apologize for them, they having received an invitation to an official party, which they were obliged to attend. Madame Josserand bit her lips. She never missed one of the Saturdays at home of those stuck-up people on the first floor, who would have thought themselves dishonored had they ascended one Tuesday to the 4th. No doubt her modesty was not equal to their grand orchestral concerts. But patience, when her 2 daughters were married, and she had 2 sons-in-law and their relations to fill her drawing-room, she also would go in for choruses. "Get yourself ready," whispered she in Bertha's ear. They were about 30, or rather tightly packed, for the parlor, having been turned into a bedroom for the young ladies, was not thrown open. The new arrivals distributed handshakes round. Valérie seated herself beside Madame Jouzer, whilst Bachelard and Guéolin made unpleasant remarks out loud about Théophile Vabre, whom they thought it funny to call good-for-nothing. Monsieur Josserand, who in his own home kept himself so much in the background that one would have taken him for a guest, and whom one would fail to find when wanted, even though he were standing close by, was in a corner listening in a bewildered way to a story related by one of his old friends, Bonneau. He knew Bonneau, who was formerly the general accountant of the Northern Railway, and whose daughter had married in the previous spring. Well, Bonneau had just discovered that his son-in-law, a very respectable-looking man, was an ex-clown who'd lived for 10 years at the expense of a female circus rider. "Silence! Silence!" murmured some good-natured voices. Bertha had opened the piano. "Really," explained Madame Josserand, "it is merely an unpretentious piece, a simple reverie. Monsieur Mouret, you like music, I think. Come nearer, then. My daughter plays pretty fairly. Oh, purely as an amateur, but with expression. yes, with a great deal of expression. "Caught," said Troublot in a low voice. "The sonata stroke." Octave was obliged to leave his seat and stand up beside the piano. To see the caressing attentions which Madame Chaussacrin showered upon him, it seemed as though she were making Berthe play solely for him. "The banks of the Oise," resumed she. "It is really very pretty. Come, begin, my love, and do not be confused. Monsieur Mouret will be indulgent." The young girl commenced the piece without being in the least confused. Besides, her mother kept her eyes upon her like a sergeant ready to punish with a blow the least theoretical mistake. Her great regret was that the instrument, worn out by 15 years of daily scales, did not possess the sonorous tones of a Duverrier's grand piano, and her daughter never played loud enough in her opinion. After the 6th bar, Octave, looking thoughtful and nodding his head at each spirited passage, no longer listened. He looked at the audience, the politely absent-minded attention of the men and the affected delight of the women, all that relaxation of persons for a moment at rest, but soon again to be harassed by the cares of every hour, the shadows of which, before long, would be once more reflected on their weary faces. Mothers were visibly dreaming that they were marrying their daughters, whilst a smile hovered about their mouths, revealing their fierce-looking teeth in their unconscious abandonment. It was the mania of this drawing-room, a furious appetite for sons-in-law, which consumed these worthy middle-class mothers to the asthmatic sounds of the piano. The daughters, who were very weary, were falling asleep, with their heads dropping onto their shoulders, forgetting to sit up erect. Octave, who had a certain contempt for young ladies, was more interested in Valerie. She looked decidedly ugly in her peculiar yellow silk dress, trimmed with black satin, and feeling ill at ease, yet attracted all the same, his gaze kept returning to her, whilst she, with a vague look in her eyes, and unnerved by the discordant music, was smiling like a crazy person. At this moment quite a catastrophe occurred. A ring at the bell was heard, and a gentleman entered the room without the least regard for what was taking place. "Oh, doctor!" said Madame Chaussacrin angrily. Dr. Zuirat made a gesture of apology and stood stock still. Berthe at this moment was executing a little passage with a slow and dreamy fingering, which the guests greeted with flattering murmurs. "Ah, delightful! Delicious!" Madame Chaussure was almost swooning away as though being tickled. Hortense, who was standing beside her sister, turning the pages, was sulkily listening for a ring at the bell amidst the avalanche of notes. And when the doctor entered, she made such a gesture of disappointment that she tore one of the pages on the stand. But suddenly the piano trembled beneath Berthe's weak fingers, thrumming away like hammers. It was the end of the reverie amidst the deafening uproar of clangorous chords. There was a moment of hesitation. The audience was waking up again. Was it finished? Then the compliments burst out on all sides. "Adorable! A superior talent!" "Mademoiselle is really a first-rate musician," said Octave, interrupted in his observations. "No one has ever given me such pleasure." "Do you really mean it, sir?" exclaimed Madame Chaussacrin, delighted. "She does not play badly, I must admit." "Well, we've never refused the child anything. She is our treasure. She possesses every talent we wished for. Ah, sir, if you only knew her!" A confused murmur of voices again filled the drawing-room. Berthe very calmly received the praise showered upon her, and did not leave the piano, but sat waiting till her mother relieved her from fatigue duty. The latter was already speaking to Octave of the surprising manner in which her daughter dashed off the Harvesters, a brilliant gallop, when some dull and distant thuds created a stir among the guests. For several moments past there had been violent shocks, as though someone was trying to burst a door open. Everybody left off talking and looked about inquiringly. "What is it?" Valerie ventured to ask. I heard it before, during the finish of the piece. Madame Josephine had turned quite pale. She had recognized Saturnin's blows. Ah, the wretched lunatic! And in her mind's eye she beheld him tumbling in amongst the guests. If he continued hammering like that, it would be another marriage done for. "It is the kitchen door slamming," said she with a constrained smile. "Adele never will shut it. Go and see, Bertha." The young girl had also understood. She rose and disappeared. The noise ceased at once, but she did not return immediately. Uncle Bachelard, who had scandalously disturbed the banks of the Oise with reflections uttered out loud, finished putting his sister out of countenance by calling to Guerlain that he felt awfully bored and was going to have a grog. They both returned to the dining room, banging the door behind them. "That dear old Narcisse, he's always original," said Madame Josephine to Madame Juseur and Valérie, between whom she'd gone and seated herself. "His business occupies him so much. You know, he's made almost 100,000 francs this year." Octave, at length free, had hastened to rejoin Troublot, who was half asleep on the sofa. Near them, a group surrounded Dr. Juillerat, the old medical man of the neighborhood, not over-brilliant, but who had become in course of time a good practitioner, and who had delivered all the mothers in their confinements and had attended all the daughters. He made a specialty of women's ailments, which caused them to be in great demand of an evening, the husbands all trying to obtain a gratuitous consultation in some corner of a drawing-room. Just then, Théophile was telling him that Valérie had had another attack the day before. She was forever having a choking fit and complaining of a lump rising in her throat. And he, too, was not very well, but his complaint was not the same. Then he did nothing but speak of himself and relate his vexations. He had commenced to read for the law, had engaged in manufactures at a foundry, and had tried office management at the Mont de Piété. Then he busied himself with photography, and thought he had found a means of making vehicles supply their own motive power. Meanwhile, out of kindness, he was travelling some piano flutes, an invention of one of his friends. And he complained of his wife. It was her fault if nothing went right at home. She was killing him with her perpetual nervous attacks. "Do, pray, give her something, doctor," implored he, coughing and moaning, his eyes lit up with hatred, in the querulous rage of his impotency. Troublot watched him, full of contempt, and laughed silently as he glanced at Octave. Dr. Juillerat uttered vague and calming words. No doubt they would relieve her, the dear lady. At 14 she was already stifling in the shop of the Rue Neuve Saint-Augustin. He had attended her for vertigo, which always ended by bleeding at the nose, and as Théophile recalled with despair her languid gentleness when a young girl, whilst now, fantastic and her temper changing 20 times in a day, she absolutely tortured him, the doctor merely shook his head. Marriage did not succeed with all women. "Of course," murmured Troublot, "a father who's gone off his chump by passing 30 years of his life in selling needles and thread, a mother who's always had her face covered with pimples, and that in an airless hole of old Paris. No one can expect such people to have daughters like other folks." Octave was surprised. He was losing some of his respect for that drawing-room which he had entered with a provincial's emotion. Curiosity was awakened within him when he observed Camperdown consulting the doctor in his turn, but in whispers, like a sedate person desirous of letting no one become acquainted with his family mishaps. "By the way, as you appear to know everything," said Octave to Troublot, "tell me what it is that Madame Camperdown is suffering from. Everyone puts on a very sad face whenever it is mentioned." "Why, my dear fellow," replied the young man, "she has—" and he whispered in Octave's ear. Whilst he listened, the latter's face first assumed a smile, and then became very long with a look of profound astonishment. "It is not possible," said he. Then Troublot gave his word of honor. He knew another lady in the same state. Besides, resumed he, it sometimes happens after a confinement that— and he began to whisper again. Octave, convinced, became quite sad. He who had fancied all sorts of things, who had imagined quite a romance, the architect occupied elsewhere in drawing him towards his wife to amuse her. In any case, he now knew that she was well guarded. The young men pressed up against each other in the excitement caused by these feminine secrets which they were stirring up, forgetting that they might be overheard. Madame Jusser was just then confiding to Madame Jocherin her impressions of Octave. She thought him very becoming, no doubt, but she preferred Monsieur Auguste Vabre. The latter, standing up in a corner of the drawing-room, remained silent in his insignificance and with his usual evening headache. "What surprises me, dear madame, is that you have not thought of him for your Bertha, a young man set up in business, who was prudence itself. And he is in want of a wife. I know that he's desirous of getting married." Madame Jocherin listened, surprised. She would never herself have thought of a linen draper. Madame Jusser, however, insisted, for in her misfortune she had the mania of working for the happiness of other women, which caused her to busy herself with everything related to the tender passions of the house. She affirmed that Auguste never took his eyes off Bertha. In short, she invoked her experience of men. Monsieur Mouret would never let himself be caught, whilst that good Monsieur Vabre would be very easy and very advantageous. But Madame Jocherin, weighing the matter with a glance, came decidedly to the conclusion that such a son-in-law would not be of much use in filling her drawing-room. "My daughter detests him," said she, "and I would never oppose the dictates of her heart." A tall, thin young lady had just played a fantasia on Madame Blanche. As Uncle Bachelard had fallen asleep in the drawing-room, Guerlain reappeared and imitated the nightingale on his flute. No one listened, however, for the story about Bonneau had spread. Monsieur Jocherin was quite upset. The fathers held up their arms. The mothers were stifling. What? Bonneau's son-in-law was a clown? Then who could one believe in now? And the parents, in their appetites for marriages, suffered regular nightmares like so many distinguished convicts in evening dress. The fact was that Bonneau had been so delighted at the opportunity of getting rid of his daughter that he had not troubled much about references, in spite of his rigid prudence over an over-scrupulous general accountant. "Mamma, the tea is served," said Bertha, as she and Adèle opened the folding doors. And whilst the company passed slowly into the dining-room, she went up to her mother and murmured, "I have had enough of it. He wants me to stay and tell him stories, or he threatens to smash everything." On a grey cloth which was too narrow was served one of those teas laboriously got together, a cake bought at a neighbouring baker's, with some mixed sweet biscuits and some sandwiches on either side. At either end of the table quite a luxury of flowers, superb and costly roses, withdrew attention from the ancient dust on the biscuits, and the poor quality of the butter. The sight caused a commotion, and jealousies were kindled. Really, those Jocherins were ruining themselves in trying to marry off their daughters. And the guests, having but poorly dined, and only thinking of going to bed with their bellies full, casting side glances at the bouquets, gorged themselves with weak tea and imprudently devoured the hard stale biscuits and the heavy cake. For those persons who did not like tea, Adèle handed round some glasses of red currant syrup. It was pronounced excellent. Meanwhile, the uncle was asleep in a corner. They did not wake him. They even politely pretended not to see him. A lady talked of the fatigues of business. Bertha went from one to another, offering sandwiches, handing cups of tea, and asking the men if they would like any more sugar. But she was unable to attend to everyone, and Madame Jocherin was looking for her daughter Hortense when she caught sight of her standing in the middle of the deserted drawing-room, talking to a gentleman of whom one could only see the back. "Ah, yes, he has come at last," she permitted, in her anger, to escape her. There was some whispering. It was that Verdier, who'd been living with the woman for 15 years past, whilst waiting to marry Hortense. Everyone knew the story. The young ladies exchanged glances, but they bit their lips and avoided speaking of it, out of propriety. Octave, being made acquainted with it, examined the gentleman's back with interest. Troublot knew the mistress, a good girl, a reformed street-walker, who was better now, said he, than the best of wives, taking care of her man and looking after his clothes, and he was full of a fraternal sympathy for her. Whilst they were being watched from the dining-room, Hortense was scolding Verdier with all the sulkiness of a badly brought-up virgin for having come so late. "Hello, red currant syrup," said Troublot, seeing Adele standing before him, a tray in her hand. He sniffed it and declined, but as the servant turned round, a stout lady's elbow pushed her against him, and he pinched her back. She smiled and returned to him with the tray. "No thanks," said he. "By and by." Women were seated round the table, whilst the men were eating, standing up behind them. Exclamations were heard, and enthusiasm, which died away as the mouths were filled with food. The gentlemen were appealed to. Madame Josserand cried, "Ah, yes, I was forgetting. Come and look, Monsieur Mouret, you who love the arts." "Take care, the watercolour stroke," murmured Troublot, who knew the house. It was better than a watercolour. As though by chance a porcelain bowl was standing on the table, right at the very bottom of it, surrounded by the brand-new varnished bronze mounting. Greuze's Young Girl with the Broken Pitcher was painted in light colours, passing from pale lilac to faint blue. Berthe smiled in the midst of the praise. "Mademoiselle possesses every talent," said Octave with his good-natured grace. "Oh, the colours are so well blended, and it is very accurate, very accurate." "I can guarantee that the design is," resumed Madame Josserand triumphantly. "There's not a hair too many or few. Berthe copied it here from an engraving. There are really such a number of nude subjects at the Louvre, and the people there are at times so mixed." She had lowered her voice when giving this last piece of information, desirous of letting the young man know that, though her daughter was an artist, she did not let that carry her beyond the limits of propriety. She probably, however, thought Octave rather cold. She felt that the bowl had not met with the success she had anticipated, and she watched him with an anxious look, whilst Valérie and Madame Jouzer, who were drinking their fourth cup of tea, examined the painting and gave vent to little cries of admiration. "You are looking at her again," said Troublot to Octave, on seeing him with his eyes fixed on Valérie. "Why, yes," replied he, slightly confused. "It is funny. She looks pretty just at this moment. A warm woman, evidently, I say. Do you think one might venture?" "Warm? One never knows. It is a peculiar fancy. Anyhow, it would be better than marrying the girl." "What girl?" exclaimed Octave, forgetting himself. "What? You think I'm going to let myself be hooked? Never! My dear fellow, we don't marry at Marseilles." Madame Josserand had drawn near. The words came upon her like a stab in the heart. Another fruitless campaign, another evening party wasted. The blow was such that she was obliged to lean against a chair, as she looked with despair at the now despoiled table, where all that remained was a burnt piece of the cake. She'd given up counting her defeats, but this one should be the last. She took a frightful oath, swearing that she would no longer feed persons who came to see her solely to gorge. And, upset and exasperated, she glanced round the dining-room, seeking in what man's arms she could throw her daughter, when she caught sight of Auguste resignedly standing against the wall and not having partaken of anything. Just then Berthe, with a smile on her face, was moving towards Octave with a cup of tea in her hand. She was continuing the campaign, obedient to her mother's wishes, but the latter caught her by the arm and called her a silly fool under her breath. "Take that cup to Monsieur Vabre, who's been waiting for an hour past," said she, graciously and very loud. Then, whispering again in her daughter's ear, and giving her another of her warlike look, she added, "Be amiable, or you will have me to deal with." Bertha, for a moment put out of countenance, soon recovered herself. It often changed thus 3 times in an evening. She carried the cup to Auguste, with a smile which she had commenced for Octave. She was amiable, talked of Lyons silks, and did the engaging young person who would look very well behind the counter. Auguste's hands trembled a little, and he was very red, as he was suffering a good deal from his head that evening. Out of politeness, a few persons returned and sat down for some moments in the drawing-room. Having fed, they were all going off. When they looked for Verdier, he had already taken his departure, and some young ladies, greatly put out, only carried away an indistinct view of his back. Campardon, without waiting for Octave, retired with the doctor, whom he detained on the landing, to ask him if there was really no more hope. During the tea, one of the lamps had gone out, emitting a stench of rancid oil, and the other lamp, the wick of which was all charred, lit up the room with so poor a light that the Vabres themselves rose to leave, in spite of the attentions with which Madame Josserand overwhelmed them. Octave had preceded them into the ante-room, where he had a surprise. Troublot, who was looking for his hat, suddenly disappeared. He could only have gone off by the passage leading to the kitchen. "Well, wherever has he got to? Does he leave by the servants' staircase?" murmured the young man. But he did not seek to clear up the mystery. Valérie was there, looking for a lace neckerchief. The 2 brothers, Théophile and Auguste, were going downstairs without troubling themselves about her. Octave, having found the neckerchief, handed it to her with the air of admiration he put on when serving the pretty lady customers of the Ladies' Paradise. She looked at him, and he felt certain that her eyes, on fixing themselves on him, had flashed forth flames. "You are too kind, sir," said she, simply. Madame Jusseur, who was the last to leave, enveloped them both in a tender and discreet smile. And when Octave, highly excited, had reached his cold chamber, he looked at himself for an instant in the glass, and he thought it worth while to make the attempt. Meanwhile, Madame Josserand was wandering about the deserted room without saying a word, and as though carried away by some gale of wind. She violently closed the piano and turned out the last lamp. Then, passing into the dining-room, she began to blow out the candles so vigorously that the chandelier quite shook. The sight of a despoiled table covered with dirty plates and empty cups increased her rage, and she turned round it, casting terrible glances at her daughter Hortense, who, quietly sitting down, was devouring the piece of burnt cake. "You're putting yourself in a fine state again, mamma," said the latter. "Is it not going on all right, then? For myself, I am satisfied. He's purchasing some chemises for her to enable her to leave." The mother shrugged her shoulders. "Eh? You say that this proves nothing. Very good, only steer your ship as well as I steer mine. Here now is a cake which may flatter itself is a precious bad one. They must be a wretched lot to swallow such stuff." Monsieur Zocharin, who was always worn out by his wife's parties, was reposing on a chair, but he was in dread of an encounter. He feared that Madame Josserand might drive him before her in her furious promenade, and he drew close to Bachelard and Gaillard, who were seated at the table in front of Hortense. The uncle, on awaking, had discovered a decanter of rum. He was emptying it, and bitterly alluding to the 20 francs. "It's not for the money," he kept repeating to his nephew. "It's the way the thing was done. You know how I behave to women. I would give them the shirt off my back, but I do not like them to ask me for anything. The moment they begin to ask, it annoys me, and I don't even chuck them a radish." And as his sister was about to remind him of his promises, "Be quiet, Eleanor. I know what I have to do for the child. But you see, when a woman asks, it's more than I can stand. I've never been able to keep friends with one, have I now, Gaillard? And besides, there is really such little respect shown me. Léon has not even deigned to wish me many happy returns of the day." Madame Josserand resumed her walk, clenching her fists. It was true. There was Léon, too, who promised and then disappointed her like the others. There was one who would not sacrifice an evening to help marry off his sisters. She had just discovered a sweet biscuit falling behind one of the flower vases, and was locking it up in a drawer when Berthe, who'd gone to release Saturnin, brought him back with her. She was quieting him, whilst he, haggard and with a mistrustful look in his eyes, was searching the corners with the feverish excitement of a dog that's been long shut up. "How stupid he is," said Berthe. "He thinks that I've just been married, and he's seeking for the husband. Ah, my poor Saturnin, you may seek. I tell you that it has come to nothing. You know very well that it never comes to anything." Then Madame Joserin's rage burst all bounds. "Ah, I swear to you that it shan't come to nothing next time, even if I have to tie him to you myself. There is one who shall pay for all the others. Yes, yes, Monsieur Joserin, you may stare at me as though you did not understand. The wedding shall take place, and without you, if it does not please you. You hear, Berthe? You have only to pick that one up." Saturnin appeared not to hear. He was looking under the table. The young girl pointed to him, but Madame Joserin made a gesture which seemed to imply that he would be got out of the way. And Berthe murmured, "So then it is decidedly to be Monsieur Fabre? Oh, it is all the same to me. To think, though, that not a single sandwich has been saved for me." This ends Chapter 3, Part 2 of Piping Hot. Chapter 4, Part 1 of Piping Hot, Pope Bouille, by Émile Zola, translated by Henry Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 4, Part 1 of Piping Hot. As early as the morrow, Octave commenced to occupy himself about Valérie. He studied her habits and ascertained the hour when he would have a chance of meeting her on the stairs, and he arranged matters so that he could frequently go up to his room, taking advantage of his coming home to lunch at the Campardon, and leaving the Ladies' Paradise for a few minutes under some pretext or other. He soon noticed that, every day towards 2 o'clock, the young woman who took her child to the Tuileries Gardens passed along the Rue Gaillon. Then he would stand at the door, wait till she came, and greet her with one of his handsome shopman's smiles. At each of their meetings, Valérie politely inclined her head and passed on. But he perceived her dark glance to be full of passionate fire. He found encouragement in her ravaged complexion and in the supple swing of her gait. His plan was already formed, the bold plan of a seducer used to cavalierly overcoming the virtue of shop-girls. It was simply a question of luring Valérie inside his room on the 4th floor. The staircase was always silent and deserted. No one would discover them up there, and he laughed at the thought of the architect's moral admonitions, for taking a woman belonging to the house was not the same as bringing one into it. One thing, however, made Octave uneasy. The passage separated the Pichon kitchen from their dining room, and this obliged them to constantly have their door open. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the husband started off for his office, and did not return home until about 5 in the evening, and on alternate days of the week he went out again after his dinner to do some bookkeeping, from 8 to midnight. Besides this, though, the young woman, who was very reserved, almost wildly timid, would push her door to, directly she heard Octave's footsteps. He never caught sight of more than her back, which always seemed to be flying away, with her light hair done up into a scanty chignon. Through that door kept discreetly ajar, he had, up till then, only beheld a small portion of the room. Sad and clean-looking furniture, linen of a dull whiteness in the grey light admitted through a window which he could not see, and the corner of a child's crib inside an inner room. All the monotonous solitude of a wife occupied from morning to night with the recurring cares of a clerk's home. Moreover, there was never a sound. The child seemed dumb and worn out like the mother. One scarcely distinguished at times the soft murmur of some ballad which the latter would hum for hours together in an expiring voice. But Octave was none the less furious with the disdainful creature, as he called her. She was playing the spy upon him, perhaps. In any case, Valérie could never come up to him if the Pichon's door was thus being continually opened. He was just beginning to think that things were taking the right course. One Sunday, when the husband was absent, he had maneuvered in such a way as to be on the first-floor landing at the moment the young woman, wrapped in her dressing gown, was leaving her sister-in-law's to return to her own apartments, and she, being obliged to speak to him, they'd stood some minutes exchanging polite remarks. So he was hoping that next time she would ask him in. With a woman with such a temperament, the rest would follow as a matter of course. That evening during dinner, there was some talk about Valérie at the Campardons'. Octave tried to draw the others out, but as Angèle was listening and casting sly glances at Lisa, who was handing round some leg of mutton and looking very serious, the parents at first did nothing but sing the young woman's praises. Moreover, the architect always stood up for the respectability of the house, with the vain conviction of a tenant who seemed to obtain from it a regular certificate of his own gentility. "Oh, my dear fellow, most respectable people. You saw them at the Josserans. The husband is no fool. He's full of ideas. He will end by discovering something very grand. As for the wife, she has some style about her, as we artists say." Madame Campardon, who had been rather worse since the day before, and who was half reclining, though her illness did not prevent her eating thick, underdone slices of meat, languidly murmured in her turn, "That poor Monsieur Théophile, he is like me, he drags along. Ah, great praise is due to Valérie, for it is not lively always having by one a man trembling with fever, and whose infirmity usually makes him quarrelsome and unjust." During dessert, Octave, seated between the architect and his wife, learned more than he asked. They forgot Angèle, they spoke in hints, with glances which underlined the double meanings of the words, and when they were at a loss for an expression, they bent towards him one after the other and coarsely whispered the rest of a disclosure in his ear. In short, that Théophile was a stupid and impotent person who deserved to be what his wife made him. As for Valérie, she was not worth much. She would have behaved just as badly even if her husband had been different, for with her, nature had so much the mastery. Moreover, no one was ignorant of the fact that 2 months after her marriage, in despair at recognizing she would never have a child by her husband, and fearing she would lose her share of old Vabre's fortune if Théophile happened to die, she had her little Camille got for her by a butcher's son of the Rue Sainte-Anne. Campardon bent down and whispered a last time in Octave's ear, "Well, you know, my dear fellow, a hysterical woman." And he put into the word all the middle-class wantonness of an indelicacy, combined with the blobber-lipped smile of a father of a family whose imagination, abruptly let loose, revels in licentiousness. The conversation then took a different turn. They were speaking of the Pichons, and words of praise were not stinted. "Oh, they are indeed worthy people," repeated Madame Campardon. "Sometimes, when Marie takes her little Lilith out, I also let her take Angèle, and I assure you, Monsieur Mouret, I do not trust my daughter to every one. I must be absolutely certain of the person's morality. You love Marie very much, do you not, Angèle?" "Yes, mamma," answered the child. The details continued. It was impossible to find a woman better brought up, or according to severer principles. And it was a pleasure to see how happy the husband was. Such a nice little home, and so clean, and a couple that adored each other, who never said one word louder than another. Besides, they would not be allowed to remain in the house if they did not behave themselves properly, said the architect gravely, forgetting his disclosures about Valérie. "We will only have respectable people here, on my word of honor. I would give notice the day that my daughter ran the risk of meeting disreputable women on the stairs." That evening he had secretly arranged to take Cousin Gasparine to the Opera Comique. He therefore went and fetched his hat at once, talking of a business matter which would keep him out till very late. Rose, though, probably knew of the arrangement, for Octave heard her murmur in her resigned and maternal voice when her husband came to kiss her with his habitual effusive tenderness, "Amuse yourself well, and do not catch cold on coming out." On the morrow, Octave had an idea. It was to become acquainted with Madame Pichon by rendering her a few neighborly services. In this way, if she ever caught Valérie, she would keep her eyes shut. And an opportunity occurred that very day. Madame Pichon was in the habit of taking Lilith, then 18 months old, out in a little basket-work perambulator, which raised Monsieur Gould's ire. The doorkeeper would never permit it to be carried up the principal staircase, so that she had to take it up the servants', and as the door of her apartment was too narrow, she had to remove the wheels every time, which was quite a job. It so happened that that day Octave was returning home, just as his neighbor, incommoded by her gloves, was giving herself a great deal of trouble to get the nuts off. When she felt him standing up behind her, waiting till the passage was clear, she quite lost her head and her hands trembled. "But, madame, why do you take all that trouble?" asked he at length. "It would be far simpler to put the perambulator at the end of the passage, behind my door." She did not reply. Her excessive timidity kept her squatting there, without strength to rise, and beneath the curtain of her bonnet he beheld a hot blush invade the nape of her neck and her ears. Then he insisted, "I assure you, madame, it will not inconvenience me in the least." Without waiting, he lifted up the perambulator and carried it in his easy way. She was obliged to follow him, but she remained so confused, so frightened by this important adventure in her uneventful everyday life, that she looked on, only able to stutter fragments of sentences. "Dear me, sir, it is too much trouble. I feel quite ashamed. You will find it very awkward. My husband will be very pleased." And she entered her room and locked herself in, this time hermetically, with a sort of shame. Octave thought that she was stupid. The perambulator was a great deal in his way, for it prevented him opening his door wide, and he had to slip into his room sideways. But his neighbor seemed to be won over, more especially as Monsieur Gould consented to authorize the obstruction at that end of the passage, thanks to Campardon's influence. Every Sunday, Marie's parents, Monsieur and Madame Vouillon, came to spend the day. On the Sunday following, as Octave was going out, he beheld all the family seated taking their coffee, and he was discreetly hastening by when the young woman, whispering quickly in her husband's ear, the latter jumped up, saying, "Excuse me, sir, I am always out. I have not yet had an opportunity of thanking you, but I wish to tell you how pleased I was." Octave protested. At length he was obliged to give in. Though he had already had his coffee, they made him accept another cup. They gave him the place of honor between Monsieur and Madame Vouillon. Opposite to him, on the other side of the round table, Marie was again thrown into one of those confused conditions which at any minute, without apparent cause, brought all the blood from her heart to her face. He watched her, never having seen her at his ease. But as Troublot said, she was not his fancy. She seemed to him wretched and washed out, with her flat face and her thin hair, though her features were refined and pretty. When she recovered herself a little, she laughed lightly as she again talked of the perambulator, about which she found a great deal to say. "Jules, if you had only seen Monsieur Murray carry it in his arms! Ah, well, it did not take long." Pichon again uttered his thanks. He was tall and thin, with a doleful look about him, already subdued to the routine of office life, his dull eyes full of the apathetic resignation displayed by circus horses. "Pray, no more about it," Octave ended by observing. "It is really not worth while. Madame, your coffee is exquisite. I've never drunk any like it." She blushed again, and so much that her hands even became quite rosy. "Do not spoil her, sir," said Monsieur Vuillaume gravely. "Her coffee is good, but there is better. And you see how proud she has become at once." "Pride is worth nothing," declared Madame Vuillaume. "We have always taught her to be modest." And they were both of them little and dried up, very old and with dark-looking countenances. The wife wore a tight black dress, and her husband a thin frock-coat, on which only the mark of a big red ribbon was to be seen. "Sir," resumed the latter, "I was decorated at the age of 60, on the day I was pensioned off, after having been for 39 years employed at the Ministry of Public Instruction. Well, sir, on that day I dined the same as on other days, and did not let pride interfere with any of my habits. The cross was due to me. I knew it. I was simply filled with gratitude." His life was perfectly clear. He wished everyone to know it. After 25 years' service, he'd been promoted to 4,000 francs. His pension, therefore, was 2,000. But he had to re-engage himself in a subordinate position at 1,500 francs, as they had had their little Marie late in life, when Madame Vuillaume was no longer expecting either son or daughter. Now that the child was established in life, they were living on the pension by pinching themselves in the Rue Drantin at Montmartre, where things were cheaper. "I am 63, said he in conclusion, "and that is all about it. That is all about it, son-in-law." Pichon looked at him in a silent and weary way, his eyes fixed on his red ribbon. Yes, it would be his own story if luck favored him. He was the last born of a greengrocer who had spent the entire worth of her shop in her anxiety to make her son take a degree, just because all the neighborhood said he was very intelligent. And she had died bankrupt 8 days before his triumph at the Sorbonne. After 3 years of hardships at his uncle's, he had had the unexpected luck of getting a berth at the ministry, which was to lead him to everything, and on the strength of which he had already married. "When one does one's duty, the government does the same," murmured he, mechanically reckoning that he still had 36 years to wait before obtaining the right to wear a piece of red ribbon and to enjoy a pension of 2,000 francs. Then he turned towards Octave. "You see, sir, it is the children who are such a heavy weight." "No doubt," said Madame Vuillaume. "If we had had another, we should never have made both ends meet. Therefore, remember, Jules, what I insisted upon when I gave you Marie. 1 child and no more, or else we shall quarrel. It is only work people who have children like fowls lay eggs, without troubling themselves as to what it will cost them. It is true that they turn the youngsters out on the streets, like flocks of animals, which makes me feel sick when I pass by." Octave had looked at Marie, thinking that this delicate subject would make her cheeks crimson. But she remained pale, approving her mother's words with ingenuous serenity. He was feeling awfully bored, and did not know how to retire. In the little cold dining-room these people thus spent their afternoon, slowly muttering a few words every 5 minutes, and always about their own affairs. Even dominoes disturbed them too much. Madame Vuillaume now explained her notions. At the end of a long silence, which left all 4 of them in no way embarrassed, as though they had felt the necessity of rearranging their ideas, she resumed. "You have no child, sir? It will come in time. Ah, it is a responsibility, especially for a mother. When my little one was born, I was 49, sir, an age when luckily one knows how to behave. A boy will get on anyhow, but a girl... And I have the consolation of knowing that I have done my duty. Oh, yes." Then she explained her plan of education in short sentences. Honesty first. No playing on the stairs. The little ones always kept at home and watched closely, for children think of nothing but evil. The doors and windows shut, never any draughts which bring the wicked things of the street with them. Out of doors, never leave go of a child's hand. Teach her to keep its eyes lowered to avoid seeing anything wrong. With regard to religion, it should not be overdone, just sufficient as a moral restraint. Then, when she's grown up, engage teachers instead of sending her to school, where the innocent ones are corrupted. And assist also at the lessons. See that she does not learn what she should not know. Hide all newspapers, of course, and keep the bookcase locked. A young person always knows too much, declared the old lady, coming to an end. Whilst her mother spoke, Marie kept her eyes vaguely fixed on space. She once more beheld the little convent-like lodging, those narrow rooms in the Rue Durantin, where she was not even allowed to lean out of a window. It was one prolonged childhood, all sorts of prohibitions which she did not understand, lines which her mother inked out on their fashion paper, the black marks of which made her blush, lessons purified to such an extent that even her teachers were embarrassed when she questioned them. A very gentle childhood, however, the soft warm growth of a greenhouse, a waking dream in which the words uttered by the tongue and the facts of everyday life acquired ridiculous meanings. And even at that hour, as she gazed vacantly and was filled with these recollections, a childish smile hovered about her lips, as though she had remained in ignorant spite even of her marriage. "You will believe me if you like," said Monsieur Vouillon, "but my daughter had not read a single novel when she was past 18. Is it not true, Marie?" "Yes, Papa." "I have George Sand's works very handsomely bound," he continued, "and in spite of her mother's fears, I decided, a few months before her marriage, to permit her to read André, a perfectly innocent work, full of imagination, and which elevates the soul. I am for a liberal education. Literature has certainly its rights. The book produced an extraordinary effect upon her, sir. She cried all night in her sleep, which proves that there is nothing like a pure imagination to understand genius." "It is so beautiful," murmured the young woman, her eyes sparkling. But Pichon having enunciated this theory, no novels before marriage, and as many as one likes afterwards. Madame Vouillon shook her head. She never read, and was none the worse for it. Then Marie gently spoke of her loneliness. "Well, I sometimes take up a book. Jules chooses them for me at the library in the Passage Choiseul. If I only played the piano." And for some time past Octave had felt the necessity of saying something. "What, madame," exclaimed he, "you do not play?" A slight awkwardness ensued. The parents talked of a succession of unfortunate circumstances, not wishing to admit that they had not been willing to incur the expense. Madame Vouillon, moreover, affirmed that Marie sang in tune from her birth. When she was a child she knew all sorts of very pretty ballads. She had only to hear the tunes once to remember them. And the mother spoke of a song about Spain, the story of a captive weeping for her lover, which the child gave out with an expression that would draw tears from the hardest hearts. But Marie remained disconsolate. She let this cry escape her as she extended her hand in the direction of the inner room where her little one was sleeping. "Ah, I swear that Lilith shall learn to play the piano, even though I have to make the greatest sacrifices." "Think first of bringing her up as we brought you up," said Madame Vouillon severely. "I certainly do not condemn music. It develops one's feelings. But, above all, watch over your daughter. Keep every foul breath from her. Strive that she may preserve her innocence." She started off again, giving even more weight to religion, settling the number of times to go to confess each month, naming the masses that it was absolutely necessary to attend, all from the point of view of propriety. Then Octave, unable to bear any more of it, talked of an appointment which obliged him to go out. He had a singing in his ears. He felt that this conversation would continue in a like manner until the evening. and he hastened away, leaving the Vuillons and the Pichons telling one another, around the same cups of coffee slowly emptied, what they told each other every Sunday. As he was bowing a last time, Marie, suddenly and without any reason, became scarlet. Ever since that afternoon, Octave hastened past the Pichon's door whenever he heard the slow tones of Monsieur and Madame Vuillon on a Sunday. Moreover, he was entirely absorbed in his conquest of Valerie. In spite of the fiery glances of which he thought himself the object, she maintained an inexplicable reserve, and in that he fancied he saw the play of a coquette. He even met her one day, as though by chance, in the Tuileries Gardens, when she quietly began to talk of a storm of the day before, which finally convinced him that she was devilish smart. And he was constantly on the staircase, watching for an opportunity of entering her apartments, decided, if necessary, upon being positively rude. Now, every time that he passed her, Marie smiled and blushed. They exchanged the greetings of good neighbors. One morning at lunchtime, as he brought her up a letter which Monsieur Gourde had given him, to avoid having to go up the 4 flights of stairs himself, he found her in a sad way. She had seated Lilith in her chemise on the round table, and was trying to dress her again. This ends Chapter 4, Part 1 of Piping Hot. Chapter 4, Part 2 of Piping Hot, Pope Bouille, by Émile Zola, translated by Henry Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 4, Part 2 of Piping Hot. "What's the matter?" asked the young man. "Why, this child," replied she. "I foolishly took her things off because she was complaining, and now I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do." He looked at her in surprise. She was turning a skirt over and over, looking for the hooks. Then she added, "You see, her father always helps me to dress her in the morning before he goes out. I can never manage it by myself. It bothers me. It annoys me." The child, meanwhile, tired of being in her chemise and frightened by the sight of Octave, was struggling and tumbling about on the table. "Take care," cried he. "She will fall." It was quite a catastrophe. Marie looked as though she dare not touch her child's naked limbs. She continued contemplating her with the surprise of a virgin amazed at having been able to produce such a thing. However, assisted by Octave, who quieted the little one, she succeeded in dressing her again. "How will you manage when you have a dozen?" asked he, laughing. "But we shall never have any more," answered she in a fright. Then he joked. She was wrong to be so sure. A child comes so easily. "No, no," repeated she obstinately. "You heard what Mamma said the other day. She forbade Jules to have any more. You do not know her. It would lead to endless quarrels if another came." Octave was amused by the quiet way in which she discussed this question. He drew her out without, however, succeeding in embarrassing her. She, moreover, did as her husband wished. No doubt she loved children. Had she been allowed to desire others, she would not have said no. And beneath this complacency, which was restricted to her mother's commands, the indifference of a woman whose maternity was still slumbering could be recognized. Lilith occupied her like her home, which she looked after through vague expectation of a joy which never came. Octave having remarked that she must feel very dull, being always alone, she seemed surprised. No, she was never dull. The days passed somehow or other without her knowing, when she went to bed, how she had employed her time. Then, on Sundays, she sometimes went out with her husband, or her parents called, or else she read. If reading did not give her headaches, she would have read from morning till night, now that she was allowed to read everything. "What is really annoying," resumed she, "is that they have scarcely anything at the library in the Passage Choiseul. For instance, I wanted André to read it again, because it made me cry so much the other time. Well, their copy has been stolen. Besides that, my father refuses to lend me his because Lilith might tear the pages. But, said Octave, my friend Campardon has all George Sand's books. I will ask him to lend me André for you. She blushed and her eyes sparkled. He was really too kind. And when he left her, she stood before Lilith, her arms hanging down by her sides, without an idea in her head, in the attitude which she maintained for whole afternoons together. She detested sewing. She did crochet work, always the same piece which she left lying about the room. Octave brought her the book on the morrow, a Sunday. Pichon had to go out to leave his card on one of his superiors. And as the young man found her dressed for walking, she having just been on some errand in the neighborhood, he asked her out of curiosity whether she had been to church, having the idea that she was religious. She answered no. Before marrying her off, her mother used to take her regularly to Mass. During the first 6 months of her married life, she continued going through force of habit, with the constant fear of being too late. Then she scarcely knew why, after missing a few times, she left off going altogether. Her husband detested priests, and her mother never even mentioned them now. Octave's question, however, disturbed her, as though it had awakened within her things that had been long buried beneath the idleness of her existence. I must go to Saint Roch one of these mornings, said she. An occupation gone always leaves a void behind it. And on the pale face of his late child, born of parents too old, there appeared the unhealthy regret of another existence, dreamed of once upon a time in the land of chimeras. She could conceal nothing. Everything was reflected in her face beneath her skin, which had the softness and the transparency accompanying an attack of chlorosis. Then she gave way to her feelings and caught hold of Octave's hand with a familiar gesture. Ah, let me thank you for having brought me this book. Come tomorrow after lunch. I will return it to you and tell you the effect that it produced on me. It will be amusing, will it not? On leaving her, Octave thought that she was funny all the same. She was beginning to interest him. He contemplated speaking to Pichon so as to make him rouse her up a bit, for the little woman, most decidedly, only wanted a shaking. It so happened that on the morrow he came across the clerk just as he was going off, and he accompanied him part of the way at the risk of being late himself at the lady's paradise. But Pichon seemed to him to be even more benumbed than his wife, full of manias in their early stage, and entirely occupied with the dread of getting mud on his shoes in wet weather. He walked on his toes and continually talked to the second head clerk of his office. Octave, who was only animated by fraternal intentions in the matter, ended by leaving him in the Rue Saint-Honoré after advising him to take Marie to the theatre frequently. "Whatever for?" asked Pichon in amazement. "Because it's good for women. It makes them nicer." "Ah, you really think so?" He promised to give the matter his attention and crossed the street, eyeing the cabs with terror, the only thing in life which worried him being the fear of getting splashed. At lunchtime, Octave knocked at the Pichon's door for the book. Marie was reading, her elbows on the table, her hands buried in her disheveled hair. She'd just eaten an egg cooked in a tin pan which was lying in the center of the hastily laid table without any cloth. Lilith, forgotten on the floor, was sleeping with her nose on the pieces of a plate which she had no doubt broken. "Well?" Marie did not answer at once. She was still wrapped in her morning dressing gown, which, from the buttons being torn off, displayed her throat in all the disorder of a woman just risen from her bed. "I've scarcely read 100 pages, she ended by saying. "My parents came yesterday." And she spoke in a plaintive tone of voice, with a sourness about her mouth. When she was younger, she longed to live in the midst of the woods. She was forever dreaming that she met a huntsman who was sounding his horn. He approached her and knelt down. This took place in a copse, very far away, where roses were blooming like in a park. Then, suddenly, they'd been married, and afterwards lived there, wandering about till eternity. She, very happy, wished for nothing more. He, as tender and submissive as a slave, was continually at her feet. "I had a talk with your husband this morning," said Octave. "You do not go out enough, and I have persuaded him to take you to the theatre." But she shook her head, turning pale and shivering. A silence ensued. She again beheld the narrow dining room with its cold light. Jules' image, sullen and correct, had suddenly cast a shadow over the huntsman of the romance whom she had been imagining, and the sound of whose horn in the distance again rang in her ears. Every now and then she listened. Perhaps he was coming. Her husband had never taken her feet in his hands to kiss them. He had never either knelt beside her to tell her he adored her. Yet she loved him well, but she was surprised that love did not contain more sweetness. "What stifles me, you know," resumed she, returning to the book, "is when there are passages in novels about the characters telling one another of their love." Octave then sat down. He wished to laugh, not caring for such sentimental trifling. "I detest a lot of phrases," said he. "When two persons adore each other, the best thing is to prove it at once." But she did not seem to understand. Her eyes remained undimmed. He stretched out his hand, slightly touching hers, and leant over so close to her to observe a passage in the book that his breath warmed her shoulder through the open dressing gown. Yet she remained insensible. Then he rose up, full of a contempt mingled with pity. As he was leaving, she said, "I read very slowly. I shall not have finished it before tomorrow." "It will be amusing tomorrow. Look in during the evening." He certainly had no designs upon her, and yet he felt indignant. He conceived a singular friendship for this young couple who exasperated him. They seemed to take life so stupidly. And the idea came to him of rendering them a service in spite of them. He would take them out to dinner, make them tipsy, and then amuse himself by pushing them into each other's arms. When such fits of kindness got hold of him, he who would not have lent 10 francs delighted in flinging his money out of the window to bring two lovers together and give them joy. Little Madame Pichon's coldness, however, brought Octave back to the ardent Valerie. This one certainly would not require to be breathed upon twice on the back of her neck. He was advancing in her favor. One day that she was going upstairs before him, he had ventured to compliment her on her ankle, without her appearing displeased. At length the opportunity so long watched for presented itself. It was the evening that Marie had made him promise to look in. They would be alone to talk about the novel, as her husband was not to be home till very late. But the young man had preferred to go out, seized with fright at the thought of this literary treat. However, he had decided to venture upon it towards 10 o'clock, when he met Valerie's maid on the first-floor landing with a scared look on her face, and who said to him, "Madame has gone into hysterics. My master is out, and everyone opposite has gone to the theatre. Pray come in. I'm all alone. I don't know what to do." Valerie was stretched out in an easy-chair in her bedroom, her limbs rigid. The maid had unlaced her stays, and her bosom was heaving. The attack subsided almost immediately. She opened her eyes, was surprised to see Octave there, and acted moreover as she might have done in the presence of a doctor. "I must ask you to excuse me, sir," murmured she, her voice still choking. "I've only had this girl since yesterday, and she lost her head." Her perfect coolness in adjusting her stays and fastening up her dress again embarrassed the young man. He remained standing, swearing not to depart thus, yet not daring to sit down. She'd sent away the maid, the sight of whom seemed to irritate her. Then she went to the window to breathe the cool outdoor air in long, nervous inspirations, her mouth wide open. After a short silence, they commenced talking. She had first suffered from these attacks when 14 years old. Dr. Juillet was tired of prescribing for her. Sometimes they seized her in the arms, sometimes in the loins. However, she was getting used to them. She might as well have them as anything else, as no one was really perfectly well. And whilst she talked with scarcely any life in her limbs, he excited himself with looking at her. He thought her provoking in the midst of her disorder, with her leaden complexion, her face upset by the attack as though by a whole night of love. Behind the black mass of her loose hair, which hung over her shoulders, he fancied he beheld the husband's poor and beardless head. Then, stretching out his hands, with the unrestrained gesture with which he would have seized some harlot, he tried to take hold of her. "Well, what now?" asked she, in a voice full of surprise. In her turn she looked at him, whilst her eyes were so cold, her flesh so calm, that he felt frozen and let his hands fall with an awkward slowness, fully aware of the ridiculousness of his gesture. Then, in a last nervous gape which she stifled, she slowly added, "Ah, my dear sir, if you only knew." And she shrugged her shoulders without getting angry, as though crushed beneath her contempt for man and her weariness of him. Octave thought she was about to have him turned out when he saw her move towards a bell pull, dragging her loosely fastened skirts along with her. But she merely required some tea, and she ordered it to be very weak and very hot. Altogether nonplussed, he muttered some excuses and made for the door, whilst she again reclined in the depths of her easy-chair, with the air of a chilly woman greatly in want of sleep. On the stairs, Octave stopped at each landing. She did not like that, then? He'd just seen how indifferent she was, without desire as without indignation, as difficult to deal with as his employer, Madame Edouin. Why did Campardon say she was hysterical? It was absurd to take him in by telling him such humbug, for had it not been for the architect's lie, he would never have risked such an adventure. And he remained quite bewildered by the result, his ideas of hysteria altogether upset, and thinking of the different stories that were going about. He recalled Troublot's words, "One never knows what to expect with those crazy sort of people whose eyes shine like balls of fire." Up on his landing, Octave, annoyed with all women, walked as softly as he could. But the Pichon's door opened, and he had to resign himself. Marie awaited him, standing in the narrow room, which the charred wick of the lamp but imperfectly lighted. She had drawn the crib close to the table, and Lilith was sleeping there in the circle of the yellow light. The lunch things had probably also served for the dinner, for the closed book was lying beside a dirty plate full of radish ends. "Have you finished it?" asked Octave, surprised at the young woman's silence. She seemed intoxicated. Her face was swollen as though she had just awakened from a too heavy sleep. "Yes, yes," said she, with an effort. "Oh, I have passed the day, my head and my hands buried in it. When the fit takes one no longer knows where one is. I have such a stiff neck." And, feeling pains all over her, she did not speak any more of the book, but was so full of her emotion and of confused dreams engendered by her reading that she was choking. Her ears rang with the distant calls of the horn, blown by the huntsmen of her romances, in the blue background of ideal loves. Then, without the least reason, she said that she'd been to Saint Roch that morning to hear the 9 o'clock mass. She'd wept a great deal. Religion replaced everything. "Ah, I feel better," resumed she, heaving a deep sigh and standing still in front of Octave. A pause ensued. She smiled at him with her candid eyes. He'd never thought her so useless with her scanty hair and her washed-out features. But as she continued looking at him, she became very pale and almost stumbled, and he was obliged to put out his hands to support her. "Good heavens! Good heavens!" stuttered she, sobbing. He continued to hold her, feeling considerably embarrassed. You should take a little infusion. You've been reading too much. Yes, it upset me when on closing the book I found myself alone. How kind you are, Monsieur Mouret. I might have hurt myself had it not been for you. He looked for a chair on which to seat her. Shall I light a fire? No, thank you. It would dirty your hands. I have noticed that you always wear gloves. And choking again at the idea, and suddenly feeling faint, she launched an awkward kiss into space as though in a dream, a kiss which slightly touched the young man's ear. Octave received this kiss with amazement. The young woman's lips were as cold as ice. Then, when she sank upon his breast in an abandonment of her whole frame, he was seized with a sudden desire and sought to bear her into the inner room. But this brusque wooing roused Marie. Her womanly instinct revolted. She struggled and called upon her mother, forgetting her husband, who was shortly to return, and her daughter, who was sleeping near her. No, no, it's wrong. But he kept ardently repeating, No one will ever know. I shall never tell. No, Monsieur Octave, do not spoil the happiness I have in knowing you. It will do no good, I assure you, and I had dreamed things. Then he left off speaking, having a revenge to take on womankind, and saying coarsely to himself, You, at any rate, shall succumb. The door had not even been shut. The solemnity of the staircase seemed to ascend in the midst of a silence. Lilith was peacefully sleeping on the pillow of her crib. When Marie and Octave rose up, they could find nothing to say to each other. She mechanically went and looked at her daughter, took up the plate, and then laid it down again. He remained silent, a prey to similar uneasiness. The adventure had been so unexpected, and he recalled to mind how he had fraternally planned to restore the young woman to her husband's arms. Feeling the necessity of breaking that intolerable silence, he ended by murmuring, You did not shut the door, then? She glanced out onto the landing and stammered, That is true. It was open. Her face wore an expression of disgust. The young man, too, was now thinking that, after all, there was nothing the least funny in this adventure with a helpless woman, in the midst of that solitude. Dear me, the book has fallen on the floor, she continued, picking the volume up. A corner of the cover was broken. That drew them together, and afforded some relief. Speech returned to them. Marie appeared quite distressed. It was not my fault. You see, I had covered it with paper for fear of soiling it. We must have knocked it over, without doing so on purpose. Was it there, then? Asked Octave. I did not notice it. Oh, for myself, I don't care a bit, but Campardon thinks so much of his books. They kept passing it from one to the other, trying to put the corner straight again. Their fingers touched without a quiver. As they inflected on the consequences, they were quite dismayed at the accident which had happened to that handsome volume of George Sand. It was bound to end badly, concluded Marie, with tears in her eyes. Octave was obliged to console her. He would invent some story. Campardon would not eat him. And their uneasiness returned at the moment of separation. They would have liked at least to have said something amiable to each other, but the words choked them. Fortunately, a step was heard. It was the husband coming upstairs. Octave silently took her in his arms again and kissed her in his turn on the mouth. She once more complacently submitted, her lips icy cold as before. When he noiselessly regained his room, he asked himself, as he took off his overcoat, whatever was it that she wanted? Women, he said, were decidedly very peculiar. On the morrow, at the Campardons', just as lunch was finished, Octave was once more explaining that he had clumsily knocked the book over, when Marie entered the room. She was going to take Lilith to the Tuileries Gardens, and she had called to ask if they would allow Angèle to accompany her. And she smiled at Octave, without the least confusion, and glanced in her innocent way at the book lying on a chair. "Why, I shall be only too pleased," said Madame Campardon. Angèle, go and put your hat on. I have no fear in trusting her with you." Marie, looking very modest, in a simple dress of dark woolen stuff, talked of her husband, who'd caught a cold the night before, and of the price of meat, which would soon prevent people buying it at all. Then, when she left with Angèle, they all leant out of the windows to see them depart. Marie gently pushed Lilith's perambulator along the pavement with her gloved hands, whilst Angèle, knowing that they were looking at her, walked beside her friend with her eyes fixed on the ground. "How respectable she looks!" exclaimed Madame Campeardon. "And so gentle, so decorous." Then, slapping Octave on the shoulder, the architect said, "Education is everything in a family, my dear fellow. There's nothing like it." This ends Chapter 4, Part 2 of Piping Hot. Chapter 5, Part 1 of Piping Hot, Pope Bouille, by Émile Zola, translated by Henry Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 5, Part 1 of Piping Hot. That evening there was a reception and concert at the Duveyriers. Towards 9 o'clock, Octave, who'd been invited for the first time, was just finishing dressing. He was grave and felt irritated with himself. Why had he missed fire with Valérie, a woman so well connected? And Berthe Josserand, ought he not to have reflected before refusing her? At the moment he was tying his white tie, he thought of Marie Pichon. The thought of Marie Pichon had become unbearable to him. 5 months in Paris, and nothing but that wretched adventure. It was as painful to him as a disgrace, for he well saw the emptiness and the uselessness of such a connection. And he vowed to himself, as he took up his gloves, that he would no longer waste his time in such a manner. He was decided to act as he had at length got into society, where opportunities were certainly not wanting. But at the end of the passage, Marie was watching for him. Pichon not being there, he was obliged to go in for a moment. "How smart you are," murmured she. They had never been invited to the Duveyriers, and that filled her with respect for the first-floor drawing-room. Besides, she was jealous of no one. She had neither the strength nor the will to be so. "I shall wait for you," resumed she, holding up her forehead. "Do not come up too late. You can tell me how you amused yourself." Octave had to deposit a kiss on her hair. Though relations were established between them, according to his fancy, whenever a desire or want of something to do drew him to her, they did not as yet address each other very familiarly. He at length went downstairs, and she, leaning over the balustrade, followed him with her eyes. At the same minute, quite a drama was enacting at the Josserand's. In the mind of the mother, the Duveyriers' party to which they were going was to decide the question of a marriage between Berthe and Auguste Vabre. The latter, who'd been vigorously attacked for a fortnight past, still hesitated, evidently entertaining doubts with respect to the dowry. So Madame Josserand, for the purpose of striking a decisive blow, had written to her brother, informing him of the contemplated marriage and reminding him of his promises, with the hope that, in his answer, he might say something that she could turn to account. And all the family were awaiting 9 o'clock before the dining-room stove, dressed ready to go down, when Monsieur Gourde brought up a letter from Uncle Bachelard, which had been forgotten under Madame Gourde's snuff-box since the last delivery. "Ah, at last!" cried Madame Josserand, tearing open the envelope. The father and the 2 daughters watched her anxiously as she read. Adèle, who had had to dress the ladies, was moving heavily about, clearing the table, still covered with dirty crockery from the dinner. But Madame Josserand turned ghastly pale. "Nothing, nothing," stuttered she. "Not a clear sentence. He will see later on, at the time of the marriage. And he adds that he loves us very much all the same. What a confounded scoundrel!" Monsieur Josserand, in his evening dress, sank into a chair. Hortense and Berthe also sat down, their legs feeling worn out, and they remained there, the one in blue, the other in pink, in their eternal costumes, altered once again. "I have always said," murmured the father, "that Bachelard is imposing upon us. He will never give a sou." Standing up in her flaring dress, Madame Josserand was reading the letter over again. Then her anger burst out. "Ah, men! Men! That one would think him an idiot, he leads such a life. Well, not a bit of it. Though he never seems to be in his right mind, he opens his eye the moment anyone speaks to him of money. Ah, men! Men!" Standing up in her flaring dress, Madame Josserand was reading the letter over again. She turned towards her daughters, to whom this lesson was addressed. "It has come to the point, you see, that I ask myself why it is you have such a mania for getting married. Ah, if you'd been worried out of your lives by it as I have, not a fellow who loves you for yourselves, or who would bring you a fortune without haggling. Millionaire uncles who, after having been fed for 20 years, will not even give their nieces a dowry. Husbands who are quite incompetent. Oh, yes, sir, incompetent." Monsieur Josserand bowed his head. Adèle, who was not even listening, was quietly finishing clearing the table. But Madame Josserand suddenly turned angrily upon her. "What are you doing there, spying upon us? Go into your kitchen and see if I am there." And she wound up by saying, "In short, everything for those wretched beings, the men, and for us not even enough to satisfy our hunger. Listen, they are only fit for being taken in. Remember my words." Hortense and Berthe nodded their heads, as though deeply penetrated by what their mother had been saying. For a long time past she had completely convinced them of man's utter inferiority, his unique part in life being to marry and to pay. A long silence ensued in the smoky dining room, where the remainder of the things left on the table by Adèle emitted a stuffy smell of food. The Josserand, gorgeously arrayed, scattered on different chairs and overwhelmed, were forgetting the Duveyriers' concert as they reflected on the continual deceptions of life. From the depths of the adjoining chamber one could hear the snoring of Saturnin, whom they'd sent to bed early. At length Berthe spoke. "So it is all up. Shall we take our things off?" But at this Madame Josserand's energy at once returned to her. "Eh, what? Take their things off? And why, pray? Were they not respectable people? Was not an alliance with her family as good as with any other? The marriage should take place all the same. She would die rather." And she rapidly distributed their parts to each. The two young ladies were instructed to be very amiable to Auguste, and not to leave him until he had taken the leap. The father received the mission of overcoming old Vabre and Duveyrier, by agreeing with everything they said, if his intelligence was sufficient to enable him to do such a thing. As for herself, desirous of neglecting nothing, she undertook the women. She would know how to get them all on her side. Then, collecting her thoughts and casting a last glance round the dining room, as though to make sure that no weapon had been forgotten, she put on the terrible look of a man of war about to lead his daughters to massacre, and uttered these words in a powerful voice: "Let us go down." And down they went. In the solemnity of the staircase, Monsieur Josserand was full of uneasiness, for he foresaw many disagreeable things for the too narrow conscience of a worthy man like himself. When they entered, there was already a crush at the Duveyriers. The enormous grand piano occupied one entire end of the drawing-room, the ladies being seated in front of it on rows of chairs, like at the theatre, and two dense masses of black coats filled up the doorways leading to the dining-room and the parlour. The chandelier and the candelabra and the 6 lamps standing on side tables lit up with a blinding light the white and gold room, in which the red silk of the furniture and of the hangings showed up vividly. It was very warm. The fans produced the breeze at regular intervals, impregnated with the penetrating odors of bodices and bare shoulders. Just at that moment, Madame Duveyrier was taking her seat at the piano. With a gesture, Madame Josserand smilingly begged she would not disturb herself, and she left her daughters in the midst of the men as she accepted a chair for herself between Valérie and Madame Jousseur. Monsieur Josserand had made for the parlour, where the landlord, Monsieur Vabre, was dozing at his usual place, in the corner of a sofa. There were also Campardon, Théophile, and Auguste Vabre, Dr. Juilhat, and the Abbé Mauduit, forming a group. Whilst Troublot and Octave, who had rejoined each other, had flown from the music to the end of the dining-room. Near them, and behind the stream of black coats, Duveyrier, thin and tall of stature, was looking fixedly at his wife seated at the piano, waiting for silence. In the buttonhole of his coat he wore the ribbon of a Legion of Honor in a neat little rosette. "Hush, hush, silence!" murmured some friendly voices. Then Clotilde Duveyrier commenced one of Chopin's most difficult serenades. Tall and handsome, with magnificent red hair, she had a long face, as pale and cold as snow, and in her grey eyes music alone kindled a flame, an exaggerated passion on which she existed without any other desire either of the flesh or the spirit. Duveyrier continued watching her. Then, after the first bars, a nervous exasperation contracted his lips. He drew aside and kept himself at the farthest end of the dining-room. On his clean-shaven face, with its pointed chin and eyes all askew, large red blotches indicated a bad blood, quite a pollution festering just beneath the skin. Troublot, who was examining him, quietly observed, "He does not like music." "Nor I either," replied Octave. "Oh, the unpleasantness is not the same for you. A man, my dear fellow, who was always lucky, not a whit more intelligent than another, but who was helped along by everyone. Belonging to an old middle-class family, the father of an ex-presiding judge, called to the bar the moment he had completed his studies, then appointed deputy judge at Reims, from whence he was removed to Paris and made judge of the court of first instance, decorated, and now a counselor before he's 45 years of age. It's stiff, isn't it? But he does not like music. That piano has been the bane of his life. One cannot have everything." Meanwhile, Clotilde was knocking off the difficult passages with extraordinary composure. She handled her piano like a circus rider her horse. Octave's attention was solely occupied with the furious working of her hands. "Just look at her fingers," said he. "It is astonishing. A quarter of an hour of that must hurt her immensely." And they both fell to talking of women without troubling themselves any further with what she was playing. Octave felt rather embarrassed on catching sight of Valérie. What line of conduct should he pursue? Ought he to speak to her, or pretend not to see her? Troublot affected a great disdain. There was still not one to take his fancy, and as his companion protested, looking about, and saying that there was surely one amongst the number who would suit him, he learnedly declared, "Well, take your choice, and you will see afterwards when the gloss is off. Not the one with the feathers over there, nor the blonde in the mauve dress, nor that old party, though she at least has the merit of being fat. I tell you, my dear fellow, it's absurd to seek for anything of the kind in society. Plenty of airs, but not a particle of pleasure." Octave smiled. He had to make his position in the world. He could not afford merely to consider his taste, like Troublot, whose father was so rich. The sight of those rows of women set him musing. He asked himself which among them he would have chosen for his fortune and his pleasure if he had been allowed to take one of them away. As he was weighing them with a glance, one after the other, he suddenly exclaimed, "Hullo, my employer's wife! She visits here, then?" "Did you not know it?" asked Troublot. "In spite of a difference in their ages, Madame Edouin and Madame Duveyrier are two school friends. They used to be inseparable, and were called the polar bears, because they were always full 20 degrees below freezing point. They are some more of the ornamental class. Duveyrier would be in a sad plight if he had not some other hot water bottle for his feet in winter time." But Octave had now become serious. For the first time he beheld Madame Edouin in a low-necked dress, her shoulders and arms bare, with her black hair plaited in front, and she appeared in the ardent light as the realization of his desires. A superb woman, extremely healthy and calmly beautiful, who would be a benefit in every way to a man. Complicated plans were already absorbing him, when an awful din awoke him from his dream. "What a relief! It is finished," said Troublot. Compliments were being showered upon Clotilde. Madame Josserand, who had hastened to her, was pressing her hands, whilst the men resumed their conversation and the ladies fanned themselves more vigorously. Duveyrier then ventured back into the parlour, where Troublot and Octave followed him. Whilst in the midst of the skirts, the former whispered into the latter's ear, "Look on your right. The angling has commenced." It was Madame Josserand who was setting Berthe on to Auguste. He had imprudently gone up to the ladies to wish them good evening. His head was not bothering him so much just then. He merely felt a touch of neuralgia in his left eye. But he dreaded the end of the party, for there was going to be singing, and nothing was worse for him than this. "Berthe," said the mother, "tell Monsieur Fabre of the remedy you copied for him out of that book. Oh, it is a sovereign cure for headaches." And having started the affair, she left them standing beside a window. "By Jove, they're going in for chemistry," murmured Troublot. In the parlour, Monsieur Josserand, desirous of pleasing his wife, had remained seated before Monsieur Fabre, feeling very embarrassed, for the old gentleman was asleep, and he did not dare awake him to do the amiable. But when the music ceased, Monsieur Fabre raised his eyelids. Short and stout and completely bald, save for 2 tufts of white hair over his ears, he had a ruddy face, with thick lips and round eyes almost at the top of his head. Monsieur Josserand having politely inquired after his health, the conversation began. The retired notary, whose 4 or 5 ideas always followed the same order, commenced by making an observation about Versailles, where he had practised during 40 years. Then he talked of his sons, once more regretting that neither the one nor the other had shown himself capable of carrying on the practice, so that he had decided to sell it and inhabit Paris. After which he came to the history of his house, the building of which was the romance of his life. "I've buried 300,000 francs in it, sir. A superb speculation, my architect said. But today I have great difficulty in getting the value of my money, more especially as all my children have come to live here, with the idea of not paying me, and I should never have a quarter's rent if I did not apply for it myself on the 15th. Fortunately, I have work to console me." "Do you still work much?" asked Monsieur Josserand. "Always, always, sir," replied the old gentleman, with the energy of despair. "Work is life to me." And he explained his great task. For 10 years past he had every year waded through the official catalogue of the exhibition of paintings, writing on tickets each painter's name and the paintings exhibited. He spoke of it with an air of weariness and anguish. The whole year scarcely gave him sufficient time. The task was often so arduous that it sometimes proved too much for him. For instance, when a lady artist married and then exhibited under her husband's name, how was he to see his way clearly? "My work will never be complete. It is that which is killing me," murmured he. "You take a great interest in art, do you not?" resumed Monsieur Josserand, to flatter him. Monsieur Fabre looked at him, full of surprise. "No, I do not require to see the paintings. It's merely a matter of statistics. There now, I'd better go to bed. My head will be all the clearer tomorrow. Good night, sir." He leant on a walking-stick, which he used even in the house, and withdrew, walking painfully, the lower part of his back already succumbing to paralysis. Monsieur Josserand felt perplexed. He had not understood very clearly. He feared he had not spoken of the tickets with sufficient enthusiasm. But a slight hubbub coming from the drawing-room attracted Troublot and Octave again to the door. They saw a lady of about 50 enter, very stout and still handsome, followed by a young man, correctly attired, and with a serious air about him. "What? They arrived together," murmured Troublot. "Well, I never." The newcomers were Madame d'Ambreville and Léon Josselin. She'd undertaken to find him a wife. Then, whilst waiting, she'd kept him for her own personal use, and they were now in their full honeymoon, attracting general attention in the middle-class drawing-rooms. There were whisperings amongst the mothers who had daughters to marry. But Madame Duveyrier was advancing to meet Madame d'Ambreville, who supplied her with young men for her choruses. Madame Josselin at once supplanted her, and overwhelmed her son's friend with all sorts of attentions, reflecting that she might have need of her. Léon coldly exchanged a few words with his mother, yet she was now beginning to think that he would after all be able to do something for himself. "Berthe does not see you," said she to Madame d'Ambreville. "Excuse her, she is telling Monsieur Auguste of some remedy." "But they are very well together. We must leave them alone," replied the lady, understanding at a glance. They both watched Berthe maternally. She'd ended by pushing Auguste into the recess caused by the window, and was keeping him there with her pretty gestures. He was becoming animated and running the risk of a bad headache. Meanwhile, a group of grave men were talking politics in the parlor. There had been a stormy sitting of the Senate the day before, where they were discussing the address respecting the Roman question, and Dr. Juillerat, whose opinions were atheistical and revolutionary, was maintaining that Rome ought to be given to the King of Italy, whilst the Abbé Mauduit, one of the heads of the Ultramontain party, prophesied the most awful catastrophes if Frenchmen did not shed the last drop of their blood in supporting the temporal power of the Pope. "Perhaps some modus vivendi may be found which will prove acceptable to both parties," observed Léon Josselin, arriving. He was just then the secretary of a celebrated barrister, one of the deputies of the left. During 2 years, having nothing to expect from his parents, whose mediocrity moreover exasperated him, he had frequented the students' quarter in the guise of a ferocious demagogue. But since his acquaintance with the d'Ambrevilles, at whose expense he was satisfying his first appetites, he was calming down and drifting into the learned Republican. "No agreement is possible," said the priest. "The Church could not make terms." "Then it shall vanish," exclaimed the doctor. And though great friends, having met at the bedsides of all the departing souls of the Saint-Roch district, they seemed irreconcilable, the doctor thin and nervous, the priest fat and affable. The latter preserved a polite smile, even when making his most absolute statements, like a man of the world, tolerant for the shortcomings of existence, but also like a Catholic who did not intend to abandon any of his religious belief. This ends Chapter 5, Part 1 of Piping Hot. Chapter 5, Part 2 of Piping Hot, Pope Bouille, by Émile Zola, translated by Henry Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 5, Part 2 of Piping Hot. No agreement is possible," said the priest. "The Church could not make terms." "The Church vanish? Pooh!" said Campardon with a furious air, just to be well with the priest, from whom he was expecting a large order. Besides, it was the opinion of almost all the gentlemen it could not vanish. Théophile Vabre, who, coughing and spitting and shaking with fever, dreamed of universal happiness through the organization of a humanitarian republic, alone maintained that, perhaps, it would be transformed. The priest resumed in his gentle voice, "The Empire is committing suicide. You will see it is so next year when the elections come on." "Oh, as for the Empire, we permit you to rid us of it," said the doctor boldly. "You will be rendering us a precious service." Then Duveyrier, who seemed listening profoundly, shook his head. He belonged to an Orleanist family, but he owed everything to the empire and considered he ought to defend it. "Believe me," he at length declared severely, "do not shake the foundations of society, or everything will collapse. It is we, as sure as fate, who suffer from every catastrophe." "Very true," observed Monsieur Josserand, who entertained no opinion, but remembered his wife's instructions. All spoke at once. None of them liked the empire. Dr. Juillerat condemned the Mexican exhibition. The Abbé Mauduit blamed the recognition of the Kingdom of Italy. Yet Théophile Vrabre and even Léon felt anxious when Duveyrier threatened them with another 93. What was the use of those continual revolutions? Had not liberty been obtained? And the hatred of new ideas, the fear of the people wishing their share, calmed the liberalism of those satisfied middle-class men. They all declared, however, that they would vote against the emperor, for he was in need of a lesson. "Ah, how they bore me," said Troublot, who'd been trying to understand for some minutes past. Octave persuaded him to return to the ladies. In the recess of the window, Berthe was deafening Auguste with her laughter. This big fellow with his pale blood was forgetting his fear of women, and was becoming quite red beneath the attacks of the lovely girl, whose breath warmed his face. Madame Josserand, however, probably considered that the affair was dragging, for she looked fixedly at Hortense, and the latter obediently went and gave her sister her assistance. "Are you quite recovered, madame?" Octave dared to ask Valérie. "Quite, sir, thank you," replied she coolly, as though she remembered nothing. Madame Juser spoke to the young man about some old lace which she wished to show him, to have his opinion of it, and he had to promise to look in on her for a moment on the morrow. Then, as the Abbé Mauduit re-entered the drawing-room, she called him and made him sit beside her with an air of rapture. The conversation had again resumed. The ladies were discussing their servants. "Well, yes," continued Madame Duveyrier, "I am satisfied with Clémené. She is a very clean and very active girl." "And your Hippolyte?" asked Madame Josserand. "Had you not the intention of discharging him?" Just then Hippolyte, the footman, was handing round some ices. When he had withdrawn, tall, strong, and with a florid complexion, Clotilde answered in an embarrassed way, "We have decided to keep him. It is so unpleasant changing. You know, servants get used to one another, and I should not like to part with Clémené." Madame Josserand hastened to agree with her, feeling that they were on delicate ground. There was some hope of marrying the two together some day, and the Abbé Mauduit, whom the Duveyrier had consulted in the matter, slowly wagged his head, as though to dissemble a state of affairs known to all the house, but of which no one ever spoke. All the ladies now opened their hearts. Valérie had sent another servant about her business that very morning, and that made 3 in a week. Madame Juser had decided to take a young girl of 15 from the foundling hospital so as to teach her herself. As for Madame Josserand, her complaints of Adèle seemed never likely to cease. A slut, a good-for-nothing, whose goings-on were most extraordinary. And they all, feeling languid in the blaze of the candles and the perfume of the flowers, sank deeper into these ante-room stories, wading through greasy account-books and taking a delight in relating the insolence of a coachman or of a scullery maid. "Have you seen Julie?" abruptly asked Troublot of Octave in a mysterious tone of voice. And as the other looked at him in amazement, he added, "My dear fellow, she's stunning. Go and see her. Just pretend you want to go somewhere and then slip into the kitchen. She is stunning." He was speaking of the Duveyriers' cook. The ladies' conversation was taking a turn. Madame Josserand was describing, with overflowing admiration, a very modest estate which the Duveyriers had near Villeneuve-Saint-Georges, and which she merely caught a glimpse of from the train, one day when she was going to Fontainebleau. But Clotilde did not like the country. She lived there as little as possible, merely during the holidays of her son, Gustave, who was then studying rhetoric at the Lycée Bonaparte. Caroline is right in not wishing to have any children, declared she, turning towards Madame Edouin, seated 2 chairs away from her. For little things interfere with all your habits. Madame Edouin said that she liked them a good deal, but she was much too busy. Her husband was constantly away, and she had everything to look after. Octave, standing up behind her chair, searched with a side glance the little curly hairs as black as ink on the nape of her neck, and the snowy whiteness of her bosom, which, her dress being open very low, disappeared in a mass of lace. She ended by completely confusing him, as she sat there so calm, speaking but rarely and with a continuous smile on her handsome face. He had never before seen so superb a creature, even at Marseilles. Decidedly it was worth trying, though it would be a long task. "Having children robs women of their good looks so quickly," said he in her ear, leaning over, feeling an absolute necessity to speak to her, and yet finding nothing else to say. She slowly raised her large eyes, and then replied with the simple air with which she would give him an order at the warehouse. "Oh, no, Monsieur Octave. With me it is not for that. One must have the time, that is all." But Madame du Verrier intervened. She'd merely greeted the young man with a slight bow when Campardon had introduced him to her, and now she was examining him and listening to him without seeking to hide a sudden interest. When she heard him conversing with her friend, she could not help asking, "Pray, excuse me, sir, what voice have you?" He did not understand immediately, but he ended by saying that his was a tenor voice. Then Clotilde, becoming quite enthusiastic, "A tenor voice? Really? What a piece of luck! Tenor voices were becoming so rare. For instance, for the Blessing of the Daggers, which they were going to sing by and by, she'd never been able to find more than 3 tenors among her acquaintances, when at least 5 were required." And suddenly excited, her eyes sparkling, she had to restrain herself from going at once to the piano to try his voice. He was obliged to promise to come one evening for the purpose. Troublot, who was behind him, kept nudging him with his elbow, ferociously enjoying himself in his impassibility. "Ah, so you are in for it too," murmured he, when she had moved away. "For myself, my dear fellow, she first of all thought I had a baritone voice. Then, seeing that I did not get on all right, she tried me as a tenor. But as I went no better, she has decided to use me tonight as bass. I am one of the monks." But he had to leave Octave, as Madame du Verrier was just then calling him. They were about to sing the chorus, the great piece of the evening. There was quite a commotion. Some 15 men, all amateurs, and all recruited among the guests of the house, painfully opened a passage for themselves through the groups of ladies, to form in front of the piano. They were constantly brought to a standstill and asked to be excused, in voices drowned by the hum of conversations, whilst the fans were moved more rapidly in the increasing heat. At length Madame du Verrier counted them. They were all there, and she distributed them their parts, which she had copied out herself. Campardon took the part of Saint-Bris. A young auditor attached to the Council of State was entrusted with Desnevers's few bars. Then came 8 nobles, 4 aldermen, and 3 monks, represented by barristers, clerks, and simple householders. She, who accompanied, had also reserved herself the part of Valentine, passionate cries which she uttered whilst striking chords, for she would have no lady amongst the gentlemen, the resigned troop of whom she directed with all the severity of a conductor of an orchestra. The conversations continued. An intolerable noise issued from the parlor especially, where the political discussions were evidently entering on a disagreeable phase. Then Clotilde, taking a key from her pocket, tapped gently with it on the piano. A murmur ran through the room. The voices dropped. 2 streams of black coats again flowed to the doors, and, looking over the heads, one beheld for a moment du Verrier's red-spotted face wearing an agonized expression. Octave had remained standing behind Madame Edouin, the glances from his lowered eyes losing themselves in the shadows of her bosom, in the depths of the lace. But when the silence was almost complete, there was a burst of laughter, and he raised his head. It was Berthe, who was amused at some joke of Auguste's. She had heated his poor blood to such a point that he was becoming quite jovial. Every person in the drawing-room looked at them. Mothers became grave. Members of the family exchanged a glance. "She has such spirits," murmured Madame Josserand tenderly, in such a way as to be heard. Hortense, close to her sister, was assisting her with complacent abnegation, joining in her laughter and pushing her up against the young man, whilst the breeze which entered through the partly open window behind them gently swelled the big crimson silk curtains. But a sepulchral voice resounded. All the heads turned towards the piano. Campardon, his mouth wide open, his beard spread out in a lyrical blast, was giving the first line. "Yes, we are assembled by the Queen's command." Clotilde at once ran up a scale and down again. Then, her eyes fixed on the ceiling, a look of fright on her face, she uttered the cry, "I tremble!" And the whole thing followed. The 8 barristers, clerks, and householders, their noses in their parts, in the postures of schoolboys humming and hawing over a page of Greek, swore that they were ready to deliver France. This opening was a surprise, for the voices were stifled beneath the low ceiling. One was unable to catch more than a sort of hum, like a noise of passing carts full of paving stones, causing the windows to rattle. But when Saint-Brice's melodious line, "For this glorious cause," unrolled the principal theme, some of the ladies recognized it and nodded their heads knowingly. All were warming to the work. The nobles shouted out at random, "We swear it! We will follow you!" And each time it was like an explosion which caught the guests full in the chest. "They sing too loud," murmured Octave in Madame Edouin's ear. She did not move. Then, as de Nevers and Valentine's explanations bored him, more especially as the auditor attached to the Council of State was a false baritone, he corresponded by signs with Troublot, who, whilst awaiting the entrance of the monks, drew his attention with a wink to the window where Berthe was continuing to keep Auguste imprisoned. Now they were alone, in the fresh breeze from outside, whilst, with her ear pricked up, Hortense stood before them, leaning against the curtain and mechanically twisting the loop. No one was watching them now. Even Madame Josserand and Madame d'Ambreville were looking away, after an instinctive exchange of glances. Meanwhile, Clotilde, her fingers on the keys, carried away and unable to risk a gesture, stretched her neck and addressed to the music stand this oath intended for de Nevers. "Ah, from today all my blood is yours." The aldermen had made their entrance, a substitute, 2 attorneys, and a notary. The quartet was well delivered. The line, "For this holy cause," returned, spread out, supported by half the chorus in a continuous expansion. Campardon, his mouth opened wider and wider, gave the orders for the combat with a terrible roll of syllables. And suddenly the chant of the monks burst forth. Troublot sang from his stomach so as to reach the low notes. Octave, having had the curiosity to watch him singing, was struck with surprise when he again cast his eyes in the direction of the window. As though carried away by the chorus, Hortense had unfastened the loop by a movement which might have been unintentional, and, in falling, the big crimson silk curtain had completely hidden Auguste and Berthe. They were there behind it, leaning against the window bar, without a movement betraying their presence. Octave no longer troubled himself about Troublot, who was just then blessing the daggers. "Holy daggers, by us be blessed!" Whatever could they be doing behind that curtain? The fugue was commencing. To the deep tones of the monks, the chorus replied, "Death, death, death!" And still they did not move. Perhaps feeling the heat too much, they were simply watching the cabs pass. But Saint-Brice's melodious line had again returned. By degrees all the voices uttered it with the whole strength of their lungs, progressively and in a final outburst of extraordinary force. It was like a gust of wind burying itself in the farthest corners of the too narrow room, scaring the candles, making the guests turn pale and their ears bleed. Clotilde furiously strummed away on the piano, carrying the gentleman along with her with a glance. Then the voices quieted down, almost whispering. At midnight, let there be not a sound. And she continued on alone, using the soft pedal and imitating the cadenced and distant footsteps of some departing patrol. Then suddenly, in the midst of this expiring music, of this relief after so much uproar, one heard a voice exclaim, "You're hurting me!" All the heads again turned towards the window. Madame d'Ambreville kindly made herself useful by going and pulling the curtain aside, and the whole drawing-room beheld Auguste looking very confused and Berthe very red, still leaning against the bar of the window. "What is the matter, my treasure?" asked Madame Josserand earnestly. "Nothing, mamma. Monsieur Auguste knocked my arm with the window. I was so warm." She turned redder still. There were affected smiles and scandalized pouts. Madame Duveyrier, who for a month past had been trying to keep her brother out of Berthe's way, turned quite pale, more especially as the incident had spoilt the effect of her chorus. However, after the first moment of surprise, the applause burst forth. She was congratulated, and some amiable things were said about the gentlemen. How delightfully they had sung! What pains she must have taken to get them to sing so well in time! Really, it could not have been rendered better at a theatre. But beneath all this praise, she could not fail to hear the whispering which went round the drawing-room. The young girl was too much compromised. A marriage had become inevitable. "Well, he's hooked," observed Troublot as he rejoined Octave. "What a ninny! As though he could not have pinched her whilst we were all bellowing. I thought all the while that he was taking advantage of it. You know, in drawing-rooms where they go in for singing, one pinches a lady, and if she cries out it does not matter. No one hears." Berthe, now very calm, was again laughing, whilst Hortense looked at Auguste with her crabbed air of a girl who had taken a diploma, and in their triumph the mother's lesson reappeared, the undisguised contempt for man. All the gentlemen had now invaded the drawing-room, mingling with the ladies and raising their voices. Monsieur Josserand, feeling sick at heart through Berthe's adventure, had drawn near his wife. He listened uneasily as she thanked Madame d'Ambreville for all her kindness to their son Léon, whom she had most decidedly changed to his advantage. But his uneasiness increased when he heard her again refer to her daughters. She pretended to converse in low tones with Madame Jouzer, though speaking all the while for Valérie and Clotilde, who were standing up close beside her. "Well, yes, her uncle mentioned it in a letter again today. Berthe will have 50,000 francs. It is not much, no doubt, but when the money is there and as safe as the bank, too." This lie roused his indignation. He could not help stealthily touching her shoulder. She looked at him, forcing him to lower his eyes before the resolute expression of her face. Then, as Madame Duveyrier turned round quite amiably, she asked her with great concern for news of her father. "Oh, Papa has probably gone to bed," replied the young woman, quite won over. "He works so hard." Monsieur Josserand said that Monsieur Vabre had indeed retired, so as to have his ideas clear on the morrow. Then he mumbled a few words. A most remarkable mind, extraordinary faculties, asking himself at the same time where he would get that dowry from, and thinking what a figure he would cut the day the marriage contract had to be signed. A great noise of chairs being moved now filled the drawing-room. The ladies passed into the dining-room, where the tea was ready served. Madame Josserand sailed victoriously in, surrounded by her daughters and the Vabre family. Soon only the group of serious men remained amidst the vacant chairs. Campardon had buttonholed the Abbé Maudoui. There was a question of some repairs to the Calvary at Saint Roch. The architect said he was quite free, for the diocese of Evreux gave him very little to do. All he had in hand there were a pulpit and a heating apparatus, and also some new ranges to be placed in the bishop's kitchen, which work his inspector was quite competent to see after. Then the priest promised to have the matter definitely settled at the next meeting of the vestry, and they both joined the group where Duveyrier was being complimented on a judgment of which he admitted himself to be the author. The presiding judge, who was his friend, reserved certain easy and brilliant tasks for him so as to bring him to the fore. "Have you read this latest novel?" asked Léon, looking through a number of the Revue des Deux Mondes lying on a table. "It's well written, but there's another adultery. It is really becoming wearisome." And the conversation turned upon morality. Campodon said that there were some very virtuous women. All the others agreed with him. Moreover, according to the architect, one could always live peacefully at home if one only went the right way about it. Théophile Vabre observed that it depended on the woman, without explaining himself farther. They wished to have Dr. Juillerat's opinion, but he smiled and begged to be excused. He considered virtue as a question of health. During this, Duveyrier had remained wrapped in thought. "Dear me," murmured he at length, "these authors exaggerate. Adultery is very rare amongst educated people. A woman who comes from a good family has in her soul a flower." He was for grand sentiments. He uttered the word ideal with an emotion which brought a mist to his eyes. And he said that the Abbé Mauduit was right when the latter spoke of a necessity for the wife and mother having some religious belief. The conversation was thus brought back to religion and politics, at the point where these gentlemen had previously left it. The church would never disappear because it was the foundation of all families, the same as it was the natural support of governments. "As a sort of police, perhaps it is," murmured the doctor. Duveyrier, however, did not like politics being discussed in his house, and he contented himself with severely declaring, as he glanced into the dining-room where Berthe and Hortense were stuffing Auguste with sandwiches, "There is one fact, gentlemen, which settles everything. Religion moralizes marriage." At the same moment, Troublot, seated on a sofa beside Octave, was bending towards the latter. "By the way," asked he, "would you like me to get you invited to a lady's where there is plenty of amusement?" And as his companion desired to know what kind of a lady, he added, indicating the counsellor by a sign, "his mistress." "Impossible!" said Octave in amazement. Troublot slowly opened and closed his eyes. It was so. When one married a woman who was disobliging and disgusted with one's little ailments, and who strummed on her piano to the point of making all the dogs of a neighborhood ill, one had to go elsewhere and be made a fool of. "Let us moralize marriage, gentlemen, let us moralize marriage," repeated Duveyrier in his rigid way, with his inflamed face, where Octave now distinguished the foul blood of secret vices. The gentlemen were being called into the dining-room. The Abbé Mauduit, left for a moment alone in the middle of the empty drawing-room, looked from a distance at the crush of guests. His fat, shrewd face bore an expression of sadness. He who heard all those ladies, both old and young, at confession, knew them all in the flesh, the same as Dr. Juillerat, and he had had to end by merely watching over appearances, like a master of the ceremonies throwing the mantle of religion over the corruption of the middle classes, trembling at the certainty of a final downfall, the day when the canker would appear in all its hideousness. At times, in his ardent and sincere faith of a priest, his indignation would overcome him. But a smile returned. He took the cup of tea which Berthe came and offered him, and conversed a minute with her, so as to cover, as it were, the scandal of the window with his sacred character, and he again became the man of the world, resigned to merely insisting upon a decent behavior from those sinners who were escaping him, and who would have compromised Providence. "Well, these are fine goings-on," murmured Octave. whose respect for the house had received another shock. And seeing Madame Hédouin move towards the anteroom, he wished to reach there before her and follow Troublot, who was also leaving. His intention was to see her home. She refused. It was scarcely midnight, and she lived so near. Then, a rose having fallen from the bouquet at her breast, he picked it up in spite and made a pretense of keeping it. The young woman's beautiful eyebrows contracted. Then she said in a quiet way, "Pray open the door for me, Monsieur Octave." "Thank you." When she had departed, the young man, who was rather confused, looked for Troublot. But Troublot had disappeared, the same as he had done at the Josserand's. This time also he must have slipped along the passage leading to the kitchen. Octave, greatly put out, went off to his room, his rose in his hand. Upstairs he beheld Marie leaning over the balustrade, at the place where he had left her. She had been listening for his footstep and had hastened to see him come up. And when she made him enter her room, she said, "Jules has not yet come home. Did you enjoy yourself? Were there any pretty dresses?" But she did not give him time to answer. She'd caught sight of the rose and was seized with a childish delight. "Is that flower for me? You've thought of me? Ah, how nice of you! How nice of you!" And her eyes filled with tears. She became quite confused and very red. Then Octave, suddenly moved, kissed her tenderly. Towards 1 o'clock, the Josserand's withdrew in their turn. Adèle always left a candle and some matches on a chair. When the members of the family, who had not exchanged a word coming upstairs, had entered the dining room, from whence they'd gone down in despair, they suddenly yielded to a mad, delirious joy, holding each other's hands and dancing like savages round the table. The father himself gave way to the contagion. The mother cut capers, and the daughters uttered little inarticulate cries, whilst the candle in the middle of them showed up their huge shadows careering along the walls. "At last it is settled," said Madame Josserand, out of breath, dropping onto a chair. But she jumped up again at once, in a fit of maternal affection, and ran and imprinted 2 big kisses on Bertha's cheeks. "I am very pleased indeed with you, my darling. You have just rewarded me for all my efforts. My poor girl, it is true then this time." Her voice was choking, her heart was in her mouth. She succumbed in her flaring dress, beneath the weight of a deep and sincere emotion, suddenly overwhelmed in the hour of her triumph by the fatigues of her terrible campaign which had lasted 3 winters. Bertha had to swear that she was not ill, for her mother thought she looked ill, and was full of little attentions, almost insisting on making her a cup of infusion. When the young girl was in bed, she went barefooted and carefully tucked her in, like in the already distant days of her childhood. Meanwhile, Monsieur Josserand, his head on his pillow, awaited her. She blew out the light and stepped over him to reach the side of the bed nearest the wall. He was wrapped in thought, his uneasiness having returned, his conscience all upset by that promise of a dowry of 50,000 francs. And he ventured to mention his scruples aloud. Why make a promise when one has a doubt of being able to keep it? It was not honest. "Not honest!" exclaimed Madame Josserand in the dark, her voice resuming its ferocious tone. "It is not honest to let your daughters become old maids, sir. Yes, old maids. Such was perhaps your dream. We have plenty of time to turn about. We can talk the matter over. We will end by persuading her uncle. And understand, sir, that in my family we have always been honest." This ends Chapter 5, Part 2 of Piping Hot. Chapter 6, Part 1 of Piping Hot, Bouille, by Émile Zola, translated by Henry Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 6, Part 1 of Piping Hot. On the morrow, which was a Sunday, Octave, with his eyes open, lay thinking for an hour in the warmth of the sheets. He awoke happy, full of the lucidity of the morning laziness. What need was there to hurry? He was very comfortable at the Ladies' Paradise. He was there losing all his provincial ways, and he had an absolute and profound conviction of one day possessing Madame Herdouin, who would make his fortune. But it was an affair that required prudence, a long series of gallant tactics which his voluptuous passion for women was already enjoying by anticipation. As he was dozing off again, forming his plans, allowing himself 6 months to succeed in, Marie Pichon's image resulted in calming his impatience. A woman like that was a real boon. He had merely to stretch out his arm when he required her, and she did not cost him a sou. Whilst awaiting the other, he could certainly not hope for anything better. In his half-slumber, this bargain and this convenience ended by making him quite tender-hearted. She appeared to him very nice and pretty with all her good nature, and he promised himself he would behave better to her in future. "Hang it, 9 o'clock," said he, thoroughly roused by his clock striking. "I must get up." A fine rain was falling. Then he made up his mind not to go out all day. He would accept an invitation to dine with the Pichons, which he had been refusing for some time past, dreading another meeting with the Vuillons. It would please Marie. He would find opportunities of kissing her behind the doors, and as she was always asking for books, he even thought of giving her the surprise of a quantity which he had, stowed away in one of his boxes in the loft. When he was dressed, he went down to Monsieur Gould to get the key of this common loft, where all the tenants got rid of whatever things were in their way, or which they had no present use for. Down below, on that damp morning, it was quite stifling in the heated staircase, the imitation marble, the tall looking-glasses, and the mahogany doors of which were covered with steam. Under the porch, a poorly clad woman, Mother Peroux, to whom the Gourds paid 4 sous an hour for doing the heavy work of the house, was washing the pavement with plenty of water, in face of the icy-cold blast blowing from the courtyard. I say, Olden, just rub that a bit better that I may not find a spot on it," called out Monsieur Gould, warmly covered up, standing on the threshold of his apartment. And, Octave arriving, he talked to him of Mother Peroux with the brutal, dominating spirit, the mad mania for revenge of former servants who were being served in their turn. "A lazy creature that I can do nothing with. I should like to have seen her at the Duke's." "Ah, well, they stood no nonsense there. I'll send her to the right about if she doesn't give me my money's worth. That's all I care about. But, excuse me, what is it you require, Monsieur Mouret?" Octave asked for the key. Then the doorkeeper, without hurrying himself, continued to explain to him that, if they had chosen, Madame Gourde and he, they might have lived respectably in their own house at Morts-la-Ville. Only Madame Gourde adored Paris, in spite of her swollen legs, which prevented her getting as far as the pavement, and they were waiting until they had made their income into a round sum, their hearts almost breaking, moreover, and drawing back, each time that they felt a desire to go and live at last upon the little fortune which they had got together sou by sou. "No one had better bother me," concluded he, drawing himself up to the full height of his handsome figure. "I am no longer working for a living. The key of the loft, you said, did you not, Monsieur Mouret? Wherever have we put the key of the loft, my dear?" Madame Gourde, tenderly seated before a wood fire, the flames of which enlivened the big light room, was drinking her coffee and milk out of a silver cup. She had no idea. Perhaps in one of the drawers? And whilst soaking her toast, she did not take her eyes off the door of a servant's staircase at the other end of the courtyard, looking barer and severer than ever in the rain. "Look out! Here she is!" said she suddenly, as a woman appeared in the doorway. Monsieur Gourde at once went and placed himself before his room, so as to prevent the woman from passing, whilst she slackened her footsteps with an air of anxiety. "We have been on the lookout for her since the first thing this morning, Monsieur Mouret," resumed he in a low voice. "Last night we saw her pass. You know she comes from that carpenter, upstairs, the only workman we have in the house, thank goodness. And if the landlord only listened to me, he would let the room remain empty, a servant's room which does not go with the other apartments. For 130 francs a year, it is really not worth while having such a scum in the place." He interrupted himself to ask the woman roughly, "Where do you come from?" "From upstairs, of course," answered she, walking on. Then he exploded. "We'll have no women here, understand? The man who brings you has already been told so. If you return here to sleep, I'll fetch a policeman, that's what I'll do, and we'll see if you'll continue your goings-on in a respectable house." "Oh, don't bother me," said the woman. "I've a right here. I shall come if I choose." And she went off, followed by Monsieur Gould's indignation, as he talked of going up to fetch the landlord. Had anyone ever heard the like? Such a creature amongst respectable people who did not tolerate the least immorality. And it seemed as though that little room occupied by a workman was the abomination of the house, a bad place, the supervision of which offended the doorkeeper's delicacy and spoilt his rest at night. "And that key?" Octave ventured to observe. But the doorkeeper, furious at a tenant's having been able to see his authority disputed, fell on Mother Perhoux, wishing to show that he knew how to make himself obeyed. Did she take him for a fool? She had again splashed the door of his room with her broom. If he paid her out of his own pocket, it was to save him from dirtying his hands, and yet he continually had to clean up after her. Might the devil take him if he was ever again charitable enough to have anything more to do with her. She could go and croak. Without answering, and bent double by the fatigue of this task so much above her strength, the old body continued to scrub with her skinny arms, struggling to keep back her tears. So great was the respectful fright that broad-shouldered gentlemen in cap and slippers caused her. "I remember, my darling," called Madame Gourde from her easy-chair, in which she passed the day, warming her fat person. "It was I who hid the key under the shirts, so that the servants should not be always going into the loft. Come, give it to Monsieur Mouret." "They're a nice lot, too, those servants," murmured Monsieur Gould, who from his many years in service had preserved a hatred for menials. "Here is the key, sir, but I must ask you to bring it me back, for no place can be left open without the servants getting in there and misconducting themselves." To save crossing the wet courtyard, Octave went back up the principal staircase. It was not till he had reached the 4th floor that he gained the servants' staircase by taking the door of communication that was close to his room. Up above, a long passage was intersected twice at right angles. It was painted pale yellow with a dado of darker ochre, and the doors of the servants' rooms, also yellow, were uniform and placed at equal distances, the same as in the corridor of a hospital. An icy chill came from the zinc roof. All was bare and clean, with that unsavory odor of the lodgings of the poor. The loft overlooking the courtyard was in the right wing, at the further end. But Octave, who had not been there since the day of his arrival, was going along the left wing, when suddenly a spectacle which he beheld inside one of the rooms by the partly open door brought him to a standstill and filled him with amazement. A gentleman was standing in his shirt-sleeves before a little looking-glass, tying his white cravat. "What, you here?" said he. It was Troublot. He also at first stood as one petrified. No one ever came near there at that hour. Octave, who had walked in, looked at him in that room with its narrow iron bedstead and its washstand on which a little bundle of woman's hair was floating on the soapy water, and, perceiving the black dress-coat hanging up amongst some aprons, he could not restrain himself from saying, "So you sleep with the cook?" "Not at all," replied Troublot in a fright. Then, recognizing the stupidity of this lie, he began to laugh in his convinced and satisfied way. "She is amusing, I assure you, my dear fellow. It is awfully fine." Whenever he dined out, he escaped from a drawing-room to go and pinch the cook before her stove, and when she was willing to trust him with her key, he would take his departure before midnight and go and wait patiently for her in her room, seated on a trunk in his black dress coat and white tie. On the morrow he would leave by the principal staircase towards 10 o'clock, and pass before the doorkeeper as though he'd been making an early call on one of the tenants. So long as he was pretty punctual at the stockbroker's, his father was satisfied. Moreover, he was now employed in attending the Bourse from 12 to 3. It would sometimes happen that on a Sunday he would spend the whole day in some servant's bed, happy, lost, his nose buried in the pillow. "You, who are going to be so rich some day," said Octave, his face retaining an expression of disgust. Then Troublot learnedly declared, "My dear fellow, you don't know what it is. Don't speak about it." And he stood up for Julie, a tall Burgundian of 40, with her big face pitted with smallpox, but who had the body of a superb woman. One might disrobe the ladies of the house. They were all sticks. Not one would come up to her knee. Besides that, she was a girl very well to do, and to prove it he opened her drawers, displayed a bonnet, some jewelry, and some chemises trimmed with lace, no doubt stolen from Madame Duveyrier. Octave, indeed, now noticed a certain coquettishness about the room, some gilded cardboard boxes on the drawers, a chintz curtain hung over the skirts, all the accessories of a cook aping the grand lady. "There's no denying, you see, that one may own to this one," repeated Troublot, "if they were only all like her." At this moment a noise came from the servants' staircase. It was Adèle coming up to wash her ears, Madame Josserand having furiously forbidden her to proceed with her work until she'd cleaned them with soap. Troublot peeped out and recognized her. "Shut the door, quick!" said he very anxiously. "Hush, don't say a word." He pricked up his ear and listened to Adèle's heavy footstep along the passage. "You sleep with her too, then?" asked Octave, surprised at his paleness, and guessing that he dreaded a scene. But this time Troublot was coward enough to deny. "Oh, no, indeed, not with that slut. Whoever do you take me for, my dear fellow?" He had seated himself on the edge of the bed, and while waiting to finish dressing, begged Octave not to move, and both remained perfectly still whilst that filthy Adèle scoured out her ears, which took at least 10 good minutes. They heard the tempest in her wash-hand basin. "There is, however, a room between this one and hers," softly explained Troublot, "a room that is let to a workman, a carpenter who stinks the place out with his onion soup. This morning again it almost made me sick. And you know, in all houses, the partitions of the servants' rooms are now almost as thin as sheets of paper. I don't understand the landlords. It is not very decent. One can scarcely turn in one's bed. I think it very inconvenient." When Adèle had gone down again, he resumed his swagger and finished dressing himself, making free use of Julie's combs and pomatum. Octave having spoken of the loft, he insisted on taking him there, for he knew the most out-of-the-way corner of that floor. And as he passed the doors, he familiarly mentioned the servants' names. In this bit of a passage, after Adèle, came Lisa, the Campardon's maid, a wench who took her pleasures outside. Then Victoire, their cook, a stranded whale, 70 years old, the only one he respected. Then Françoise, who had entered Madame Valerie's service the day before, and whose trunk would perhaps only remain 24 hours behind the meagre bed upon which a gallop of maids passed, that it was always necessary to make inquiries before going there and waiting in the warmth of the blanket. Then a quiet couple, in the service of the people on the second floor. Then these people's coachman, a strapping fellow of whom he spoke with the jealousy of a handsome man, suspecting him of going from door to door and noiselessly doing some very fine work. Finally, at the other end of the passage, there were Clémenet, the Duverrier's maid, whom her neighbor Hippolyte, the butler, rejoined matrimonially every night, and little Louise, the orphan whom Madame Jusseur had taken on trial, a chit of 15, who must hear some very strange things in the small hours, if she were a light sleeper. "My dear fellow, don't lock the door. Do this to oblige me," said he to Octave, when he'd helped him to take the books from the box. "You see, when the loft is open, one can hide there and wait." Octave, having consented to deceive Monsieur Gould, returned with Troublot to Julie's room. The young man had left his overcoat there. Then it was his gloves that he could not find. He shook the skirts, overturned the bedclothes, raised such a dust and such an odor of soiled linen that his companion, half suffocated, opened the window. It looked on to the narrow inner courtyard, which gave light to all the kitchens. And he was stretching out his head over this damp well, which exhaled the greasy odors of dirty sinks, when a sound of voices made him hastily withdraw. "The little morning gossip," said Troublot on all fours under the bed, still searching. "Just listen to it." It was Lisa, who was leaning out of the window of the Campardons' kitchen to speak to Julie, 2 stories below her. "So, it's come off then this time?" "It seems so," replied Julie, raising her head. "You see, she did all she could to catch him. Hippolyte came from the drawing-room so disgusted that he almost had an attack of indigestion." "If we were only to do 1/4 as much," resumed Lisa. But she disappeared a moment to drink some broth that Victoire brought her. They got on well together, nursing each other's vices, the maid hiding the cook's drunkenness, and the cook facilitating the maid's outings, from which the latter returned quite worn out, her limbs aching, her eyelids blue. "Ah, my children," said Victoire, leaning out in her turn, her elbows touching Lisa's. "You're young, when you've seen what I've seen. At old Campardon's there was a niece who'd been well brought up, and who used to go and look at the men through the keyhole." "Pretty goings-on," murmured Julie, with the horrified air of a lady. "Had I been in the place of the little one of the 4th floor, I'd have boxed Monsieur Auguste's ears if he touched me in the drawing-room. He's a fine fellow." At these words, a shrill laugh issued from Madame Juseur's kitchen. Lisa, who was opposite, searched the room with a glance, and caught sight of Louise, whose precocious 15 years took a delight in listening to the other servants. "She's spying on us, morning to night, the chit," said she. "How stupid it is to thrust a child upon us! We shan't be able to talk at all soon." She did not finish. The sound of a suddenly opened window chased them away. A profound silence ensued, but they ventured to look out again. Eh? What? What was the matter? They had thought that Madame Valerie or Madame Josserand was going to catch them. "No fear," resumed Lisa. "They're all soaking in their wash-hand basins. They're too busy with their skins to think of bothering us. It's the only moment in all the day when one can breathe freely." "So it still goes on the same at your place?" asked Julie, who was paring a carrot. "Still the same," replied Victoire. "It's all over. She's no more use." "But your big noodle of an architect, what does he do then?" "Takes up with the cousin, of course." They were laughing louder than ever when they beheld the new servant, Françoise, in Madame Valerie's kitchen. It was she who had caused the alarm by opening the window. At first there was an exchange of politeness. "Ah, it's you, mademoiselle." "Why, yes, mademoiselle. I am trying to make myself at home, but this kitchen is so filthy." Then came scraps of abominable information. "You will be more than constant if you remain there long. The last one had her arms all scratched by the child, and Madame worked her so hard that we could hear her crying from here." "Ah, well, that won't last long with me," said Françoise. "Thanks all the same, mademoiselle." "Where is she, your missus?" asked Victoire curiously. "She's just gone off to lunch with a lady." Lisa and Julie stretched their necks to exchange a glance. They knew her well, the lady. A funny sort of lunch, with her head down and her feet in the air. Was it possible to lie to that extent? They did not pity the husband, for he deserved more than that. Only it was a disgrace to humanity that a woman should not behave herself better. "There's dishcloth," interrupted Lisa, discovering the Josserand servant overhead. Then a host of vulgar expressions were bawled from the depths of this hole, as obscure and infected as a sewer. All, with their faces raised, violently yelled at Adele, who was their butt, the dirty, awkward creature on whom the entire household vented their spite. "Hullo, she's washed herself, it's evident. Just throw your fish bones into the yard again, and I'll come up and rub 'em in your face." Thoroughly bewildered, Adele looked down upon them from above, her body half out of the window. She ended by answering, "Leave me alone, can't you, or I'll water you." But the yells and the laughter increased. "You married your young mistress last night, didn't you? It's you, perhaps, who teach her how to hook the men? Ah, the heartless thing! She stops in a place where they don't give you enough to eat. On my word, it's that which exasperates me against her. You're such a fool, you should send him to blazes." Adele's eyes filled with tears. "You can only talk nonsense," stammered she. "It's not my fault if I don't get enough to eat." This ends Chapter 6, Part 2 of Piping Hot. Chapter 6, Part 2 of Piping Hot, Bouille, by Émile Zola, translated by Henry Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 6, Part 2 of Piping Hot. And the voices swelled. Unpleasant words commenced to be exchanged between Lisa and the new servant, Françoise, who stuck up for Adele, when the latter, forgetting the abuse heaped upon her, and yielding to party instinct, called out, "Look out! Here's Madame!" The silence of a tomb ensued. They all immediately plunged back into their kitchens, and from the dark chasm of a narrow courtyard all that ascended was the stench of the dirty sinks, like the exhalation of the hidden abominations of the families, stirred up there by the spite of the hirelings. It was the sewer of the house, the shames of which it carried off, whilst the masters were still lounging in their slippers, and the grand staircase unfolded the solemnity of its flights in the silent suffocation of the hot air stove. Octave recalled the blast of uproar he received full in the face when entering the Campardon's kitchen the day of his arrival. "They are very nice," said he simply, and leaning out in his turn, he looked at the walls as though annoyed at not having at once read through them behind the imitation marble and the mouldings bright with gilding. "Where the devil has she stowed them away?" repeated Troublot, who had searched everywhere for his white kid gloves. At length he discovered them at the bottom of the bed itself, flattened out and quite warm. He gave a last glance in the glass, went and hid the key in the place agreed upon, right at the end of the passage, underneath an old sideboard left behind by some lodger, and led the way downstairs, accompanied by Octave. After passing the Josserand's door on the grand staircase, he recovered all his assurance, with his overcoat buttoned up to the neck to hide his dress clothes and white tie. "Good-bye, my dear fellow," said he, raising his voice. "I felt anxious, so I just looked in to hear how the ladies were. They passed a very good night. Good-bye." Octave watched him with a smile as he went downstairs. Then, as it was almost lunch-time, he decided to return the key of the loft later on. During lunch at the Campardons, he particularly watched Lisa, who waited at table. She had her usual clean and agreeable look, but in his mind he could still hear her defiling her lips with the most abominable words. His knowledge of women had not deceived him with respect to that girl with the flat chest. Madame Campardon continued to be enchanted with her, surprised that she did not steal anything, which was a fact, for her vice was of a different kind. Moreover, the girl seemed very kind to Angèle, and the mother entirely trusted her. It so happened that on that day Angèle disappeared when the dessert was placed on the table, and she could be heard laughing in the kitchen. Octave ventured to make an observation. "You are perhaps wrong to let her be so free with the servants." "Oh, there's not much harm in it," replied Madame Camperdown in her languid way. "Victoire saw my husband born, and I am so sure of Lisa. Besides, how can I help it? The child gives me a headache. I should go crazy if I heard her jumping about me all day." The architect gravely chewed the end of his cigar. "It is I," said he, "who make Angèle pass 2 hours in the kitchen every afternoon. I wish her to become a good housewife. It teaches her a great deal. She never goes out, my dear fellow. She's continually under our sheltering wing. You will see what a jewel we shall make of her." Octave said no more. On certain days Camperdown appeared to him to be very stupid, and as the architect pressed him to go and hear a great preacher at Saint Roch, he refused, obstinately persisting in remaining indoors. After telling Madame Camperdown that he would not dine with them that evening, he was returning to his room when he felt the key of the loft in his pocket. He preferred to go down and return it at once, but on the landing an unexpected sight attracted his attention. The door of the room let to the highly distinguished gentleman, whose name was never mentioned, happened to be open, and this was quite an event, for it was invariably shut, as though barred by the silence of a tomb. His surprise increased. He was looking for the gentleman's work-table, and in its stead had discovered the corner of a big bedstead, when he beheld a slim lady dressed in black, her face hidden behind a thick veil, come out of the room, whilst the door closed noiselessly behind her. Then, his curiosity being roused, he followed the lady downstairs, to find out if she were pretty. But she hastened along with an anxious nimbleness, scarcely touching the Wilton carpet with her tiny boots, and leaving no trace in the house, save a faint odor of verbena. As he reached the vestibule, she disappeared, and he only beheld Monsieur Gould standing under the porch, cap in hand, and bowing very low to her. When the young man had returned the doorkeeper his key, he tried to make him talk. "She looks very ladylike," said he. "Who is she?" "A lady," answered Monsieur Gould, and he would add nothing further. But he was more communicative regarding the gentleman on the 3rd floor. "Oh, a man belonging to the very best society, who had taken that room to come and work there quietly 1 night a week." "Ah, he works," interrupted Octave. "What at, pray?" "He was kind enough to ask me to keep his room tidy for him," continued Monsieur Gould, without appearing to have heard the question. "And you know he pays money down. Ah, sir, when one waits on people, one soon knows whether they are decent. He's everything that is most respectable. It is easily seen by his clothes." He was obliged to jump on one side, and Octave himself had to enter the doorkeeper's room for a moment in order to let the carriage of the 2nd-floor people, who were going to the Bois, pass. The horses pawed the ground, held back by the coachman the reins high, and when the big closed landau rolled onto the vaulted roof, one beheld through the windows 2 handsome children, whose smiling faces almost hid the vague profiles of the father and mother. Monsieur Gould drew himself up, polite but cold. "They don't make much noise in the house," observed Octave. "No one makes any noise," said the doorkeeper curtly. "Each one lives as he thinks best, that's all. There are people who know how to live, and there are people who don't know how to live." The 2nd-floor tenants were judged severely because they associated with no one. They appeared to be well off, however, but the husband wrote books, and Monsieur Gould mistrusted him, curling his lip with contempt, more especially as no one knew what the family was up to in there, with its air of requiring nobody, and being always perfectly happy. It did not seem to him natural. Octave was opening the vestibule door when Valérie returned. He drew politely on one side to allow her to pass before him. "Are you quite well, madame?" "Yes, sir, thank you." She was out of breath, and as she went upstairs he looked at her muddy boots, thinking of that lunch with her head down and her feet in the air, which the servants had spoken of. She had no doubt walked home, not having been able to find a cab. A hot, unsavory odor came from her damp skirts. Fatigue, a placid weariness of all her flesh, made her at times, in spite of herself, place her hand on the balustrade. "What a disagreeable day, is it not, madame?" "Frightful, sir. And with that, the atmosphere is very close." She had reached the first-floor landing, and they bowed to each other. But with a glance he had seen her haggard face, her eyelids heavy with sleep, her unkempt hair beneath the bonnet tied on in haste. And as he continued on his way upstairs, he reflected, annoyed and angry. Then why not with him? He was neither more stupid nor uglier than the others. When before Madame Jouzeur's door on the third floor, his promise of the evening before recurred to him, he felt curious about that little woman, so discreet and with eyes like periwinkles. He rang. It was Madame Jouzeur herself who answered the door. "Ah, dear sir, how kind of you! Pray walk in." There was a softness about the lodging which smelt a bit stuffy, carpets and hangings everywhere, seats as yielding as down, with the warm unruffled atmosphere of a chest padded with old rainbow-colored satin. In the drawing-room, to which the double curtains imparted the peacefulness of a church, Octave was invited to seat himself on a broad and very low sofa. "Here is the lace," resumed Madame Jouzeur, reappearing with a sandalwood box full of finery. "I'm going to make a present of it to someone, and I'm curious to know its value." It was a piece of very fine old Brussels. Octave examined it carefully, and ended by valuing it at 300 francs. Then, without waiting further, as their hands were both handling the lace, he bent forward and kissed her fingers as delicate as a little girl's. "Oh, Monsieur Octave, at my age, you cannot think what you are doing," murmured Madame Jouzeur prettily, without getting angry. She was 32, and pretended she was quite old. And she made her usual allusion to her misfortunes. Good heavens! Yes, after 10 days of married bliss, the cruel man had gone off one morning and had not returned. Nobody had ever discovered why. "You can understand," continued she, gazing up at the ceiling, "that all is over for the woman who has gone through that." Octave had kept hold of her little warm hand, which seemed to mold itself to his, and he continued kissing it lightly on the fingers. She turned her eyes towards him, and gazed upon him with a vague and tender look. Then, in a maternal way, she uttered this single word, "Child." Thinking himself encouraged, he wished to take her round the waist and draw her on to the sofa, but she freed herself without any violence, and slipped from his arms, laughing, and with an air of thinking that he was merely playing. "No, leave me alone. Do not touch me, if you wish that we should remain good friends." "Then, no?" asked he in a low voice. "What no? What do you mean?" "Oh, my hand, as much as you like." He had again taken hold of her hand. But this time he opened it, kissing it on the palm, and, her eyes half closed, treating the little game as a joke, she opened her fingers like a cat spreads out its claws to be tickled inside its paw. She did not let him go farther than the wrist. The first day, a sacred line was drawn there, where harm began. "The priest is coming upstairs," Louise suddenly entered and said, on returning from some errand. The orphan had the yellow complexion and the squashed features of girls forgotten on doorsteps. She burst into an idiotic laugh on beholding the gentleman eating, as she thought, out of her mistress's hand. But at a glance from the latter, she hastened away. "I greatly fear I shall never be able to do anything with her," resumed Madame Jouzeur. "However, it is only right to try and put one of those poor souls into the straight path. Come this way, if you please, Monsieur Mouret." She conducted him to the dining-room, so as to leave the drawing-room to the priest, whom Louise ushered in. She invited Octave to come again and have a chat. It would be a little company for her. She was always so sad and so lonely. Happily, religion consoled her. That evening, towards 5 o'clock, Octave experienced a real relief in making himself comfortable at the Pichons whilst waiting for dinner. The house bewildered him somewhat, after having allowed himself to be impressed with the provincial's respect in the face of the rich solemnity of the staircase. He was gliding to an exaggerated contempt for what he thought he could guess took place behind the high mahogany doors. He was quite at sea. It seemed to him now that those middle-class women, whose virtue had frozen him at first, should yield at a sign, and when one of them resisted, he was filled with surprise and rancour. Marie blushed with joy on seeing him place the pile of books which he had fetched for her in the morning on the sideboard. She kept saying, "How nice of you, Monsieur Octave! Oh, thank you, thank you! And how kind to come early! Will you have a glass of sugar and water with some cognac? It assists the appetite." He accepted, just to please her. Everything appeared pleasant to him, even Pichon and the Vuillaumes, who conversed round the table, slowly mumbling over again their usual Sunday conversation. Marie now and again ran to the kitchen, where she was cooking a boned shoulder of mutton, and he dared in a chaffing way to follow her, seizing hold of her before the stove and kissing her on the nape of the neck. She, without a cry and without a start, turned round and kissed him in her turn on the mouth, with lips which were always cold. This coolness seemed delicious to the young man. "Well, and your new minister?" asked he of Pichon, on returning into the room. But the clerk gave a start. There was going to be a new minister of public instruction. He knew nothing of it. No one ever troubled about that at the ministry. "The weather is so bad," he abruptly remarked. "It is quite impossible to keep one's trousers clean." Madame Vuillaume talked of a girl at Batignolles who had gone to the bad. "You will scarcely believe me, sir," said she. "She'd been exceedingly well brought up, but she felt so bored at her parents that she had twice tried to throw herself into the street. It is incredible." "They should have put bars on the windows," said Monsieur Vuillaume simply. The dinner was delightful. This kind of conversation lasted all the time around the modest board lighted by a little lamp. Pichon and Monsieur Vuillaume, having got on to the staff of the ministry, did nothing but talk of head clerks and second head clerks. The father-in-law obstinately alluded to those of his time, then recollected that they were dead, whilst on his side the son-in-law continued to speak of the new ones, in the midst of an inextricable confusion of names. The two men, however, as well as Madame Vuillaume, agreed on one point. Fat Chavignat, who had had such an ugly wife, had gone in for a great deal too many children. It was absurd for a man of his position. And Octave smiled, feeling happy and at his ease. He had not spent such an agreeable evening for a long time. He even ended by blaming Chavignat with conviction. Marie quieted him with her clear, innocent look, devoid of emotion at seeing him seated beside her husband, helping them both according to their tastes, with a rather tired air of passive obedience. Punctually at 10 o'clock, the Vuillaumes rose to take their departure. Pichon put on his hat. Every Sunday he saw them to the omnibus. Out of deference, he had got into the habit about the time of his marriage, and the Vuillaumes would have been deeply offended had he now tried to give it up. All three made for the Rue de Richelieu, then walked slowly up it, searching with a glance the Batignolles omnibuses which kept passing full, so that Pichon often went thus as far as Montmartre, for he would never have thought of leaving his father and mother-in-law before seeing them into an omnibus. As they could not walk fast, it took him close upon 2 hours to go there and back. They exchanged some friendly handshakes on the landing. Octave, on returning to the room with Marie, said quietly, "It rains. Jules will not get back before midnight." And, as Lilith had been put to bed early, he at once took Marie on his knees, and drank the rest of the coffee with her out of the same cup, like a husband glad at having got rid of his guests, and at finding himself again in the quiet of his house, excited by a little family gathering, and able to kiss his wife at his ease, with the doors closed. A pleasant warmth filled the narrow room, where some frosted eggs had left an odor of vanilla. He was gently kissing the young woman under the chin when someone knocked. Marie did not even give a start of affright. It was young Josserand, he who was a bit cracked. Whenever he could escape from the apartment opposite, he would come in this way to chat with her, attracted by her gentleness. And they both got on well together, remaining 10 minutes at a time without speaking, exchanging at distant intervals phrases which had no connection with each other. Octave, very much put out, remained silent. "They've some people there," stuttered Saturnin. "I don't care a hang for their not letting me dine with them, so I took the lock off and bolted. It serves them right." "They will be anxious. You ought to go back," said Marie, who noticed Octave's impatience. But the idiot laughed with delight. Then, with his embarrassed speech, he related what took place in his home. He seemed to come each time for the sake of thus relieving his memory. "Papa worked all night again. Mama slapped Bertha. I say, when people get married, does it hurt?" And as Marie did not reply, becoming excited, he continued, "I won't go to the country. I won't. If they only touch her, I'll strangle them. It's easy to do in the night when they're asleep. The palm of her hand is as soft as notepaper. But, you know, the other is a beast of a girl." He recommenced, got more muddled still, and did not succeed in expressing what he had come to say. Marie at length made him return to his parents, without his even having noticed Octave's presence. Then the latter, through fear of being again disturbed, wanted to take the young woman into his own room. But she refused, her cheeks suddenly becoming scarlet. He, not understanding this bashfulness, said that they would be sure to hear Jules coming up, and that she would have time to slip into her room. And as he drew her along, she became quite angry, with the indignation of a woman to whom violence is being offered. "No, not in your room, never! It would be too wrong. Let us remain here." And she ran to the farthest end of her room. Octave was still on the landing, surprised at this unexpected resistance, when the sound of a violent altercation ascended from the courtyard. Really, everything seemed to be against him. He would have done better to have gone off to bed. Such an uproar was so unusual at that late hour that he ended by opening a window to hear what was going on. Monsieur Gould, down below, was shouting out, "I tell you, you shall not pass. The landlord has been sent for. He will come and turn you out himself." "What? Turn me out?" replied a thick voice. "Don't I pay my rent? Pass, Amélie, and if the gentleman touches you, we'll have something to laugh at." It was the workman from upstairs, who had returned with the woman sent away in the morning. Octave leant out, but in the black hole of the courtyard he could only distinguish some big moving shadows in a ray of gaslight from the vestibule. "Monsieur Vabre! Monsieur Vabre!" called the doorkeeper in urgent tones, as the carpenter shoved him aside. "Quick! Quick! She's coming in!" In spite of her poor legs, Madame Gourde had gone to fetch the landlord, who was just then at work on his great task. He was coming down. Octave could hear him furiously repeating, "It is scandalous! It is disgraceful! I will never allow such a thing in my house!" And addressing the workman, whom his presence seemed at first to intimidate, "Send that woman away at once! At once! You hear me? We will have no women brought to the house." "But she's my wife," replied the workman in a scared way. "She's out of service. She comes once a month when her people allow her to. What a fuss! It isn't you who'll prevent me sleeping with my wife, I suppose?" At these words the doorkeeper and the landlord quite lost their heads. "I give you notice to quit," stuttered Monsieur Vabre, "and in the meantime I forbid you to take my premises for what they are not. Gourde, turn that creature out onto the pavement. Yes, sir, I don't like bad jokes. When a person is married, he should say so. Hold your tongue. Do not give me any more of your rudeness." The carpenter, who was a jolly fellow and who had no doubt had a drop too much wine, ended by bursting out laughing. It's damned funny all the same. However, as the gentleman objects, you'd better return home, Amélie. We'll wait till some other time. By Jove, I accept your notice with pleasure. I wouldn't stop in such a hole on any account. There are some pretty goings-on in it. One comes across some rare filth. You won't have women brought here, but you tolerate on every floor well-dressed strumpets who lead fine lives behind the doors. You set of muffs, you swells. Amélie had gone off, so as not to cause her old man any more annoyance, and he, jolly and without anger, continued his chaff. During this time, Monsieur Gourde protected Monsieur Fabre's retreat, permitting himself to make a few remarks out loud. What a dirty set the lower classes were! One workman in a house was sufficient to pollute it. Octave closed the window, but just as he was returning to Marie, an individual who was lightly gliding along the passage knocked up against him. "What, it's you again," said he, recognizing Troublot. The latter remained a second taken aback. Then he wished to explain his presence. "Yes, it is I. I dined at the Josserins, and I'm going—" Octave felt disgusted. "What, with that slut Adèle? You declared it was not so." Then Troublot assumed all his swagger, saying with an air of intense satisfaction, "I assure you, my dear fellow, it's awfully fine. She has such a skin, you've no idea what a skin." Then he railed against the workman, who had almost been the cause of his being caught on the servants' staircase, and all his dirty fuss about women. He'd been obliged to come round by the grand staircase. And as he made off, he added, "Remember, it's next Thursday that I'm going to take you to see Duverrier's mistress. We will dine together." The house resumed its peacefulness, lapsing into that religious silence which seemed to issue from its chaste alcoves. Octave had rejoined Marie in the inner chamber at the side of the conjugal couch, where she was arranging the pillows. Upstairs, the chair being littered with the wash-hand basin and an old pair of shoes, Troublot sat down on Adèle's narrow bed, and waited in his dress clothes and his white tie. When he recognized Julie's step as she came up to bed, he held his breath, having a constant dread of women's quarrels. At length Adèle appeared. She was in a temper, and went for him at once. "I say, you might treat me a little better when I wait at table." "How, treat you better?" "Why, of course you don't even look at me. You never say 'if you please' when you ask for bread. For instance, this evening when I handed round the veal, you had a way of disowning me. I've had enough of it, look you. All the house badgers me with its nonsense. It's too much, if you're going to join the others." Whilst this was taking place, the workman in the next room, not yet sobered, talked to himself in so loud a voice that everyone on that landing could hear him. "Well, it's funny all the same that a fellow can't sleep with his wife. No woman allowed in the house, you fussy old idiot. Just go now and poke your nose into all the rooms and see what you'll see." This ends Chapter 6, Part 2 of Piping Hot. Chapter 7, Part 1 of Piping Hot, Pope Bouille, by Émile Zola, translated by Henry Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 7, Part 1 of Piping Hot. For a fortnight past, with the view of getting Uncle Bachelard to give Berthe a dowry, the Josserins had been inviting him to dinner almost every evening, in spite of his offensive habits. When the marriage was announced to him, he had contented himself with giving his niece a gentle pat on the cheek, saying, "What, you're going to get married? Ah, that's very nice, little girl." And he remained deaf to all allusions, exaggerating his air of a silly old boozer who got drunk on liquors the moment money was mentioned before him. Madame Josserin had the idea to invite him one evening together with Auguste, the bridegroom-elect. Perhaps the sight of the young man would decide him. The step was heroical, for the family did not like exhibiting the uncle, always fearing that he would give people a bad impression of them. He had, however, behaved pretty well. His waistcoat alone had a big syrup stain, which it had obtained, no doubt, in some café. But when his sister questioned him, after Auguste had taken his departure, and asked him what he thought of the young fellow, he answered without involving himself, "Charming, charming." This would never do. It was a pressing matter. Therefore, Madame Josserand determined to plainly place the position of affairs before him. "As we are by ourselves," resumed she, "we may as well take advantage of it. Leave us, my darlings. We want to have some talk with your uncle. You, Berthe, just look after Saturnin and see that he does not take the lock off the door again." Saturnin, ever since they'd been busy about his sister's marriage, hiding everything from him, had taken to wandering about the rooms, an anxious look in his eyes, and scenting that there was something up, and he imagined most diabolical things which gave the family awful frights. "I have obtained every information," said the mother, when she shut herself in with the father and the uncle. "This is the position of the Vabres." And she went into long details of figures. Old Vabre had brought 500,000 with him from Versailles. If the house had cost him 300,000 francs, he had 200,000 left, which, during the 12 years that had passed, had been producing interest. Moreover, he received each year 22,000 francs in rent, and as he lived with the Duveyriers, scarcely spending anything at all, he must consequently be altogether worth 500,000 or 600,000 francs, besides the house. Thus, there were some very handsome expectations on that side. "Has he no vices, then?" asked Uncle Bachelard. "I thought he speculated at the Bourse." But Madame Josserand cried out, "Such a quiet old gentleman, and occupied on such a great task! That one, at least, had shown himself capable of putting a fortune by," and she smiled bitterly as she looked at her husband, who bowed his head. As for Monsieur Vabre's 3 children, Auguste, Clotilde, and Théophile, they had each had 100,000 francs on their mother's death. Théophile, after some ruinous enterprises, was living as best he could on the crumbs of this inheritance. Clotilde, with no other passion than her piano, had probably invested her share, and Auguste had purchased the business on the ground floor and gone in for the silk trade with his 100,000 francs, which he'd long kept in reserve. "And the old fellow naturally gives nothing to his children when they marry," observed the uncle. Well, he did not much like giving. That was a fact which was unfortunately indisputable. "Well," declared Bachelard, "it is always hard on the parents. Dowries are never really paid." "Let us return to Auguste," continued Madame Josserand. "I have told you his expectations, and the only danger comes from the Duveyriers, whom Berthe will do well to watch very closely if she enters the family. At the present moment, Auguste, after purchasing the business for 60,000 francs, has started with the other 40,000. Only the sum is not sufficient, besides which he is single and requires a wife. That is why he wishes to marry. Berthe is pretty. He always sees her in his counting-house, and as for the dowry, 50,000 francs are a respectable sum which has decided him." Uncle Bachelard did not so much as blink his eyes. He ended by saying, in a tender-hearted way, that he had dreamed of something better, and he commenced to pick the future husband to pieces. A charming fellow, certainly, but too old, a great deal too old, 33 years and over, besides which, always ill, his face distorted by neuralgia. In short, a sorry object, not near lively enough for trade. "Have you another?" asked Madame Josserand, whose patience was wearing out. "I searched all Paris before finding him." However, she did not deceive herself much. She, too, picked him to pieces. "Oh, he is not a phoenix. In fact, I think him a bit of a fool. Besides which, I mistrust those men who have never had any youth, and who do not risk a stride in life without thinking about it for years beforehand. On leaving college, where his headaches prevented him completing his studies, he remained for 15 years a mere clerk before daring to touch his 100,000 francs, the interest of which, it seems, his father was cheating him out of all the time. No, he's not up to much. Monsieur Zola, who until then had kept silent, ventured an observation. But, my dear, why insist so obstinately on this marriage? If the young man's health is so bad— "Oh, it is not bad health that need prevent it," interrupted Bachelard. "Bertha would find no difficulty in marrying again." "However, if he is incapable," resumed the father, "if he's likely to make our daughter unhappy—" "Unhappy!" cried Madame Joserin. "Say at once that I throw my child at the head of the first comer. We are among ourselves, we discuss him. He is this, he is that, not young, not handsome, not intelligent. We just talk the matter over, do we not? It is but natural. Only he's very well. We shall never find a better. And shall I tell you, it is a most unexpected match for Bertha. I was about to give up all hope, on my word of honor." She rose to her feet. Monsieur Joserin, reduced to silence, pushed back his chair. "I have only one fear," continued she, making a resolute stand before her brother, "and that is that he may break it off if he has not paid the dowry on the day the contract is to be signed. It is easy to understand. He's in want of money." But at this moment a hot breathing, which she heard behind her, caused her to turn round. Saturnin was there, passing his head round the partly open door, his eyes glaring like a wolf's as he listened to what was being said. And it created quite a panic, for he'd stolen a spit from the kitchen to spit the geese, said he. Uncle Bachelard, feeling very uneasy at the turn the conversation was taking, availed himself of the general alarm. "Don't disturb yourselves," cried he from the anteroom. "I'm off. I've an appointment at midnight with one of my customers, who comes specially from Brazil." When they had succeeded in getting Saturnin to bed, Madame Joserin, exasperated, declared that it was impossible to keep him any longer. He would end by doing someone an injury, if he was not shut up in a madhouse. Life was unbearable with him always to be kept in hiding. His sisters would never get married so long as he was there to disgust and frighten people. "Wait a bit longer," murmured Monsieur Joserin, whose heart bled at the thought of this separation. "No, declared the mother. "I do not want him to spit me in the end. I had brought my brother to the point. I was about to get him to do something. Never mind. We will go with Bertha tomorrow to his own place, and we will see if he will have the cheek to escape from his promises. Besides, Bertha owes her godfather a visit. It is only proper." On the morrow, all three, the mother, the father, and the daughter, paid an official visit to the uncle's warehouses, which occupied the basement and the ground floor of an enormous house in the Rue d'Enghien. "Hello, you here," said he, greatly annoyed, and he received them in a little closet, from which he watched his men through a window. "I have brought Bertha to see you," explained Madame Joserin. "She knows what she owes you." Then, when the young girl, after kissing her uncle, had, on a glance from her mother, returned to look at the goods in the courtyard, the latter resolutely broached the subject. "Listen, Narcisse, this is how we are situated. Counting on your kindness of heart and on your promises, I have engaged to give a dowry of 50,000 francs. If I do not give it, the marriage will be broken off. It would be a disgrace, things having gone as far as they have. You cannot leave us in such an embarrassing position." But a vacant look had come into Bachelard's eyes, and he stuttered as though very drunk. "Eh? What? You've promised? You should never promise. It's a bad thing to promise." He pleaded poverty. For instance, he had bought a whole stock of horsehair, thinking that the price of horsehair would go up. But not at all. The price had fallen lower still, and he'd been obliged to dispatch them at a loss. And he pounced on his books, opened his ledgers, and insisted on showing the invoices. It was ruination. "Nonsense! Monsieur Zola ended by saying, completely out of patience. I know your business. You make no end of money, and you would be rolling in wealth if you did not squander it the way you do. I ask you for nothing myself. It was Eleanor who persisted in applying to you. But allow me to tell you, Bachelard, that you have been fooling us. Every Saturday for 15 years past, when I come to look over your books for you, you are forever promising me. The uncle interrupted him and violently slapped himself on the chest. I promise? Impossible. No, let me alone. You'll see. I don't like being asked. It annoys me. It makes me ill. You'll see one day. Madame Josserand herself could get nothing further out of him. He shook their hands, wiped away a tear, talked of his soul and of his love for the family, imploring them not to worry him any more, and swearing before heaven that they would never repent it. He knew his duty. He would perform it to the uttermost. Later on, Bertha would know how her uncle loved her. "And what about the total insurance?" asked he, in his natural tone of voice. "The 50,000 francs you had insured the little one for?" Madame Josserand shrugged her shoulders. "It has been dead and buried for 14 years past. You have been told 20 times already that when the 4th premium fell due, we were unable to pay the 2,000 francs. That doesn't matter," murmured he, with a wink. "The thing is to talk of this insurance to the family, and then get time for paying the dowry. One never pays a dowry." Monsieur Zola rose indignantly. "What? That is all you can find to say?" But the uncle mistook his meaning, and went on to show that it was quite a usual thing. "Never, I tell you. One gives something on account, and then merely pays the interest. Look at Monsieur Vabre himself. Did our father ever pay you Eleanor's dowry? Why, no, of course not. Everyone sticks to his money. It's only natural." "In short, you advise me to commit a most abominable action," cried Monsieur Josserand. "I should lie. It would be a forgery to produce the policy of that insurance." Madame Josserand stopped him. The idea suggested by her brother had rendered her grave. She was surprised she had not thought of it herself. "Dear me, how excited you become, my dear. Narcisse has not told you to forge anything." "Of course not," murmured the uncle. "There is no occasion to show any documents." "It is simply a question of gaining time," continued she. "Promise the dowry. We shall always manage to give it later on." Then the worthy man's conscience spoke out. No, he refused. He would not again venture on such a precipice. They were always taking advantage of his complacency, to get him to agree little by little to things which afterward made him ill, so deeply did they wound his feelings. As he had no dowry to give, he could not promise one. Bachelard was strumming on the little window with his fingers, and whistling a march, as though to show his great contempt for such scruples. Madame Josserand had listened to her husband, her face all pale with an anger which had been slowly rousing, and which suddenly exploded. "Well, sir, as this is how you look at it, this marriage shall take place. It was my daughter's last chance. I will cut my hand off sooner than she will lose it. So much the worse for the others. One becomes capable of anything at last. So, madame, you would commit murder to get your daughter married?" She rose to her full height. "Yes," said she furiously. Then she smiled. The uncle had to quell the storm. What was the use of wrangling? It was far better to agree together. And still trembling from the quarrel, bewildered and worn out, Monsieur Zola ended by promising to talk the matter over with Duveyrier, on whom everything depended, according to Madame Josserand. Only to get hold of the counselor when he was in good humor, the uncle offered to put his brother-in-law in the way of meeting him at a house where he could refuse nothing. "It's merely to be an interview," declared Monsieur Josserand, still struggling. "I swear that I will not enter into any engagements." Of course, said Bachelard. Eleanor does not wish you to do anything dishonorable." Bertha just then returned. She'd seen some boxes of preserved fruits, and after some lively caresses, she tried to get one given her. But the uncle's speech again became thick. Impossible. They were counted and had to leave that very evening for St. Petersburg. He slowly got them in the direction of the street, whilst his sister lingered before the activity of the vast warehouses, full to the rafters with every imaginable commodity, suffering from the sight of that fortune made by a man without any principles, and bitterly comparing it with her husband's incapable honesty. "Well, tomorrow night, then, toward 9 o'clock at the Café de Mulhouse," said Bachelard outside, as he shook Monsieur Josserand's hand. It so happened that on the morrow Octave and Troublot, who had dined together before going to see Clarisse, Duvergier's mistress, entered the Café de Mulhouse so as not to call too early, although she lived in the Rue de la Cerisaie, which was some distance off. It was scarcely 8 o'clock. As they entered, the sound of a violent quarrel attracted them to a rather out-of-the-way room at the end. And there they beheld Bachelard already drunk, enormous in size, and his cheeks flaring red, having an altercation with a little gentleman, pale and quarrelsome. "You have again spat in my beer," roared he in his voice of thunder. "I'll not stand it, sir." "Go to blazes, do you hear, or I'll give you a thrashing," said the little man, standing on the tips of his toes. Then Bachelard raised his voice very provokingly, without drawing back an inch. "If you think proper, sir, as you please." And the other having with a blow knocked in his hat, which he always wore swaggeringly on the side of his head, even in the cafes, he repeated more energetically still, "As you please, sir, if you think proper." Then, after picking up his hat, he sat himself down with a superb air and called to the waiter, "Alfred, change my beer." Octave and Troublot, greatly astonished, had caught sight of Gaëlin seated at the uncle's table, his back against the wall, smoking with a tranquillity amounting to indifference. As they questioned him on the cause of the quarrel, "I don't know," replied he, watching the smoke ascend from his cigar. "Always a lot of rot. Oh, a mania for getting his head punched. He never retreats." Bachelard shook hands with the newcomers. He adored young people. When he heard that they were going to call on Clarisse, he was delighted, for he himself was going there with Gaëlin. Only he had to wait for his brother-in-law, Josserand, whom he had an appointment with. And he filled the little room with the sounds of his voice, covering the table with every drink imaginable for the benefit of his young friends, with the insane prodigality of a man who does not care what he spends when out on pleasure. Ill-formed, with his teeth too new and his nose in a blaze beneath his short, snow-white hair, he talked familiarly to the waiters and thoroughly tired them out, and made himself unbearable to his neighbors, to such a point that the landlord came twice to beg him to leave if he could not keep quiet. The night before, he'd been turned out of the Café de Madrid. But a girl having put in an appearance and then gone away, after walking around the room with a wearied air, Octave began to talk of women. This set Bachelard off again. Women had cost him too much money. He flattered himself that he had had the best in Paris. In his business, one never bargained about such things, just to show that one had something to fall back upon. Now he was giving all that up. He wished to be loved. And in presence of this baller chucking banknotes about, Octave thought with surprise of the uncle who exaggerated his stuttering drunkenness to escape the family extortions. "Don't boast, uncle," said Gaëlin. "One can always have more women than one wants." "Then, you silly fool, why do you never have any?" asked Bachelard. "Why? Listen. Only yesterday I dined with a friend and his mistress. The mistress at once began to kick me under the table. It was an opportunity, wasn't it? Well, when she asked me to see her home, I made off, and I haven't been near her since. Oh, I don't deny that, for the time being, it might have been very agreeable. But afterward, Afterward, uncle. Perhaps one of those women a fellow can never get rid of. I'm not such a fool. This ends Chapter 7, Part 1 of Piping Hot. Chapter 7, Part 2 of Piping Hot, Bouille, by Émile Zola, translated by Henry Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 7, Part 2 of Piping Hot. Troublot nodded his head approvingly, for he also had renounced women of society through a dread of troublesome morrows, and Gouelin, coming out of his shell, continued to give examples. One day in the train, a superb brunette, whom he did not know, had fallen asleep on his shoulder, but he had thought twice what would he have done with her on arriving at the station. Another day, after a wedding, he had found a neighbor's wife in his room, That was rather cool, and he would have made a fool of himself, had it not been for the idea that afterward she would have wanted him to keep her in boots. "Opportunities, uncle," said he, coming to an end. "No one has such opportunities as I, but I keep myself in check. Everyone, moreover, does the same. One is afraid of what may follow. Were it not for that, it would of course be very pleasant. Good morning, good evening, one would see nothing else in the streets." Bachelard, becoming wrapped in thought, was no longer listening to him. His bluster had calmed down. His eyes were wet. "If you are very good," said he suddenly, "I will show you something." And after paying, he led them out. Octave reminded him of old Josserand. That did not matter. They would come back for him. Then, after leaving the room, the uncle, casting a furious glance around, stole the sugar left by a customer on a neighboring table. "Follow me," said he, when he was outside. "It's close by." He walked along, grave and thoughtful, without uttering a word. He drew up before a door in the Rue Saint-Marc. The three young men were about to follow him, when he appeared to give way to a sudden hesitation. "No, let us go off. I won't." But they cried out at this. Was he trying to make fools of them? "Well, Gouelin mustn't come up, nor you either, Monsieur Troublot. You're not nice enough. You respect nothing. You joke. Come, Monsieur Octave, you're a serious sort of fellow." He made Octave walk up before him, whilst the other two laughed and called to him from the pavement to give their compliments to the ladies. On reaching the 4th floor, he knocked, and an old woman opened the door.
"What, it's you, Monsieur Narcisse? Fifi did not expect you this evening," said she with a smile.
She was fat, with the calm white face of a nun. In the narrow dining room into which she ushered them, a tall, fair young girl, pretty and simple-looking, was embroidering an altar cloth.
"Good day, uncle,"
said she, rising to offer her forehead to Bachelard's thick, trembling lips. When the latter had introduced Monsieur Octave Mouret, a distinguished young man whom he counted amongst his friends, the two women curtsied in an old-fashioned way, and then they all seated themselves round the table, lighted by a petroleum lamp. It was like a quiet country home, two regulated existences, out of sight of all, and living upon next to nothing. As the room overlooked an inner courtyard, one could not even hear the sound of the passing vehicles. Whilst Bachelard paternally questioned the child on her feelings and her occupations since the night before, the aunt, Mademoiselle Menou, at once began to tell Octave their history, with the familiarity of a worthy woman who thinks she has nothing to hide.
"Yes, sir. I came from Villeneuve, near Lille. I'm well known to Messieurs Marie and Frère in the Rue Saint-Sulpice, where I worked as an embroiderer for 30 years. Then, a cousin having left me a house in our part of the country, I was lucky enough to let it as a life interest at 1,000 francs a year, sir, to people who thought they would bury me on the morrow. and who are nicely punished for their wicked idea, for I am still alive in spite of my 75 years." She laughed, displaying teeth as white as a young girl's. "I was doing nothing, my eyes being quite worn out," continued she, "when my niece Fanny came to me. Her father, Captain Menu, had died without leaving a sou, and no other relations, sir. So I at once took the child away from her school and made an embroiderer out of her. A very unprofitable craft, but what could be done? Whether that or something else, women always have to starve. Fortunately, she met Monsieur Narcisse. Now I can die happy." And her hands clasped on her stomach, in her inaction of an old workwoman who has sworn never again to touch a needle, she looked tenderly at Bachelard and Fifi with tearful eyes. The old man was just then saying to the child, "Really, you thought of me? And what did you think?" Fifi raised her limpid eyes, without ceasing to draw her golden thread. "Why, that you were a good friend, and that I loved you very much." She'd scarcely looked at Octave, as though indifferent to the youth of so handsome a fellow. Yet he smiled on her, surprised and moved by her gracefulness, not knowing what to think, whilst the aunt, who'd grown old in a celibacy and a chastity which had cost her nothing, continued, lowering her voice, "I might have married her, might I not? A workman would have beaten her, a clerk would have given her no end of children. It's better far that she should behave well with Monsieur Narcisse, who looks a very worthy man." And raising her voice, "Ah, Monsieur Narcisse, it will not have been my fault if she does not please you. I am always telling her, do all you can to please him. Show yourself grateful. It is but natural. I am so thankful to know that she is at last provided for. It is so difficult to get a young girl settled in life when one has no friends." Then Octave abandoned himself to the happy simplicity of this home. In the still atmosphere of the room floated an odor of fruit. Fifi's needle, as it pierced the silk, alone made a slight monotonous noise, like the ticking of a little clock, which might have regulated the placidity of the uncle's amours. Moreover, the old maid was honesty itself. She lived on the 1,000 francs of her income, never touching Fifi's money, which the latter spent as she chose. Her scruples yielded only to white wine and chestnuts, which her niece occasionally treated her to, after opening the money-box in which she collected 4-sou pieces, given as medals by her good friend. "My little duck," at length said Bachelard, rising, "we have business to attend to. Good-bye till tomorrow. Now, mind, you are very good." He kissed her on the forehead. Then, after looking at her with emotion, he said to Octave, "You may kiss her too. She is a mere child." The young man pressed his lips to her fair skin. She smiled. She was very modest. However, it was merely like a family gathering. He had never seen such sober-minded people. The uncle was going off when he re-entered the room, exclaiming, "I was forgetting. I've a little present." And turning out his pocket, he gave Fifi the sugar which he'd just stolen at the café. She thanked him very heartily, and as she crunched up a piece, she became quite red with pleasure. Then, becoming bolder, she asked, "Do you not happen to have some 4-sou pieces?" Bachelard searched his pockets without result. Octave had one, which the young girl accepted as a memorial. She did not accompany them to the door, no doubt out of propriety, and they heard her drawing her needle, having at once resumed her altar-cloth, whilst Mademoiselle Menu saw them to the landing with her good old woman's amiability. "Eh, it's worth seeing," said Uncle Bachelard, stopping on the stairs. "You know, it doesn't cost me 5 louis a month. I've had enough of the hussies who almost devoured me. On my word, what I required was a heart." But as Octave laughed, he became mistrustful.
You're a decent fellow. You won't take advantage of what I have shown you. Not a word to Guerlain. You swear it on your honor? I'm waiting till he is worthy of her to show her to him. An angel, my dear fellow. No matter what is said, virtue is good. It refreshes one. I've always gone in for the ideal." His old drunkard's voice trembled. Tears swelled his heavy eyelids. Down below, Troublot chaffed, pretending to take the number of the house, whilst Guerlain shrugged his shoulders, asking Octave, who was astounded, what he thought of a little thing. Whenever the uncle's feelings had been softened by a booze, he could not resist taking people to see these ladies, divided between the vanity of showing his treasure and the fear of having it stolen from him. Then, on the morrow, he forgot all about it, and returned to the Rue Saint-Marc with an air of mystery. "Everyone knows Fifi," said Guerlain quietly. Meanwhile, Bachelard was looking out for a cab, when Octave exclaimed, "And Monsieur Josserand, who was waiting at the café?" The others had forgotten him entirely. Monsieur Josserand, very annoyed at wasting his evening, was impatiently waiting at the entrance, for he never took anything but outdoors. At length they started for the Rue de la Cerisaille, but they had to take 2 cabs, the commission agent and the cashier in one, and the 3 young men in the other. Guerlain, his voice drowned by the jingling noise of the old vehicle, at first talked of the insurance company where he was employed. Insurance companies and stockbrokers were equally unpleasant, affirmed Troublot. Then the conversation turned to Duveyrier. Wasn't that unfortunate that a rich man, a magistrate, should let himself be fooled by women in that way? He always wanted them in out-of-the-way neighborhoods, right at the end of the omnibus routes, modest little ladies in their own apartments, playing the parts of widows, unknown milliners having shops and no customers, girls picked out of the gutter, clothed and shut up as though in a convent, whom he would go to see regularly once a week, like a clerk trudging to his office. Troublot, however, found excuses for him. To begin with, it was the fault of his constitution. Then it was impossible to put up with a confounded wife like his. On the very first night, so it was said, she could not bear him, affecting to be disgusted at his red blotches, so that she willingly allowed him to have mistresses, whose complacencies relieved her of him, though at times she accepted the abominable burden with the resignation of a virtuous woman who makes a point of accomplishing all her duties. "Then she's virtuous, is she?" asked Octave, interested. "Virtuous? Oh, yes, my dear fellow. Every good quality. Pretty, serious, well brought up, learned, full of taste, chaste, and unbearable." A block of vehicles at the bottom of the Rue Montmartre stopped the cab. The young men who had let down the windows could hear Bachelard's voice, furiously abusing the coachman. Then, when the cab moved on again, Guerlain gave some information about Clarisse. Her name was Clarisse Bouquet, and she was the daughter of a former toy merchant in a small way, who now attended all the fairs with his wife and quite a troop of dirty children. Duveyrier had come across her one night when it was thawing, just as her lover had chucked her out. No doubt this strapping wench answered to an ideal long sought after, for as early as the morrow he was hooked. He wept as he kissed her eyelids, all shaken by his need to cultivate the little blue flower of romance in his huge masculine appetites. Clarisse had consented to live in the Rue de la Cerisaille, so as not to expose him, but she let him a fine dance, had made him buy her 25,000 francs worth of furniture, and was devouring him heartily, in company with some actors of the Montmartre theatre. "I don't care a hang," said Troublot, "so long as one amuses oneself at her place. Anyhow, she doesn't make you sing, and she isn't forever strumming away on a piano like the other. Oh, that piano! Listen, when one is deafened at home, when one has had the misfortune to marry a mechanical piano which frightens everybody away, one would be precious stupid not to arrange a pleasant little nest elsewhere, where one could receive one's friends in their slippers." "Last Sunday," related Guerlain, "Clarisse wanted me to lunch alone with her. I declined.
After those sort of lunches, one always does something foolish, and I was afraid of seeing her take up her quarters with me the day she left Duveyrier for good. You know, she detests him. Oh, her disgust almost makes her ill. Well, the girl doesn't care much for pimples either, but she hasn't the resource of sending him elsewhere like his wife has. Otherwise, if she could pass him over to her maid, I assure you she'd get rid of a job precious quick. The cab stopped. They alighted before a dark and silent house in the Rue de la Cerisaie. But they had to wait for the other cab fully 10 minutes, Bachelard having taken his driver with him to drink a grog after the quarrel in the Rue Montmartre. On the staircase, as severe-looking as those of the middle classes, Monsieur Josserand again asked some questions regarding Duverrier's lady friend. But the uncle merely answered, "A woman of the world, a very decent girl. She won't eat you." It was a little maid with a rosy complexion who opened the door to them. She took the gentlemen's coats with familiar and tender smiles. For a moment Troublot kept her in a corner of the anteroom, whispering things in her ear which almost made her choke, as though being tickled. But Bachelard had pushed open the drawing-room door, and he at once introduced Monsieur Josserand. The latter stood for a moment embarrassed, finding Clarisse ugly, and not understanding how the counsellor could prefer this sort of creature, black and skinny, and with a head of hair like a poodle, to his wife, one of the most beautiful women of society. Clarisse, however, was charming. She had preserved the Parisian cackle, a superficial and borrowed wit, an itch of drollery caught by rubbing up against men, but was able to put on a grand lady sort of air when she chose. "Sir, I'm charmed. All Alphonse's friends are mine. Now you are one of us. The house is yours." Duveyrier, warned by a note from Bachelard, also greeted Monsieur Josserand very amiably. Octave was surprised at the counsellor's youthful appearance. He was no longer the severe and ill-at-ease individual who never seemed to be in his own home in the drawing-room of the Rue de Choiseul. The deep red blotches on his face were turning to a rosy hue. His oblique eyes shone with a childish delight, whilst Clarisse related in the midst of a group how he sometimes hastened to come and see her during a short adjournment of the court, just time to jump into a cab, to kiss her, and start back again. Then he complained of being overworked. 4 sittings a week, from 11 to 5, always the same skein of bickerings to unravel. It ended by destroying all feeling in one's heart. "It is true," said he, laughing. "One requires a few roses amongst all that. I feel better afterward." However, he did not wear his bit of red ribbon, but always took it off when visiting his mistress. A last scruple, a delicate distinction, which his sense of decency obstinately persisted in. Clarisse, without wishing to say so, felt very much hurt at it. Octave, who had at once shook hands with the young woman like a comrade, listened and looked about him. Clarisse never received other women, out of decency, she said. When her acquaintances complained that her drawing-room was in want of a few ladies, she would answer with a laugh, "Well, and I? Am I not enough?" She had arranged a decent home for Alphonse, very middle class in the main, having a mania for what was proper all through the ups and downs of her existence. When she received, she would not be addressed familiarly. The little maid handed round some glasses of punch with her agreeable air. Octave took one, and leaning toward his friend, whispered in his ear, "The servant is better than the mistress." "Why, of course, always," said Troublot, with a shrug of the shoulders, full of a disdainful conviction. Clarisse came and talked with them for a moment. She multiplied herself, going from one to another, casting a word here, a laugh or gesture there. As each newcomer lighted a cigar, the drawing-room was soon full of smoke. "Oh, the horrid men!" exclaimed she prettily, as she went and opened a window. Without losing any time, Bachelard made Monsieur Josserand comfortable in the recess of this window, to enable him to breathe, said he. Then, thanks to a masterly maneuver, he brought Duveyrier to an anchor there also, and quickly broached the affair.
So the two families were about to be united by a close tie. He felt highly honored. Then he inquired what day the marriage contract was going to be signed, and that led him up to the matter in hand. "We intended calling on you tomorrow, Jocerin and I, to settle everything, for we are aware that Monsieur Auguste would do nothing without you. It is with respect to the payment of the dowry, and really, as we are so comfortable here—" Monsieur Jocerin, again suffering the greatest anguish, looked out into the gloomy depths of the Rue de la Cerisaie, with its deserted pavements and its dark facades. He regretted having come. They were again going to take advantage of his weakness and engage him in some disgraceful affair which would cause him no end of suffering afterward. The feeling of revolt made him interrupt his brother-in-law. "Another time. This is not a fitting place, really." "But why, pray?" exclaimed Duveyrier very graciously. "We're better here than anywhere else. You were saying, sir?" "We give Bertha 50,000 francs, continued the uncle. "Only these 50,000 francs are represented by a dotal insurance at 20 years' date, which Jocerin took out for his daughter when she was 4 years old. She will therefore only receive the money in 3 years' time." "Allow me again," interrupted the cashier with a scared look. "No, let me finish. Monsieur Duveyrier understands perfectly. We do not wish the young couple to wait 3 years for money they may need at once, and we engage ourselves to pay the dowry in installments of 10,000 francs every 6 months, on the understanding that we repay ourselves later on with the insurance money." A pause ensued. Monsieur Jocerin, feeling frozen and choking, again looked into the dark streets. "All that seems to me very reasonable," said he at length. "It is for us to thank you. It is very seldom that a dowry is paid at once, in full." "Never, sir," affirmed the uncle energetically. "Such a thing is never done." And the 3 men shook hands as they arranged to meet on the Thursday at the notary's. When Monsieur Jocerin came back into the light, he was so pale that he was asked if he was unwell. As a matter of fact, he did not feel very well, and he withdrew, without being willing to wait for his brother-in-law, who had just gone into the dining-room where the classic tea was represented by champagne. Guerlain, stretched on a sofa near the window, murmured, "That scoundrel of an uncle." He had overheard some words about the insurance, and he chuckled as he confided the truth of the matter to Octave and Troublot. It had been done at his office. There was not a sou to receive. The Vabres were being taken in. Then, as the 2 others laughed at this good joke, holding their sides meanwhile, he added with comical earnestness, "I want 100 francs. If the uncle doesn't give me 100 francs, I'll split." The voices were becoming louder. The champagne was upsetting the good behavior established by Clarisse. In her drawing-room, the conclusion of all the parties was invariably rather lively. She herself would make a mistake sometimes. Troublot drew Octave's attention to her as she stood behind a door with her arms round the neck of a fellow with the build of a peasant, a stone-carver just arrived from the south, and whom his native town wished to make an artist of. But, Duveyrier having pushed the door, she quickly removed her arms and recommended the young man to him. Monsieur Payen, a sculptor with a very graceful talent, and Duveyrier, delighted, promised to obtain some work for him. "Work, work," repeated Guerlain in a low voice. "He has as much here as he can want, the big ninny." Toward 2 o'clock, when the 3 young men and the uncle left the Rue de la Cerisaie, the latter was completely drunk. "Hang it all, uncle, keep yourself up. You're breaking our arms." He, with his throat full of sobs, had become very tender-hearted and very moral. "Go away, Guerlain," stuttered he. "Go away. I won't have you see your uncle in such a state. No, my boy, it's not right. Go away." And as his nephew called him an old rogue, "Rogue? That's nothing. One must make oneself respected. I esteem women, always decent women, and when there's no feeling, It disgusts me. Go away, Géolin. You're making your uncle blush. These gentlemen are sufficient.
Then, declared Géolin, you must give me 100 francs. Really, I want them for my rent. They're going to turn me out. At this unexpected demand, Bachelard's intoxication increased to such an extent that he had to be propped up against the shutters of a warehouse. He stuttered, What? 100 francs? Don't search me. I've nothing but coppers. You want up to squander in bad places. No, I'll never encourage you in your vices. I know my duty. Your mother confided you to my care on her deathbed. You know, I'll call out if I am searched. He continued, his indignation increasing against the dissolute life led by youth, and returning to the necessity there was for the display of virtue. I say, Géolin ended by saying, I've not got to the point of taking families in. Ah, you know what I mean. If I were to talk, you'd soon give me my 100 francs. But the uncle at once became deaf to everything. He went grunting and stumbling along. In the narrow street where they then were, behind the church of Saint-Gervais, a white lantern alone burned with the palish glimmer of a night light, displaying a gigantic number painted on its roughened glass. A stifled trepidation issued from the house, whilst the closed shutters emitted a few narrow rays of light. I've had enough of it, declared Géolin abruptly. Excuse me, uncle, I forgot my umbrella up there. And he entered the house. Bachelard was indignant and full of disgust. He demanded at least a little respect for women. With such morals, France was done for. On the Place de l'Hôtel de Ville, Octave and Troublot at length found a cab, into which they shoved him like some bundle. Rue d'Enghien, said they to the driver. You must pay yourself. Search him. The marriage contract was signed on the Thursday before Maître Renandin, notary in the Rue de Gramont. At the moment of starting, there had been another awful row at the Josserins, the father having, in a supreme revolt, made the mother responsible for the lie they had forced him to countenance, and they had once more cast their families in each other's teeth. How did they expect him to earn another 10,000 francs every 6 months? The obligation was driving him mad. Uncle Bachelard, who was there, kept placing his hand on his heart, full of fresh promises, now that he had so managed they would not have to part with a sou, and overflowing with affection, and swearing that he would never leave his little Bertha in an awkward position. But the father, in his exasperation, had merely shrugged his shoulders, asking Bachelard if he really took him for a fool. On the evening of that day, a cab came to fetch Saturnin away. His mother had declared that it was too dangerous for him to be at the ceremony. One could not cast loose a madman who talked of spitting people in the midst of a wedding party. And Monsieur Josserin, broken-hearted, had been obliged to apply for the admission of the poor fellow into the Asile des Molineaux kept by Dr. Chassin. The cab was brought under the porch at twilight. Saturnin came down holding Bertha's hand and thinking he was going with her into the country. But when he was inside the cab, he struggled furiously, breaking the windows and thrusting his bloody fists through them. And Monsieur Josserin returned upstairs weeping, all upset by this departure, in the dark, his ears ringing with the wretched creature's yells, mingled with the cracking of the whip and the gallop of the horse. This ends Chapter 7, Part 2 of Piping Hot. Chapter 8, Part 1 of Piping Hot, Pope Bouille, by Émile Zola, translated by Henry Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 8, Part 1 of Piping Hot. The marriage before the mayor had taken place on the Thursday. On the Saturday morning, as early as 10:15, some ladies were already waiting in the Josserins' drawing-room,
the religious ceremony being fixed for 11 o'clock at Saint-Roch. There were Madame Jouzel, always in black silk, Madame d'Ambreville, tightly laced in a costume of the color of dead leaves, and Madame Duveyrier, dressed very simply in pale blue. All three were conversing in low tones amongst the scattered chairs, whilst Madame Josserand was finishing dressing Berthe in the adjoining room, assisted by the servant and the two bridesmaids, Hortense and little Campardon. "Oh, it is not that," murmured Madame Duveyrier. "The family is honorable, but I admit I rather dreaded on my brother Auguste's account the mother's domineering spirit. One cannot be too careful, can one?" "No doubt," said Madame Jouzel. "One not only marries the daughter, one often marries the mother as well, and it's very unpleasant when the latter interferes in the home." This time Angèle and Hortense opened the folding doors wide so that the bride should not catch her dress in anything, and Berthe appeared in a white silk dress, all gay with white flowers, with a white wreath, a white bouquet, and a white garland, which crossed the skirt and was lost in the train in a shower of little white buds. She looked charming amidst all this whiteness, with her fresh complexion, her golden hair, her laughing eyes, and her candid mouth of an already enlightened girl. "Oh, delicious!" exclaimed the ladies. They all embraced her with an air of ecstasy. The Josserans, at their wits' end, not knowing where to obtain the 2,000 francs which the wedding would cost them, 500 francs for dress, and 1,500 francs for their share of the dinner and ball, had been obliged to send Berthe to Dr. Chassain's to see Saturnin, to whom an aunt had just left 3,000 francs. And Berthe, having obtained permission to take her brother out for a drive, by way of amusing him, had smothered him with caresses in the cab, and had then gone with him for a minute to the notary, who was unaware of the poor creature's condition, and who had everything ready for his signature. The silk dress and the abundance of flowers surprised the ladies, who were reckoning up the cost whilst giving vent to their admiration. "Perfect, in most exquisite taste." Madame Josserand appeared, beaming, in a mauve dress of an unpleasant hue, which made her look taller and rounder than ever, with the majesty of a tower. She fumed about Monsieur Josserand, called to Hortense to find her shawl, and vehemently forbade Berthe to sit down. "Take care, you will crush your flowers." "Do not worry yourself," said Clotilde, in her calm voice. "We have plenty of time. Auguste is coming for us." They were all waiting in the drawing-room, when Théophile abruptly burst in, his dress coat askew, his white cravat tied like a piece of cord, and without his hat. His face, with its few hairs and bad teeth, was livid. His limbs, like an ailing child's, were trembling with fury. "What's the matter with you?" asked his sister in amazement. The matter is... But a fit of coughing interrupted him, and he stood there for a minute, choking, spitting in his handkerchief, and enraged at being unable to give vent to his anger. Valérie looked at him, confused, and warned by a sort of instinct. At length he shook his fist at her, without even noticing the bride and the other ladies around him. "Yes, whilst looking everywhere for my necktie, I found a letter in front of the wardrobe." He crumpled a piece of paper between his febrile fingers. His wife had turned pale. She realized the situation, and to avoid the scandal of a public explanation, she passed into the room that Berthe had just left. "Ah, well," said she simply, "I prefer to leave if he's going mad." "Let me alone," cried Théophile to Madame Duveyrier, who was trying to quiet him. "I intend to confound her. This time I have proof, and there's no doubt. Oh, no, it shall not pass off like that, for I know him." His sister had seized him by the arm, and squeezing it, shook him authoritatively. "Hold your tongue. Don't you see where you are? This is not the proper time, understand?" But he started off again. "It is the proper time. I don't care a hang for the others. So much the worse that it happens today. It will serve as a lesson to everyone." However, he lowered his voice, his strength failing him. He had dropped onto a chair, ready to burst into tears. An uncomfortable feeling had invaded the drawing-room. Madame d'Ambreville and Madame Jouzel had politely gone to the other end of the apartment and pretended not to understand. Madame Josserand, greatly annoyed at an adventure, the scandal of which would cast a gloom over the wedding, had passed into the bedroom to cheer up Valérie. As for Berthe, who was studying her wreath before the looking-glass, she had not heard anything. Therefore she questioned Hortense in a low voice. They whispered together. The latter indicated Théophile with a glance, and added some explanations while pretending to arrange the fall of the veil. "Ah," simply said the bride, with a chaste and amused look, her eyes fixed on the husband without the least sign of confusion in her halo of white flowers. Clotilde softly asked her brother for particulars. Madame Josserand reappeared, exchanged a few words with her, and then returned to the adjoining room. It was an exchange of diplomatic notes. The husband accused Octave, that counter-jumper, whom he would chastise in church if he dared to come there. He swore he'd seen him the previous day with his wife on the steps of Saint-Roch. He had had a doubt before, but now he was sure of it. Everything tallied, the height, the walk. Yes, Madame invented luncheons with lady friends, or else she went inside Saint-Roch with Camille through the same door as everyone, as though to say her prayers. Then, leaving the child with the woman who let out the chairs, she would make off with her gentleman by the old way, a dirty passage where no one would have gone to look for her. However, Valérie had smiled on hearing Octave's name mentioned. Never with that one. She pledged her oath to Madame Josserand, with nobody at all for the matter of that, she added, but less with him than with any one else. And this time, with truth on her side, she in her turn talked of confounding her husband by proving to him that the note was no more in Octave's handwriting than that Octave was the gentleman of Saint-Roch. Madame Josserand listened to her, studying her with her experienced glance, and solely preoccupied with finding some means of helping her to deceive Théophile. And she gave her the very best advice. "Leave all to me. Don't move in the matter. As he chooses, it shall be Monsieur Mouret. Well, it shall be Monsieur Mouret. There's no harm in being seen on the steps of a church with Monsieur Mouret, is there? The letter alone is compromising. You will triumph when our young friend shows him a couple of lines of his own handwriting. Above all, say just the same as I say. You understand? I don't intend to let him spoil such a day as this." When she returned into the room with Valérie, who was greatly affected, Théophile on his side was saying to his sister in a choking voice, "I will do so for you. I promise not to disfigure her here, as you assure me it would scarcely be proper on account of this wedding, but I cannot be answerable for what may take place at church. If the counter-jumper comes and beards me there, in the midst of my own family, I will exterminate them one after the other." Auguste, looking very correct in his black dress coat, his left eye shrunk up, suffering from a headache which he'd been dreading for 3 days past, arrived at this moment, accompanied by his father and his brother-in-law, both looking very solemn, to fetch his bride. There was a little jostling, for they had ended by being late. At Saint-Roch, the big double doors were opened wide. A red carpet covered the steps down to the pavement. It was raining. The May morning was very cold. 13 steps, said Madame Jouzel in a low voice to Valérie, when they passed through the doorway. It is not a good sign. Are you sure you have the ring? Inquired Madame Josserand of Auguste, who was seating himself with Berthe on the armchairs placed before the altar. He had a fright, fancying he had forgotten it, then felt it in his waistcoat pocket. She had, however, not waited for his answer. Ever since she entered, she'd been standing on tiptoe, searching the company with her glance. There were Troublot and Guerlain, both best men, Uncle Bachelard and Campardon, the bride's witnesses, de Verrier and Dr. Zwiergat, the bridegroom's witnesses, and all the crowd of acquaintances of whom she was proud. But she had just caught sight of Octave, who was assiduously opening a passage for Madame Edouin, and she drew him behind a pillar, where she spoke to him in low and rapid tones. The young man, a look of bewilderment on his face, did not appear to understand. However, he bowed with an air of amiable obedience.
"It is settled,"
whispered Madame Chausserin in Valerie's ear, returning and seating herself in one of the armchairs placed for the members of the family, behind those of Berthe and Auguste. Monsieur Chausserin, the Vabres, and the Duveriers were also there. The organs were now giving forth scales of clear little notes broken by big pants. There was quite a crush. The choir was filling up, and men remained standing in the aisles. The Abbé Mauduit had reserved to himself the joy of blessing the union of one of his dear penitents. When he appeared in his surplice, he exchanged a friendly smile with the congregation, every face there being familiar to him. Some voices commenced the Veni Creator, the organs resumed their song of triumph, and it was at this moment that Théophile discovered Octave, to the left of the chancel, standing before the chapel of Saint-Joseph. His sister Clotilde tried to detain him. "I cannot," stammered he. "I will never submit to it." And he made Duverier follow him to represent the family. The Veni Creator continued. A few persons looked round. Théophile, who had talked of blows, was in such a state of agitation when planting himself before Octave that he was unable at first to say a word, vexed at being short and raising himself up on tiptoe. "Sir," said he at length, "I saw you yesterday with my wife." But the Veni Creator was just coming to an end, and he was quite scared on hearing the sound of his own voice. Moreover, Duverier, very much annoyed by the incident, tried to make him understand that the time was badly chosen for an explanation. The ceremony had now begun before the altar. After addressing an affecting exhortation to the bride and bridegroom, the priest took the wedding ring to bless it. "Benedic Domine Deus noster, annulum nuptialem unc, quem nos in tuo nomine benedicimus." Then Théophile plucked up courage to repeat his words in a low voice. "Sir, you were in this church yesterday with my wife." Octave, still bewildered by what Madame Chausserin had said to him, and without having thoroughly understood her, related the little story, however, in an easy sort of way. "Yes, I did indeed meet Madame Vabre, and we went and looked at the repairing of the Calvary, which my friend Campardon is directing." "You admit it?" stammered the husband, again overcome with fury. "You admit it?" Duverier was obliged to slap him on the shoulder to calm him. The shrill voice of one of the boy choristers was responding, "Amen." "And you no doubt recognize this letter," continued Théophile, offering a piece of paper to Octave. "Come, not here," said the counselor, thoroughly scandalized. "You're going out of your mind, my dear fellow." Octave unfolded the letter. The emotion had increased amongst the congregation. There were whisperings and nudgings of elbows and glancing over the tops of prayer books. No one was now paying the least attention to the ceremony. The bride and bridegroom alone remained grave and stiff before the priest. Then Berthe, turning her head, caught sight of Théophile getting whiter and whiter as he addressed Octave, and from that moment her mind was absent. She kept casting bright side glances in the direction of the chapel of Saint-Joseph. Meanwhile, the young man was reading in a low voice, "My duck, what bliss yesterday! Tuesday next, in the confessional of the chapel of the Holy Angels." The priest, after having obtained from the bridegroom the yes of a serious man who signs nothing without reading it, had turned toward the bride. "You promise and swear to be faithful to Monsieur Auguste Vabre in all things, like a true wife should be to her husband, in accordance with God's commandment?" But Berthe, having seen the letter, and full of the thought of the blows she was expecting would be given, was not listening, but was following the scene from beneath her veil. There was an awkward silence. At length she became aware that they were waiting for her.
"Yes, yes," she hastily replied, in a happen-what-may manner.
The abbé followed the direction of her glance with surprise, and, guessing that something unusual was taking place in one of the aisles, he in turn became singularly absent-minded. The story had now circulated. Everyone knew it. The ladies, pale and grave, did not withdraw their eyes from Octave. The men smiled in a discreetly waggish way. And, whilst Madame Josserand reassured Madame Duveyrier with slight shrugs of her shoulders, Valérie alone seemed to give all her attention to the wedding, beholding nothing else, as though overcome by emotion. "My duck, what bliss yesterday," Octave read again, affecting intense surprise. Then, returning the letter to the husband, he said, "I do not understand it, sir. The writing is not mine. See for yourself." And taking from his pocket a notebook in which he wrote down his expenses, like the careful fellow he was, he showed it to Théophile. "What? Not your writing?" stammered the latter. "You are making a fool of me. It must be your writing." The priest had to make the sign of the cross on Bertha's left hand. His eyes elsewhere, he mistook the hand and made it on the right one.
"In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti." "Amen," responded the boy chorister, also raising himself up to see. In short, the scandal was prevented. Duveyrier proved to poor, bewildered Théophile that the letter could not have been written by Monsieur Mouret. It was almost a disappointment for the congregation. There were sighs and a few hasty words exchanged, and when everyone, still in a state of excitement, turned again toward the altar, Bertha and Auguste were man and wife, she without appearing to have been aware of what was going on, he not having missed a word the priest had uttered, giving his whole attention to the matter, only disturbed by his headache, which closed his left eye. "The dear children," said Monsieur Josserand, absorbed in mind and his voice trembling, to Monsieur Vabre, who ever since the commencement of the ceremony had been busy counting the lighted tapers, always making a mistake and beginning his calculations over again. "Admit nothing," said Madame Josserand to Valérie, as the family moved toward the vestry after the Mass. In the vestry, the married couple and their witnesses first of all wrote their signatures. They were kept waiting, however, by Campardon, who had taken some ladies to inspect the works at the Calvary at the end of the choir, behind a wooden hoarding. He at length arrived, and, apologizing, proceeded to cover the register with a big flourish. The Abbé Mauduit had wished to honor the two families by handing round the pen himself, and pointing out with his finger the place where each one was to sign, and he smiled with his air of amiable, worldly tolerance in the center of the grave apartment, the woodwork of which retained a continual odor of incense. "Well, mademoiselle," said Campardon to Hortense, "does not all this make you long to do the same?"
Then he regretted his want of tact. Hortense, who was the elder sister, bit her lips. She was expecting to have a decisive answer from Verdier that evening at the ball, for she'd been pressing him to choose between her and his creature. Therefore she replied in an unpleasant tone of voice, "I have plenty of time, whenever I think proper." And turning her back on the architect, she attacked her brother Léon, who had only just arrived, late as usual. "You are nice. Papa and Mamma are very pleased. Not even able to be in time when one of your sisters is being married. We were expecting you at least with Madame d'Ambreville." "Madame d'Ambreville does what she pleases," said the young man curtly, "and I do what I can." A coolness had arisen between them. Léon considered that she was keeping him too long for her own use, and was weary of a connection, the burden of which he had accepted in the sole hope of its leading to some grand marriage, and for a fortnight past he'd been requesting her to keep her promises. Madame d'Ambreville, carried away by a passion of love, had even complained to Madame Josserand of what she termed her son's "crotchets." "Yet a marriage is so soon settled," said Madame d'Ambreville, without thinking of her words, and bestowing on him an imploring look to soften him. "Not always," retorted he, harshly. And he went and kissed Berthe, then shook his new brother-in-law's hand, whilst Madame d'Amberville turned pale with anguish, drawing herself up in her costume of the colour of dead leaves, and smiling vaguely towards the persons who entered. It was the procession of friends, of simple acquaintances, of all the guests gathered together in the church, which now passed through the vestry. The newly married couple, standing up, were continually distributing handshakes, and invariably with the same embarrassed and delighted air. The Josserins and the Duveyriers were not always able to go through the introductions. At times they looked at each other in surprise, for Bachelard had brought persons whom nobody knew, and who talked too loud. Little by little everything gave way to confusion. There was quite a crush. Hands were held out over the heads, young girls squeezed between pot-bellied gentlemen, left pieces of their white skirts on the legs of these fathers, these brothers, these uncles, still sweating with some vice, enfranchised in a quiet neighborhood. Away from the crowd, Guerlain and Troublot were relating to Octave how Clarisse had almost been caught by Duveyrier the night before, and had now resigned herself to smothering him with caresses so as to shut his eyes. This ends Chapter 8, Part 1 of Piping Hot. Chapter 8, Part 2 of Piping Hot, Bouille, by Émile Zola, translated by Henry Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 8, Part 2 of Piping Hot.
"Hello," murmured Guerlain. "He's kissing the bride. It must smell nice."
Valérie, who kept Madame Jouzer near her to help her to keep her countenance, listened with emotion to the conciliatory words which the Abbé Mauduit also considered it his duty to address to her. Then, as they were at length leaving the church, she paused before the two fathers to allow Berthe to pass on her husband's arm. "You ought to be satisfied," said she to Monsieur Josserin, wishing to show how free her mind was. "I congratulate you." "Yes, yes," declared Monsieur Vabre in his clammy voice. "It is a very great responsibility the less." And, whilst Troublot and Guerlain rushed about seeing all the ladies to the carriages, Madame Josserin, whose shawl attracted quite a crowd, obstinately insisted on remaining the last on the pavement, publicly to display her maternal triumph. The repast that evening at the Hôtel du Louvre was likewise marred by Théophile's unlucky affair. The latter was quite a plague. It had been the topic of conversation all the afternoon in the carriages during the drive in the Bois de Boulogne, and the ladies always came to this conclusion, that the husband ought at least to have waited until the morrow before finding the letter. None but the most intimate friends of both families sat down to table. The only lively episode was a speech from Uncle Bachelard, whom the Josselins could not very well avoid inviting, in spite of their terror. He was drunk, indeed, as early as the roast. He raised his glass, and commenced with these words, "I am happy in the joy I feel," which he kept repeating, unable to say anything further. The other guests smiled complacently. Auguste and Berthe, already worn out, looked at each other every now and then, with an air of surprise at seeing themselves opposite one another, and when they remembered how this was, they gazed in their plates in a confused way. Nearly 200 invitations had been issued for the ball. The guests began to arrive as early as 9:30. 3 chandeliers lit up the large red drawing-room, in which only some seats along the wall had been left, whilst at one end, in front of the fireplace, the little orchestra was installed. Moreover, a bar had been placed at the farthest end of an adjoining room, and the two families also had a small apartment into which they could retire. As Madame Duveyrier and Madame Josserin were receiving the first arrivals, that poor Théophile, who had been watched ever since the morning, was guilty of a most regrettable piece of brutality. Camprodon was asking Valerie to grant him the first waltz. She laughed, and the husband took it as a provocation. You laugh, stammered he. Tell me who the letter is from. It must be from somebody. That letter must. He had taken the entire afternoon to disengage that one idea from the confusion into which Octave's answers had plunged him. Now he stuck to it. If it was not Monsieur Mouret, it was then someone else, and he demanded a name. As Valerie was walking off without answering him, he seized hold of her arm and twisted it spitefully, with the rage of an exasperated child, repeating the while, I'll break it. Tell me, who is the letter from? The young woman, frightened and stifling a cry of pain, had become quite white. Camprodon felt her abandoning herself against his shoulder, succumbing to one of those nervous attacks which would shake her for hours together. He had scarcely time to lead her into the apartment reserved for the two families, where he laid her on a sofa. Some ladies had followed him, Madame Giseur, Madame d'Ambreville, who unlaced her, whilst he discreetly retired. Sir, I beg your pardon, said Théophile, going up to Octave, whose eyes he had encountered when twisting his wife's arm. Every one in my place would have suspected you, is it not so? But I wish to shake hands with you, to prove that I admit to myself to have been in the wrong. He shook hands with him and led him one side, tortured by a necessity to unbosom himself, to find a confidant for the outpourings of his heart. Ah, sir, if I were to tell you... And he talked for a long while of his wife. When a young girl, she was delicate. It was said jokingly that marriage would set her right. She had not sufficient air in her parents' shop, where every evening for 3 months she had appeared to him very nice, obedient, of a rather sad disposition, but charming. Well, sir, the marriage did not set her right. Far from it. After a few weeks she became terrible. We could no longer agree together. There were quarrels about nothing at all, changes of temper at every minute, laughing, crying without my knowing why, and absurd sentiments, ideas that would knock a person down, a perpetual mania for making people wild. In short, sir, my home has become a hell. It is very remarkable, murmured Octave, who felt a necessity for saying something. Then the husband, ghastly pale, and drawing himself up on his short legs to override the ridiculous, came to what he called the wretched woman's bad behavior. Twice he had suspected her, but he was too honorable. He could not retain such an idea in his head. This time, though, he was obliged to yield to evidence. It was not possible to doubt, was it? And with his trembling fingers he felt the pocket of his waistcoat which contained the letter. If she did it for money, I might understand it, added he. But they never gave her any. I'm sure of that. I should know it. Then tell me what it can be that she has in her skin. I'm very nice myself. She has everything at home. I cannot understand it. If you can understand it, sir, explain it to me. I beg of you. It is very curious, repeated Octave, embarrassed by all these disclosures and trying to make his escape. But the husband, in a state of fever and tormented by a want of certitude, would not let him go. At this moment, Madame Giseur, reappearing, went and whispered a word to Madame Josserand, who was greeting the arrival of a big jeweler of the Palais Royal with a grand curtsy, and she, quite upset, hastened to follow her. I think that your wife has a very violent attack, observed Octave to Théophile. Never mind her, replied the latter in a fury, vexed at not being ill, so as to be coddled up also. She is only too pleased to have an attack. It always puts everyone on her side. My health is no better than hers, yet I have never deceived her. Madame Josserand did not return. The rumor circulated among the intimate friends that Valerie was struggling in frightful convulsions. There should have been men present to hold her down, but as they had been obliged to half undress her, they declined Troubleau's and Guerlin's offers of assistance.
Dr. Juillerat! Where is Dr. Juillerat? Asked Madame Josserand, rushing back into the room. The doctor had been invited, but no one had as yet seen him. Then she no longer strove to hide the slumbering rage which had been collecting within her since the morning. She spoke out before Octave and Campardon without mincing her words. I'm beginning to have enough of it. It is not very pleasant for my daughter, all this cuckoldom paraded before us. She looked about for Hortense, and at length caught sight of her talking to a gentleman, of whom she could only see the back, but whom she recognized by its breadth. It was Verdier. This increased her ill humor. She sharply called the young girl to her, and, lowering her voice, told her that she would do better to remain at her mother's disposal on such a day as that. Hortense did not listen to the reprimand. She was triumphant. Verdier had just fixed their marriage at 2 months from then, in June. "Shut up," said the mother. "I assure you, mamma, he already sleeps out 3 nights a week so as to accustom the other to it, and in a fortnight he will stop away altogether. Then it will be all over, and I shall have him." "Shut up! I've already had more than enough of your romance. You will just oblige me by waiting near the door for Dr. Juillerat and by sending him to me the moment he arrives. And above all, not a word of all this to your sister." She returned to the adjoining room, leaving Hortense muttering that, thank goodness, she required no one's approbation, and that they would all be nicely caught one day when they saw her make a better marriage than the others. Yet she went to the door and watched for the doctor's arrival. The orchestra was now playing a waltz. Berthe was dancing with one of her husband's young cousins, so as to dispose of the relations in turn. All the guests had an air of amusing themselves immensely, and expatiated before them on the liveliness of the ball. It was, according to Campardon, a liveliness of a good standard. The architect, with an effusion of gallantry, concerned himself a great deal about Valerie's condition, without, however, missing a dance. He had the idea to send his daughter Angèle for news in his name. The child, whose 14 years had been burning with curiosity since the morning around the lady that everyone was talking about, was delighted at being able to penetrate into the little room, and, as she did not return, the architect was obliged to take the liberty of slightly opening the door and thrusting his head in. He beheld his daughter standing up beside the sofa, deeply absorbed by the sight of Valerie, whose bosom, shaken by spasms, had escaped from the unhooked bodice. Protestations arose, the ladies called to him not to come in, and he withdrew, assuring them that he merely wished to know how she was getting on. "She's no better, said he in a melancholy way to the persons who happened to be near the door. "There are 4 of them holding her. How strong a woman must be to be able to bound about like that without hurting herself." But Dr. Juillerat quickly crossed the ballroom, accompanied by Hortense, who was explaining matters to him. Madame Duveyrier followed them. Some persons showed their surprise. More rumors circulated. Scarcely had the doctor disappeared than Madame Josserand left the little room with Madame d'Amberville. Her rage was increasing. She had just emptied 2 water bottles over Valerie's head. Never before had she seen a woman as nervous as that. Then she had decided to make the round of the ballroom, so as to stop all remarks by her presence. Only she walked with such a terrible step, she distributed such sour smiles, that everyone behind her was let into the secret. Madame d'Amberville did not leave her. Ever since the morning she had been speaking to her of Léon, making vague complaints, trying to bring her to speak to her son so as to patch up their connection. She drew her attention to him as he was conducting a tall, scraggy girl back to her place, and to whom he made a show of being very assiduous. "He abandons us," said she, with a slight laugh, trembling with suppressed tears. "Scold him now for not so much as looking at us." "Léon!" called Madame Josserand. When he came to her, she added roughly, not being in the temper to choose her words, "Why are you angry with Madame? She bears you no ill will. Make it up with her.
It does no good to be ill-tempered." And she left them embarrassed before each other. Madame d'Amberville took Léon's arm, and they went and conversed in the recess of a window. Then they tenderly left the ballroom together. She had sworn to arrange his marriage in the autumn. Madame Josserand, who continued to distribute smiles, was overcome by emotion when she found herself before Berthe, who was out of breath at having danced so much, and looked quite rosy in her white dress, which was becoming rumpled. She clasped her in her arms, and almost fainted away at a vague association of ideas, recalling, no doubt, the other one whose face was so frightfully convulsed. "My poor darling, my poor darling," murmured she, giving her 2 big kisses. Then Berthe calmly asked, "How is she?" At this, Madame Josserand at once became very sour again. What? Berthe knew it! Why, of course she knew it. Everyone knew it. Her husband alone, whom she pointed out conducting an old lady to the refreshment bar, was still ignorant of the story. She even intended to get someone to tell him everything, for it made him appear too stupid to be always behind everyone else and never to know anything. "And I, who've been slaving to hide the catastrophe," said Madame Josserand, beside herself. "Ah, well, I shall not put myself out any more. It must be put a stop to. I will not tolerate their making you ridiculous." Everyone did indeed know it, only so as not to cast a gloom over the ball, it was not talked about. "She is better," Campardin, who had taken another peep, hastened to say. "One can go in." A few male friends ventured to enter. Valérie was still lying down, only the attack was passing off, and out of decency they had covered her bosom with a napkin found lying on a sideboard. Madame Jouzel and Madame Duveyrier were standing before the window, listening to Dr. Juillerat, who was explaining that the attack sometimes yielded to hot water applications to the neck. But the invalid, having seen Octave enter with Campardin, called him to her by a sign, and spoke a few incoherent words to him in a final hallucination. He had to sit down beside her, at the doctor's express order, who was desirous above all not to thwart her. And thus the young man listened to her disclosures, he who, during the evening, had already heard the husband's. She trembled with fright. She took him for her lover, and implored him to hide her. Then she recognized him and burst into tears, thanking him for his lie of the morning during Mass. Octave thought of that other attack, of which he had wished to take advantage, with the greedy desire of a schoolboy. Now he was her friend, and she would tell him everything. Perhaps it would be better. At this moment Théophile, who had continued to wander up and down before the door, wished to enter. Other men were there, so he could very well be there himself. But his appearance created a regular panic. On hearing his voice, Valérie was again seized with a fit of trembling. Everyone thought she was about to have another attack. He, imploring and struggling amongst the ladies, whose arms thrust him back, kept obstinately repeating, "I only ask for the name! Let her tell me the name!" Then Madame Josserand, arriving, gave vent to her wrath. She drew Théophile into the little room to hide the scandal, and said to him furiously, "Look here, will you shut up? Ever since this morning you have been badgering us with your stupidities. You have no tact, sir. Yes, you have absolutely no tact at all. One should not harp on such things on a wedding day." "Excuse me, madame," murmured he. "This is my business, and does not concern you." "What? It does not concern me? But I form part of your family now, sir, and do you think your affair amuses me on account of my daughter? Ah, you have given her a pretty wedding. Not another word, sir. You are deficient in tact." This cry closed his mouth. He was so scared, so feeble-looking, with his slender limbs and his face like a girl's, that the ladies smiled slightly. When one had not the facilities for making a woman happy, one ought not to marry. Hortense weighed him with a disdainful glance. Little Angèle, whom they had forgotten, hovered round him with her sly air, as though she'd been looking for something. And he drew back, embarrassed, and blushed when he saw them all, so big and plump, hemming him in with their sturdy hips. But they felt the necessity of patching up the matter. Valérie had started off sobbing again, whilst the doctor continued to bathe her temples. Then they understood one another with a glance. A common feeling of defense drew them together. They puzzled their brains, trying to explain the letter to the husband. "Pooh!" murmured Troublot, who had just rejoined Octave. "It's easy enough. They have only to say the letter was addressed to the servant." Madame Josserand heard him. She turned round and looked at him with a glance full of admiration. Then, turning toward Théophile, "Does an innocent woman lower herself to give explanations when accused with such brutality? Still, I may speak. The letter was dropped by Françoise, that maid whom your wife had to pack off on account of her bad conduct. There, are you satisfied? Do you not blush with shame?" At first the husband shrugged his shoulders, but the ladies all remained serious, answering his objections with very strong reasoning. He was shaken when, to complete his discomfiture, Madame Duveyrier got angry, telling him that his conduct had been abominable, and that she disowned him. Then, vanquished, and feeling a longing to be kissed, he threw his arms around Valérie's neck and begged her pardon. It was most touching. Even Madame Josserand was deeply affected. "It is always best to come to an understanding," said she, with relief. "The day will not end so badly after all." When they addressed Valérie again, and she appeared in the ballroom on Théophile's arm, the joy seemed to be redoubled. It was close upon 3 o'clock. The guests were beginning to leave, but the orchestra continued to get through the quadrilles with great gusto. Some of the men smiled behind the backs of the reconciled couple. A medical remark of Campardon's respecting that poor Théophile quite delighted Madame Jussieu. The young girls hastened to stare at Valérie. Then they put on their stupid looks before their mother's scandalized glances. Berthe, who was at length dancing with her husband, must have whispered a word or two in his ear, for Auguste, made aware of what had been taking place, turned his head round, and, without getting out of step, looked at his brother Théophile with the surprise and the superiority of a man to whom such things cannot happen. There was a final gallop. The guests were getting more free in the stifling heat and the reddish light of the candles, the vacillating flames of which caused the pendants of the chandeliers to sparkle. "You are very intimate with her?" asked Madame Edouin, as she whirled round on Octave's arm, having accepted his invitation to dance. The young man fancied he felt a slight quiver in her frame, so erect and so calm. "Not at all," said he. "They mixed me up in the matter, which annoys me immensely. The poor devil swallowed everything." "It is very wrong," declared she, in her grave voice. No doubt Octave was mistaken. When he withdrew his arm from her waist, Madame Edouin was not even panting. Her eyes were clear, and her hair not the least disarranged. But a scandal upset the end of the ball. Uncle Bachelard, who had finished himself off at the refreshment bar, ventured on a lively idea. He had suddenly been seen dancing, a most indecent step before Guerlain. Some napkins rolled round and stuffed in front of his buttoned-up coat gave him the bosom of a wet nurse, and 2 big oranges placed on the napkins behind the lapels displayed their roundness in the sanguineous redness of an excoriated skin. This time everyone protested. Though one may earn heaps of money, yet there are limits which a man who respects himself should never go beyond, especially before young persons. Monsieur Josserand, ashamed and in despair, drew his brother-in-law away. Duveyrier displayed the greatest disgust. At 4 o'clock, the newly married couple returned to the Rue de Choiseul. They brought Théophile and Valérie back in their carriage. As they went up to the second floor, where an apartment had been prepared for them, they came across Octave, who was also retiring to rest. The young man wished to draw politely on one side, but Berthe made a similar movement, and they knocked up against each other. "Oh, excuse me, mademoiselle," said he. The word mademoiselle amused them immensely. She looked at him, and he recalled the first glance exchanged between them on that same staircase, a glance of gaiety and daring, the charming welcome of which he again beheld. They understood each other, perhaps. She blushed whilst he went up alone to his room, in the midst of the death-like peacefulness of the upper floors. Auguste, with his left eye closed up, half mad with the headache which had been clinging to him since the morning, was already in the apartment where the other members of the family were arriving. Then, at the moment of quitting Berthe, Valerie yielded to a sudden fit of emotion, and pressing her in her arms and completing the rumpling of her white dress, she kissed her, saying in a low voice, "Ah, my dear, I wish you better luck than I have had." This ends Chapter 8, Part 2 of Piping Hot.